줄까? 아니다. 내 생각할까? You want. 함께 했던 시간이 지나가도 I'm still here. 널 기다리는 날 넌 모를 거야. Alone in the dark 이곳에 Alone in the dark 나봐. 흐릿해져만 가는 네 흔적 속에 묻힌 채로 나는 Alone in the dark.
Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, 볼륨 키워. Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, 볼륨 키워. Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, 볼륨 키워. Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, 볼륨 키워.
이제 넌 뻗고 저기 친구들은 땀을 흘리고 있어 샤. 만약 입고 있다면 fat 버는 걸 추천해 섹시해지졌다. 빠르게 knockdown 이유는 탈진. 재미없는 들은 또 급발진. 우린 tell same thing 앞질러가지 또 그 처음 보지 물건놀이 이건 너무 usual. up 말해 못하겠어 맡겨놔 어차피 no 갈 수 있는 건 멀리서 watch 거기에서 내도 돼 나 친한 척척. 여기 너무 또 내 몸은 텁텁 카리형 다 주워서 소스를 뽀뽀.
Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, 볼륨 키워. Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, 볼륨 키워. Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, 볼륨 키워. Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, 볼륨 키워.
우린 hot 뜨거 like the summer. 우리 앞에서 너 까불다가 burn 야. 구린 것도 내고 모른다고 너만 일삼띵공내도 안 해 절대 자만. 갈 길 멀어 아직 기름을 더 뿜뿜. Then we burn it up 어셔처럼 let it burn. We making classics Air Force One. 쟤는 한참 지나서 Hold up 이제서야 왔어 우리 season. 봐버렸어 아예 새로운 인기를. 거절해서 갑이 아닌 우린 딜은
겁이었나봐야 한데도 피.
적셔 옷을 마치 킬빌 아님 데드풀. 우린 직진하지 while they making false moves. 막 춤춰도 우린 바다 길이 박수. 1300 이제 돼버렸나 가수.
Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, 볼륨 키워. Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, 볼륨 키워. Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, 볼륨 키워. Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, 볼륨 키워.
Burn it up 뜨겁게 불태워 버려 배로 벌어 배가 부를 때까지 turn it up. 안 들리니 볼륨 키워. 시끄러워로 참아고 막 찢어져도 죄송지고 난 나의 범인은 일삼 no doubt 뒤따라봐. 지금 제일 핫한 팀 일삼 no doubt 부정 못하지 넌.
Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, 볼륨 키워. Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, 볼륨 키워. Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, 볼륨 키워. Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, 볼륨 키워.
But I'm getting scared. 'Cause you used to be glued to me so perfectly, filling all the in-betweens. Now there's nothing there. How am I supposed to be yours when I can't see your face? How am I supposed to not miss you with all of this space? 'Cause you say face. How am I supposed to not miss you with all of this space? 'Cause you say you'll meet me there someday, but how am I supposed to be close to you now? It's cold tonight, darling, are you cold tonight? I just wanna hold you tight if you're really mine. 'Cause I can keep shouting across the galaxies, but would you do that to me if you're really mine? It's cold tonight, darling, are you cold tonight? I just wanna hold you tight if you're really mine. 'Cause I can keep shouting across the galaxies, but would you do that to me if you're really mine? It's cold tonight, darling, are you cold tonight? I just wanna hold you tight if you're really mine. 'Cause I can keep shouting across the galaxies, but would you do that to me if you're really mine?
Let me get out of here. Sick of dumplings, Dion driving, yeah. 너무 쉬어 여기 나가면 모두 갈아엎어쳐. 일상 공공망치 draw, looking for nails to disappear. Boys, 우리 목소리 키워줘. Waited long enough, 최근 시간 15년. 빛이 buff, fill the mind with life octopus. 우리 가도 무관심자들이 이제 모두 세척하던 놈들 이제 거기 스core. 다음에 스케줄면 정은 right. 맑으면 대답도 못해 영어로 완전 카드 걸리면 혼난다 그래 지금 당장 We don't play game, we just not a gotcha game. Rivals good, good, no doubt. Here we be the Reds, you be wrecked. Joe! Quit acting like you came up from the slums. 네가 작은 목걸이 looking hella dumb. 1300 수직 상승 모니터에 on your TV. 넌 랩 못해, 넌 못 비벼. 지가 못하는 줄 아나 봐. 집 가서 적시나 닦아라. 어차피 하지도 못할 거 왜 자꾸 들이대 고천이 버릇. 이 새끼들 여기서 뛰놀다 맴매. 너가 백날 찜튀기며 뱉어도 절대로 못되니까 쌩쌩. 어서가 벤치나 대워 넌 우리랑 안 맞아 레벨이여. 경험치 미달의 코디가 필요해 패션이 테러범여. 이제는 이해가 돼 어쩌면 넌 얼른 불러야 돼. Ambulance 달려와 빠르게 봐봐 그 사이렌 색깔은 whole team with me. 이게 나도 나대 혼자라도 못 비비지 너 뒤져 비슷한 벽 너는 무슨 대표 그냥 맞드는 대포 그냥 흘려놔 너 팀 그게 딱 너한테 오너 이혼해 니꺼 좀 빌리자 라플 내 곁에 두지 않아 너 같은 바보 일삼 제대로 너 차일러 혼나고 나서 니 형한테 일러 니건 오래 타자 내가 AK 니건 fresh 타자 두루 AK 무대 위 discharge 무슨 테이저건 맞추죠 무대 위 매너 그냥 내려가 주실래요? 조금만 기다려 완전히 뒤에서 따라오게 만들어줄게 씨앗 사랑은 씨앗 에이스는 너 사랑해요
없어 너무 그리울까 대체 뭐를 했어 네가 말해줘 응답 서신 거부 말해줘 전화 걸지 말아줘 없어 너무 그리울까 대체 뭐를 했어 네가 말해줘 무엇보다 수신 거부 말해줘 전화 걸지 말아줘
Middle of the night, everything keeps passing by. Just pass it
confident 빨배 감히 누가 눈독 들여 우리 돈
우리 문이 소풍 누가 주식까지 bounce back 머리 숙인 후에 누가 move
move get out the way 다음 생을 노리는 게 감리적인 듯해 견제로선 여길 냅다 씹어먹고 부패 내장까지 깔끔하게 마치 순대
씹어 먹어야지 백맨 작당 몰라 스펙대
올해는 나는 아냐 스루 랩맨
내 말은 또 듣게 안 들어 맵맨 벌리던 냄새 세스코 불러야겠네 너희 따는 것이 마시면 나 캣맨 Hop in the booth 여긴 없어 네 자리 She make it clap look at me body
내 말이 뜯어지려도 몰라 니 가랑이 혓바닥에 붙어 뜯을 어떻게 저래 사람이 built-in chopper best-selling motherfucker 하고 다리가 나랑 비비려 해 감이
사이코 형 죽일까 차라리
오케이 선배가 선방 칠게 우리 CB는 힘있게 비렉 시간라도 바로 가는 여유롭게 What's what?
Whistle it 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 whistle it
Whistle it, 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 yeah.
Gotta check my squad 일동대기 시간은 bitch I'm ready 통신은 애들 사이에서 난 예리 갖다 붙여 deep working my studio 한 지출은 지린 the funniest Just gotta beat Millie go to the shop in bad behavior 나쁜 습관이지 돈에 쓰는 거또 푼도 너한테 난 쓸 일이 없어 내 솜씨가 달라도 우리 같은 DNA 평정심을 유지하고 느낌이 혓바닥에 뜨뜨뜨 어떻게 잘해 살아 나니까 뭐 나한테 말을 가득하지 man lalli like 난 벌써 싸가리 stupid ass right what 정신 차려 너야들 나선다 계속
나 바라보지 마치 지붕 위에 chicken 난 지겹게 생각할수록 느껴지는 this is 두 번 세 번 더해져 몇 심 Fucking another level So check my EP psycho with no P 손대에 뜨겁지 날아올라 no P fly hard 캐고 나와 아직 적지 놈들 다 번지 시켜 줄 없이 봐봐 헤이로 탭탭 부뚜뚜뚜 다음 소리 카프로 따라 하다 캣캣 목공강을 버림 수두로 백백 하지 마치 폐업지고 떠리 그래 너지 누구 두리번 거리기는 병 조조 비백과 비대 세우니 10대 초순영 초순 원텐 뒤치기 채 한길을 돌파 중 easy easy에 버려놔 오늘
Whistle it 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 whistle it
Whistle it, 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 yeah.
Your jealousy, be me, you will never be. My strategy is a winning streak. Game bread, I'm deep in it. I see the vision and go get it. You want it, I come with it. I'm so relentless. Extreme focus, no limits, nothing nice, no gimmicks. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. I'm a sharpshooter, head hunting. Anybody, anywhere, anytime. I double dare in rare form. I came, no pain, no gain. Nah. You can't win if you don't sacrifice. Through the blood, sweat, and years, it's a way of life. Yeah, it's the way of life. Above it all, you gotta sacrifice. Yeah, they got me started. Now I'ma finish it. Leave you the party. They shouldn't have got me started. Now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Yeah, they shouldn't have got me started. I go the hardest. They got me started. Now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Bottom line, I'm on top. Got the game on lock. My point is, I won't stop. You can't take my spot. Can't play with a legend. Everything's predestined. Start with me if you wanna lose. I'll finish you and make another move. It's nothing. Just another day. You violate, get caved in. broke down, you can't win, I can't lose my attitude. Best man on the planet, dynamic, do damage. Go hard with a passion, greatness is my status sign. You don't want no problems, you can get it, I'm a problem. You don't want no problems, you can get it, I'm a problem. You never win if you don't sacrifice. Pay the cost, it's a way of life. You can't win if you don't sacrifice. Through the blood, sweat, and tears, it's the way of life.
Sweet like sugar, I bet you like that. I'll cut you off. Playtime's over, take a step back. Think you've had enough? If you push me to my limit, there's no telling what I might do. Yeah, you're gonna regret it. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. She don't know how to play nice. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. I'ma tell you one last time. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. You don't wanna see my bad side. You don't wanna see my bad side. Try me and you'll see just how far I will go. To the edge, where you step, don't you let your curiosity get you in trouble. Heed your warning, just like you should know that. If you push me to my limit, there's no telling what I might do. Yeah, you're gonna regret it. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. She don't know how to play nice. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. I'ma tell you one last time. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. You don't wanna see my bad side. You don't wanna see my bad side.
time left to pack it up. On the brink of a brand new age, better buckle up. Hey, oh, let's go, have you had enough? It's coming like the fire and rain. When it's over, they don't know my name. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. Wind up tight, then I let it go. Light it up loud, come and get the smoke. It's system overload. Flying way too high like an overdose. Time to lock and load. It's all systems go. Pressure breaking down the dam to stop the losing flow. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive.
I'm your type. 누르게 되지 like. 다른 애들은 swipe. Double tap this site.
사랑하지 내게 아트를 준 모든 애들 my friend. 걔네끼리 상응해줘야 돼 움직여 바삐. double tap 우리 사진 간지. 공연 보러 온 누나들은 손가락을 만진다 뼈반지. 스토리 올려 대결선 건강. 남자애들 껴 만들어 mosh pit. 한국에 있는 애들 DM 아주 come to Korea. 가자마자 벌려해. 기대한 것이 발을 뒤져 비껴 나간 예상어리 피드처럼 smooth sailing. 시대 흐름 우리 신경을 안 써요. 너 응원하는 애들 숨죽이지. 이제 시간은 금이고 우린 bank guys. 다섯 배로 벌려 우리 몸값. 21세기 boys 우리 못 가는 데가 없어. 목소리를 퍼져가지고 worldwide. Room is my planet. I can go everywhere. Worldwide. 인터넷 international to Instagram. Worldwide. Double tap. Worldwide. 야 이제 우리는 virtual 가고 싶은 대로 날아가.
tight. 누르게 되지 like. 다른 애들은 swipe. Double tap this site.
이제 달라붙어 우리한테 double team. 레이블에서 연락 마치 hurricane. 무시하던 새끼들은 어디에 얼른 숨어 미리 사나 1플러스. 이제 우리 노래 어디 가면 들려. 몇 년 전에 비웃었지 그래 바로 너. 생각보다 우리들의 덩치 너무 커. 너를 택시하지 우리들은 세스고 On a new level keep it on the low 너가 전화할 때 나는 수신 거부 flow 안 멈추지 마치 Rolex non-stop racks on racks 못 벌면 난 죽어 Bounce we got the juice No time 낭비할 수 없으니까 나는 항상 work work baby working hard 맨날 twerk twerk Bounce we got the juice No time 낭비할 수 없으니까 나는 항상 work work baby working hard 맨날 twerk twerk
Tight, 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 tight. 누르게 되지 like. 다른 애들은 swipe. Double tap this site. I.
Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. Here we go. We got it all. Still we go hard, reach for the stars. Move like a boss. We need a charge, take it too far. You might do it large, but you missing parts and we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Foot stuck to the gas and we ain't breaking. Had to switch it up so we gon' shake it. Practice always lead to perfect paint this. Whole team on my back, now that's a statement. Say what you want, but when I'm on directions, we never get caught in the maze. Climb to the top of the mountain and lift up my wing, that's just cover for shade. I've been on duty for days. Play slip and slide through the rain. Success always edge out the pain. You better follow the train. You better follow the. We got it all. Still we go hard, reach for the stars. Move like a boss. We need a charge, take it too far. You might do it large, but you missing parts and we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Got that ditto, got that too okay. Claim it's love, but I can see what's written on your face. Walking to the stage, I might wear a cape. I'm like here to stay. Boy caliente, like I'm on fire, don't try to tempt me. Wanna learn the ropes, I can be a sensei. And we all about dollars, we ain't talking sensei. Make sensei, break that gay, cut check say. They upset, eh? Boy's mad. Break it. Break it. Break it. Break it.
Make love with me, ecstasy. Say go and dance for me, bounce with me. Make love with me, ecstasy. Stay with me.
my senses tired and lost. Never knew it was a habit. All the sins that killing my ghost. Will I ever go find it? Get away that nobody told. Tell me why you went around with me to set me free. Do I need to wait a little more for the right time? Do I need to kill somebody for my life? Make love with me, ecstasy. Say don't dance for me, bounce for me. Make love with me, ecstasy. Stay with me, need to run away.
Want it, come get some. I will not come out as the victim. Hella options when we press, you can pick one. A, that's a fist to your face, get your bell rung. B, you can run, but you cannot hide. C, we gon' put you where they will not find. D means you done when you come outside. Hold up, let me give you time to decide. I'm like Nemo, have you down in enemies? Gotta murder my enemies if they planning on ending me. I won't give them that victory, they be lacking the empathy. Put my strings like a symphony, now you going for infinity. So please, carry on, carry on. This ain't what you want, want. One phone call, have your bones for my dog. So problems what you want, be my guest, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. You can't get it back when it's gone. Better come with it, we bring in the drama. We bring the smoke like you up in the sauna. No kuna matata, just stitches and doctors. Sick in the head, I blame that on my father. Just a few dollars will solve all my problems. Making sure you fresh to death in your coffin. Gave you the option, but you kept on talking. 4th of July, had to get this shit popping. I am the target, I will not miss. Stir straight for the head like some clippers. No target practice, got no time for practice. I'm just like AI off the 6. Surge, losing your balance, now you start to panic. Looks like this damage is too much to manage. If you still alive, then we leaving you stranded. Not leaving the bandage, no water, a sandwich. That's ruthless. Hard to talk shit when you toothless. Should've been down with the movement. Now you on the ground, not moving. If he still had a brain, he would use it. Gave you a chance and you blew it. Stupid. Hold on, Cairo, let me get back to the music. Back with this shit with these accurate hits. Flip on your head like gymnastics and shastics. Far from a slave, but we mastered the hits. Check out the scale, this is real as it gets. It don't get realer than this. So come and try me and shit. Now your face feeling the fish. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. You can't get it back when it's gone. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on.
Don't get your hopes up.
No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. They slaughtering the sheep. Jumping out the window cause I'm born to fly. Sliding up on you, caught you by surprise. If it's do or die, I will survive. By any means necessary, stay alive. I built it from the bottom, now I'm sky high. Weapon in my hand, I'm a bad man. I've been around the world, I had a plan to conquer the mountains in the Badlands. If you talking fear, I don't understand. I feel like a god. Here I am, stronger than a titan back against the walls. If you come against me, I kill them all. No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. It's a war in the jungle. It's blood on the leaves. No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. It's a war outside. It's blood on the leaves. Yeah. Super villain in the flesh, that'll never change. A hero in the city, yeah, they know my name. Go against the law, ain't nobody safe. Gotta fight through the night just to save the day. This is what it is, this is what it takes. I'm on the right time, I ain't never late. I have no fear, cause I know my fate. I got a bullet for the devil right in his face. If you riding with me, this the freeway. Crush the head of a snake, the king way. They slaughtering the sheep, the blind lead the blind down the dead in the street. No mercy for a weak killer. It's blood in the street. It's a war going on. And they slaughtering the sheep. No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. It's dark outside. Yeah, it's dark outside. No light for the sheep. Ain't no light. No mercy for the weak. No mercy. It's blood on the leg. Yeah, it's blood in the war. It's a war in the jungle. And they slaughtering the sheep. And they slaughtering the sheep. Where the blind lead the blind. Right down the dead street.
I'm an ocean, like a grenade. You can't hold it, no. I'm leaving ashes wherever I go. I strike matches, and just to see the smoke. I let go, turn loose. You better run when I'm lighting up fuse. I'm all in, I can't lose. I'm about to catch fire. Close to the sun, when you're a renegade, on the run. 'Cause that victory in the palm of my hand, and I'll be the last one to stand in the end. It's getting dark now, so I'm gonna let the spark out. Let go, turn loose. You better run when I'm lighting up fuse. I'm all in, I can't lose. I'm about to catch fire. 오늘 봤을 때 잊어버려 또 오늘 밤에 늦게 every day. Every day. Every day, it's my day. Drop it low. Every day, 볼륨 높이고. Every day, 모두 함께 미치고. Every day, it's my day. 나 전부 다 챙겨. Drop it low. 의사님 어딜 아파 내가. 이젠 음악이 내 약이야. 모두 흔들어 내 가슴이 떳떳지도록 모두 흔들어 빰빰빰빰 오늘이 힘들으면 눈을 감고 춤을 춰 뻔뻔하게 즐겨 말을 못해 just living it up here 나쁜 순간도 잔을 부딪혀 Every day, every day, every day, it's my day. Drop it low. Every day, 볼륨 높이고. Every day, 모두 함께 미치고. Every day, it's my day. 나 전부 다 챙겨. Drop it low.
이제는 잡을 것 없어 절대로 찾지 못할 나의 parade 신께서 주신다는 나의 선물 How you feel 작게만 보인 세상 그나마 향기로 You can make it better 숨이 막혀버린 네가 가진 매력 와찬녀니까 아름다운 lady 너 없이 꽉 막혔던 내 하늘 가버리게 돼 You can make it better 멈춰버린 심장을 또 뛰게 해 Where the party at? 날 데려가 새로운 세계로 Where the party at? 날 노려봐 뜨게 볼수록 더 원하니까 가깝해 언제 내가 이제 보여줄게 우연한 건 세상에 하나 본 적 없어 내가 가질 테니까 지켜줄 작은 별 까만 저 하늘에 널 준대도 So 절대로 찾지 못할 나의 parade 신께서 주신다는 나의 선물 How you feel 작게만 보인 세상 그나마 향기로 You can make it better 멈춰버린 심장을 또 뛰게 해 Where the party at? 날 데려가 새로운 세계로 Where the party at? 날 노려봐 뜨게 볼수록 더 원하니까 가깝해 언제 내가 이제 보여줄게 우연한 건 세상에 하나 본 적 없어 네가 가질 테니까 지켜줄 작은 별 까만 저 하늘
everyone to the World's 2023 quarterfinals live from the Sajik Indoor Gymnasium in Busan, South Korea. It is time for our second quarterfinals matchup between LCK champions Gen G and the LPL's second seed, BLG. As we're going to see the players arriving to the gymnasium today, we're going to start with Gen G, who have been looking so on point this tournament so far.
I think they've looked absolutely fantastic. I mean, 3-0 coming in. I think this is one of the teams for me that I'm looking at to see if they can hit that final stage. And if they're not, it feels like an early disappointment with how well they performed in the LCK and how many expectations are on them coming into here today.
I was hoping Ben was going to do another 3-0, but he is calm. He said he comes in peace, you know, not going to stake any claims here because honestly, I think they know too. Gen G are looking very good.
They realize it. And of course, we saw that matchup at MSI just a few months ago, but we'll get to that. My name is Shaks here at the desk with Emily, Dagda, and Kobe to cover this clash. Before we get into today, let's take a look at the Swiss bracket. And Kobe, I'm sorry I have to bring it up again. Weibo versus NRG yesterday.
Honestly, it's fine. I'm still so proud of NRG. The year that they have had, the journey that these players have taken, and the growth that they've shown is still really, really impressive. It always does hurt when your very last game is the most painful and does leave a little bit of a sour taste in your mouth, but still super, super proud of these guys and what they have accomplished.
And on the opposite side, though, a lot of people are like, how the hell are Weibo here? How has this team managed to keep on going? They look like, well, frauds coming in off of their world qualifying opportunities from the LPL. A lot of people are like, are they actually going to be able to manage when it comes to hitting up with the big dogs? People are doubting them in a lot of their Western series up against like the likes of G2 and NRG, but now they're sitting there in the semi-finals and kind of proving a lot of those people wrong.
Yeah. I feel like we still have not answered the question, how good are Weibo gaming? Yeah. What is their power level? We still don't know.
We don't know. We'll find out, I guess, the next time they play. I said Swiss, of course I meant knockout bracket. We spent so much time in the Swiss bracket. Honestly, I wish we were still there with how the LEC performed after. But of course, we are into the knockouts. Now, as we have only LCK and LPL teams left in the tournament, I wanted to take a while to look at kind of the history between these two regions and to think about how historical the matches are going to be that we're going to see as this World Championship progresses. As we said already, it's the first time that 4 LPL teams have made it into the quarters.
Yeah, and this is really interesting because the rivalry between these two regions is massive, and it's always seemed like the MSI is much more the LPL's tournament historically over the entire span of these two regions facing each other at international tournaments. And then Worlds has always historically been more the LCK. So it's great to actually see this finally happen because it's been many, many, many years in the making.
Yeah, and I think once we kind of got to the 2018 with IG, 2019 with FPX, that's where we started to see at least the LPL starting to contest for that #1 spot at Worlds. But as Emily was alluding to, it felt very much like the LCK was top dogs at Worlds, and it was LPL that come in with the upset. Although, as you can see on your screen right now, that slowly but surely did start to change.
Yeah, the improvement of the LPL has been massive. I mean, they have so many players to draw from, and we're seeing even more, full Chinese teams coming from the LPL as well. So
BLG,
really
the only full Chinese team actually at Worlds.
Definitely impressive.
It is. We had Marcus, our producer, ping us with a stat which maybe you wouldn't have expected, but in the past 7 years, there was never a World Championship where LCK beat the LPL and LPL beat the LCK in the same tournament, in the same bracket stage. There was always one dominant region that then ended up being the world champion. Now, I will say, we often had team kills also in the draw. So I think in that regard, looking at this knockout bracket, I'm super, super happy that we get more of those LCK versus LPL matchups.
Yeah, and I think one thing that graphic really points out is like previously and historically, the LCK until about 2018 was just so much significantly better than any other region out there, right? And as the gap has slowly closed between LPL and LCK, I think the most interesting thing for me as someone who likes watching both regions is that it then comes down to, okay, which team is better in the meta at the moment, right? And that is really interesting to me with all of our LPL and LCK teams matching up over the next few days. It's going to be great to see how they adapt and adjust.
Well, we're starting today with Gen G versus BLG. This is an MSI rematch, and we have to get into it because BLG there was not favored, but they 3-0 Gen G out of nowhere.
They certainly did, and it was Giga Bin and Elk doing a lot of the heavy lifting To your point about meta as well, Emily, this MSI was one that was perfect for BLG, I felt like, with Yagao having so many roaming options from mid lane. The Annie, the Lissandra, the Talia, all of these things are the kind of bread and butter style that you know and love when they've got a top carry in Bin and a bottom carry in Elk. He really was the bridge.
And that was the thing in this series, was how important things like the Jinx were for Elk. Having that extra range over his counter AD carry, being able to use that to play in the front lines, get the damage that he needs, and really carry these fights. And even you can see a Bin taking like a bit of a different route, playing things like the Scion, but knowing that he had that damage in his back pocket coming from Elk.
I remember when you pulled that Scion out, I was like, ah, he finally did it after being bested by 369.
369 broke him.
He was practicing the Malphite, the Scion, and the Ornn. I also think for these two teams, I'm really curious to see where their junglers go, because I thought that Peanut is still looking to have that insane international performance that we've seen from him domestically, right? And then with Shun, he just pad bot and got Elk ahead.
Keeps doing that. And the big question is, are we going to see the same kind of situation? And I think the murmurs are, the expectations are, after what Gen G showed in summer, they should be high favorites. But why is that? Quantify that for me.
Gen G have been so smart in how they're playing. I think a lot of credit does go to those junglers that you're talking about, Emily. Peanut has done such a good job at controlling the map and getting the wave states proper before they go for their setups for these objectives. And it's the reason why a lot of these Gen G games look so smooth.
Well, who better to ask about Gen G's evolution since MSI than the totally unbiased LCK superfans, Lore and Jisun, who are now standing by backstage.
Thank you, Shox. LCK Global crew here. Not biased at all. Not biased. Jisun, thank you so much for joining me ahead of today's game. It's a big day for the LCK. First seed playing.
I'm so nervous.
Are you?
I'm trying to act cool, but I'm kind of nervous.
We know how it went last time when they played against this team at MSI 3-0. But for me, they were a completely different team because rebuilding at the beginning of the year, I feel like it's a good thing that Gen G trusted new player around more veteran players. But it felt like these veteran players such as Chovy and Peanut needed some time to adjust to this bot lane, especially because when you're going to recruit a rookie ADC, even if Pace has been phenomenal, it took some time to adjust, I feel.
I mean, Gen G right now, their roster has a perfect balance of 3 experienced players and also 2 rookie players performing internationally. I'm not trying to say, like, Gen G was not doing their best because they were lacking experience on the bottom lane. But I think it does really affect the players a little bit. So considering that if you play international events, you are kind of living in a whole different routine and cycle. So there's a lot of things happening outside of the game as well. Every day you have to record interviews and stuff. But first time, you never know about it. It takes time for you to get used to it. And now that they gained so much experience from MSI, I think it's a good maybe environment for the Gen G bottom duo, especially. Also, it's happening in Korea, so they're just so used to everything around them.
That's something that I wanted to ask you, actually, because I never know if playing at home, especially when you're an LCK team and there's so many expectations around you, is going to be a good thing or a bad thing. From what you've been hearing from the Gen G players, we saw that Chovy looks way more confident and comfortable, and which is actually maybe going to be something that's going to help Gen G today. But what is your feeling as to how the players are feeling playing here today in Busan and playing in front of Korean fans?
Well, I can't really speak for players, but as based on what I heard from players in press interviews and also like just interview after matches, they are often asked whether it's better to play in front of their home crowds or whether it's more pressure. And most of the players are very positive about it. They're like, we are so used to this everything around us, and also like it feels like we're playing the LCK. So I guess I can say it's a lot easier for them than adapting to a different country and like getting used to new food and everything. You know, it sounds so easy, but getting used to new hotels and getting used to food is actually a big hurdle for most of the players.
You say that it feels like playing in the LCK, which is amazing for Gen G because they've been the most dominant team we had in the LCK throughout all summer, but they feel also more stable. So when it comes to today, I feel like Peanut, he's having the best year he had. But it comes down to the international performance because usually this is where there's some oopsies. What can we expect on the side of Gen G here when you consider the meta and the way Gen G has been playing in the LCK?
I think they are in a really good spot, especially considering that jungle meta hasn't changed much since summer season. So because Peanut, he is the leader of the team, he is the one being really vocal about shot calls. So the fact that he can play the champions that he's so comfortable with because he has been playing that picks like throughout the entire season or maybe even the year, I think it gives more room for him to kind of give more shot calls to the players and provide more details about the game plan. So I think it's a good situation for him, but I'm not biased. So
No, not biased. Not biased at all. A couple words on Pace, maybe. Fantastic year. Fantastic rookie year on the LCK. He was this summer MVP, actually. Is it the year of Pace, and do you think he's going to perform better this time around than he did at MSI? And what can we say about Chovy as well? Because I know that there's this reputation that Chovy doesn't perform so well international. What is the sentiment around this?
I think Pace will be able to do a great job, especially right now. I think the support meta has changed a little bit. Beginning of the Worlds, we were expecting him seeing a lot more engaged supports doing a great job. But as the tournaments kind of went by, it's more about Enchanter supports. We're seeing Millia now. So having Enchanter supports by Pace is a really good thing for Pace, but same goes to Elk, so we don't know. But I believe in Pace, not biased though. And also about Chovy. So because of what I said earlier just now about the support picks of being so important to get lane priority, I believe there will be a lot of games where we have 4 or 5 support picks, so that we have to kind of finalize the picks on the top side in 1 to 3, which means it's giving a slight edge over to Genji, because Chovy, he plays anything on the mid lane, but not biased. So
with all this in mind, what is the sentiment on the LCK Korean side?
Well, Korean fans are really kind of nervous, because this is our #1 seeded team playing for quarters, and they are the first team from the LCK to play quarters at Worlds right now. So we really wish to have a great start. If not, it's going to be a really rough weekend for us.
Jisan, thank you for your unbiased opinion. As always, 감사합니다. And Shucks, over to you.
Thank you so much. That was awesome. Absolutely not biased. I love the little headdress as well. I like the insight there in terms of, yes, this is our first seed, and that makes us more nervous. I can understand. So let's go down lane by lane. We have our board here so my analysts can put their faces where they think the advantage lies. We heard there, Draft maybe will be very, very focused on the supports as well. We've seen a lot of meta evolvement in that bottom lane. So let's start with the supports. The Light versus On.
Ooh, I feel like this one might be the most lopsided. I'm going deep Delight. Oh, you can still see his name. There we go. Boom. Delight gets a huge pop to me. I feel like he's so versatile in the supports that he can play, and they've got here because of his Rakan, his Alistar, absolutely dominating.
Yeah, I actually thought that Delight was, robbed of the first team All-Pro. Like, he has been, in my opinion, the best support in the LCK. As much as it pains me as a KT fan to say that, sorry, Lens. But additionally, I think he's also the best support here at this tournament of all supports at the tournament. And he is absolutely instrumental in Genji's 5v5 team fighting, which we've highlighted as the thing that this team is absolutely best at, and the reason why they've been so dominant.
Yeah, I think it's hard not to say that Delight isn't the best support coming into this. He's been absolutely impeccable. When you see the way he's been able to set up the engages for Genji, making sure that they're on the right page, getting control on that bot side for Pace, but also in the way he manages to link up with Peanut, I think he's been absolutely spectacular.
Emily killed my face!
There we go.
But yeah, I think
now you're eating my head.
I think it's very difficult to see how. I think On has to really step up here if he wants to try and have a chance. And I think On is definitely growing on as he comes in years. Like, we look towards how he has always been known as, well, kind of said at MSI, the handsome support, but I want to show this clip, which always showed that this guy had hands. But this is my favorite On clip of all time, because you see him go for the flashy play and he immediately dies. It's the fact that he has these incredible mechanical plays, but he needs to turn his brain on at times as well. And I think that's what we've actually started to see as BLG has grown over time. As On has grown over time, moving from Suning to BLG. He's the handsome support, he has these handsome plays, and I think this is a guy that the more we get to see from him, the more he's going to grow. He grew massively under the tutorage of Sword Art when he came back from North America and helped him grow. A lot of people in the LPL were expecting Sword Art to replace him. Instead, you could see how that tutelage has really come back to help On and being the player that he's now grown to be.
And we talked about how flexible Delight is and how important it is to have those enchanters, which have come up in the meta during this. We're all Delight favored.
Yeah.
I also think a good thing about On is that when BLG did upset Genji at MSI, it was On and the entire team being able to really play around Elk's Jinx. And so if Enchanter supports are back in the meta, I actually think that's also pretty good for Elk and On, because of the way that this team showed that they could play these Jinx and Aphelios comps.
Yeah, I think that will be a main question going in as well. You know, how are they going to shape their own bot lane meta, and how is that going to trickle down to the other lanes, or should I say trickle up, because in the top lane, Bin is looking for another dominating performance as he's facing off against Doran in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
In today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, we have Bin versus Doran in the top lane. Two polar opposite personalities destined to face each other on League's ultimate stage. Bin has been the key to victory for BLG and has the confidence and downright swagger to carry this team all the way to the finals when he's at his best.
Bin have made their way into the fight, flash forward, counter-strike, Shun leads the charge. There it is, there it goes, baby! BLG just stomp him!
Doran needs to be the one to stand in his way if Gen G is going to make it further. This quiet and often underestimated player has overcome the best top laners domestically and is hungry for that international title.
Relatively low towards his top side, but Doran going to find the flash, the all-out comes through, and he just chops up the Jax!
After a devastating loss for Gen G at MSI, will Doran prove that he has grown enough to take down Bin? Or will he get run over by the pain train of the BLG top laner?
I love Bin so much. He's one of my favorite top lane players just because he does stick to those carries, the true Giga Chad top lane style, and the conductor of that train is his Jax pick. We don't see this that often anymore on the world stage. A champion and a player being paired so closely together because of mastery on that champion. When Bin plays Jax, he leaps further, he stuns longer, he does more damage than your Jax does, and he is a master of it. I think regardless if they win Worlds or not, he should get a Jax skin for sure. But I've gone ahead and compiled some Jax stats comparing his individual summer stats on the champion. Of course, BLG had a magnificent summer, so it's a little cherry picking.
It is.
To the worldwide stats on Jax, though, and you can see just how crazy the difference is with this guy. Massive, massive power for him.
Yeah, I will say the thing that impressed me about Bin in their Swiss stage performance wasn't just, obviously, he's playing the Jax, he's super strong on this pick, you should just ban it. Gen G did actually at MSI after losing to it in their first game. But the way that he was actually able to play the team fights, his flank angles, his understanding of the map has actually improved significantly. That was the thing that I'd always dock him on as a player, and I actually think he's improved a lot in those areas.
Yeah, one thing you see now from him is when he's winning a lane super hard, he roams down to the rest of the team to try and help out bottom side, get some kills for them, or start those dragons.
Yeah, and I think a large portion of that was the fact that he was able to get a huge amount of control.
Oh, yeah.
Coming across from 369, where he went, hang on, I've actually been kind of blasted by this guy a couple of times. We're not able to get control over this. We need to try and find something where I can play in towards team fights. And for me, that's why I'm looking back at their MSI performance. Bin dominated Doran, so I'm going all the way over here.
Well, we got to talk about Doran. Okay, he solo killed him a few times actually at MSI, but I mean, for Doran, we're still looking at evolution, right? So why couldn't he take on this lane today?
All right, yeah, I love Doran, actually. He has performed. We've talked about how strong Gen G have been specifically this summer. He's performed incredibly well against, quote-unquote better LCK top laners, right? And I think the big thing about Doran is I feel like people have always kind of rated him because he's shown some really magnificent plays, and then he's been all right? You know, he's just kind of there. And I don't know, I feel very, very one with Doran. He is a personality who's incredibly self-critical. They did this LCK top lane self-evaluation, and you can see Doran ranking himself in all the stats. He said that he has the least star power out of any LCK top. But then the way that he's rated himself, almost last place in pretty much every stat, right?
Just let me for real.
This is somebody who is very, very self-critical. I don't know.
Also self-aware, I feel like.
I feel Doran. I feel him viscerally.
I feel like he is very self-aware, and people often do underestimate him, especially T1, especially Zeus. and he has put up those dubs for the team.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. You're going on and on, but look at this board. You just put it.
I mean, I love Bin more than anything. So as much as Doran's gonna be underrated.
Apparently not as much as Dagda, because Dagda's off the chart.
Also, though, Peanut has worked really closely with Doran this season. He has really high jungle proximity to the top side of the map, and it has worked out super well for Gen G.
Yes, but still, I look at that, and then I think. So let's take a look.
It makes you want to root for Doran, right?
It definitely does. No. But it's so fun to root for Bin.
It is.
Let's talk more about the bot lane and specifically about Paze and Alk. We set up the story already at MSI, but for the people who may have forgotten it, you know, we have the new blood, the rookie who's never been phased at any big stage he's hit from the first year in his career, versus an Alk who has a longer career and actually had to fight back from a position of power and kind of find himself for a few years.
I think that was the big story for Elk, was after renaming from Jomung, we had Jomung Madness. It was him trying to create this persona where it's like, hey, look, I have that aggressive style, but I'm able to rein it in when it's needed. And I think it's that where he still can play on a knife side. Sometimes he fumbles it, but a lot of the times we're actually seeing that he can play in the front of these team fights, get the damage that you need off. And you can see the stats on your screen, like the highest damage per minute here. He is an absolute beast when he's able to be in that carry position, and the team are able to support him in that endeavor.
Yeah, I want to draw your eyes to two stats because I think they describe these two players so insanely well. KDA at the top, Paze #1, 10 for Elk, and then damage per minute, DPM, first for Elk, and a 5th, very respectable for Paze. They are so different. Elk, I always want my AD carry to have a little crazy in them. I want them to play on that knife's edge. I want them to, you know, be descendants of Jackie Love playstyle and really squeeze out as much damage as you can, regardless of the resources you've gotten in the game. So I always love that style of carry. Paze is very, very good, though, especially for the team fights later and for the consistency for Gen G. So this one's a lot closer, but I love crazy.
I think the big thing for me in Paze is how unshaken he seems stepping into some phenomenally large shoes, right? Because when Ruler left the team, I feel like, especially if you hadn't watched Paze in Challengers, you did not know how good this kid was. And he is not only like stepped into those shoes and performed admirably, but he's performed really well. And I mentioned how Delight is a huge part of that, but I do think Paze, as Chisun was talking about, deserves a lot of credit for how stable he's been his rookie year.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that's the word, stable, consistency. I do give ever so slightly the edge to Paze. I do love Elk, but I think Paze has just been so much more consistently good.
Well, when we say about kind of him bursting onto the scene, but he's been in that Gen G system ever since he was 14, right? So can we really be surprised that they are utilizing him so well? We'll see how it turns out today, but we're also going to move on to the jungle, and let's hear from Peanut, who's still chasing his first Worlds title here on home soil.
승리하는 와중에도 경기 내용도 생각보다 나쁘지 않았다고 생각해서 상당히 고무적인 것 같아요. 선수들의 폼도 다 좋다고 생각하고 있어서 충분히 올라갈 수 있다 생각했고요. 저희가 LCK에서 지금 3핏을 하고 온 상태에서 또 공교롭게도 이번에 열리는 월즈가 한국에서 한다는 점이 상당히 마음에 들고요. 그래서인지 더 경기력도 잘 나오는 것 같고, 지금 젠지는 생각보다 이 2년간 국제대회 했을 때보다 제일 느낌이 좋은 상태라고 생각이 들어서
himself in nature's grasp, gets rid of it immediately as the chains are not going to connect. The rocket jump just to buffer, so the CC's going to be there, and in goes Delight, finds the angle this time around, and Caps is dead already. Chovy goes gold, and Delight finds the knock-up, and Broken Blade was looking for him. Mickey's going to die in the back line. It's a triple, a double. There's the triple for Chovy, and now Broken Blade. I think it might be the pentakill, our 4th of the tournament. That would be absurd. Chovy is pretty low trying to get into this one, and Peanut wants to feed it to him.
Don't do it, Peanut!
No flash is available. He's Peanut!
제가 처음에 프로게이머 처음 시작했을 때 꼭 우승해야지라는 생각을 하고 프로게이머를 시작했었는데 생각보다 좀 빨리 일었었거든요. 근데 이렇게 월즈라는 타이틀이 늦어질 줄 몰랐는데 저에게는 너무너무 소중한 기회라고 생각해서 이 기회 꼭 잡고 싶어요. 그냥 누구보다 잘하고 싶고 누구보다 잘하면 우승에 더 근접해질 수 있다고 생각해서 단지 그 생각뿐인 것 같아요.
And kind of like I mentioned before, it feels like, I mean, Peanut is a player who's very special to me. I've been watching him play since Najin EM Fire in like 2015, I believe, when he first started. I even, like, the last time I was in Korea, I had the chance to talk to his mom just about how, like, harsh he is on himself, right? And how critical people have been of him regarding his domestic versus international performance, because the expectations for him are so high. So
where are you going to put him?
I do give him the edge over Shun. I think Shun is so difficult, right? Because I feel like he has these, like, insane pop-off games, but he is also pretty inconsistent. I don't want to see the Nidalee. I know it's his signature pick. I've watched it in the LPL. I've seen him play really well on it. I'm still giving the edge to Peanut. I remember one last anecdote from Arnold at Gen G did say if people could hear Peanut's comms and understand them, they would never, like, criticize him again. That's how important he is to this team. Oh, wow, we're all
So Peanut follows me on Twitter. Shun doesn't, so.
Wow. We also have a picture we've never posted.
My votes can be bought.
That's true. We have a picture we've never posted. It's Peanut. Maybe it'll get shown. Dagda, you never get to go first because you have to hold the board.
Yeah.
So Chovy or Yagao?
I mean, look, we said that the support one was going to be the biggest one. This is absolutely absurd. Chovy is one of the best mid laners of all time. The guy is absolutely insane, and I think it's kind of heartbreaking to see that he hasn't been able to kind of pick up the title to match alongside that. 5 times he's been at the World Championship and he hasn't been able to make it. It does feel like this is where a lot of people are saying, look, this is Chovy. You have to push yourself forward. You need to get that title to push yourself up in contention with a lot of those conversations. But I think up against Yagao, it feels like Chovy. It's kind of a Chovy heavily favorite one. I'm not gonna lie.
Since we're at an international tournament, you also have to take into account clutch factor. And I feel like Yagao, even though I would say Chovy is a better individual mid laner, Yagao does have, you know, some clutch factor to him. I'm still going big Chovy though. He passed 2,000 LP on the Korean solo queue ladder. Dropped a little bit with some internet issues here, but
just slap it over. Just slap it over. Yeah.
He's playing so confident.
Oh, it's fallen off. Is that a sign?
Oh my!
Oh,
no! you just birthed a new curse.
I didn't do anything.
I have to say,
okay, we're good.
Chovy has been playing so confidently at this tournament. He's the one to have no problem pulling out the early Akalis, you know, picking it into the Orianna matchups, and then being able to destroy them later inside lanes. It feels like he is going to exert his will on this
exactly
tournament.
what Yagao wants him to think.
Yeah.
That's what I think. So let's see who the fans predicted to win in our MasterCard fan predictions each day. You can head over to @mastercard.gg, MasterCardGG, sorry, in one word, on X to participate. Let's take a look. 77% for Gen G and 23% for BLG. So I'd love to know what my analysts think. So what do you think?
I'm scribbling.
Oh, yeah, no.
I'm scribbling.
Oh. Ben is predicting a 3-0.
Oh, here he goes
There
again.
we go. I said Gen G 3, BLG 1. I know for a fact that BLG are capable of beating Gen G. We've actually seen it. But I think based on the level of play we've seen from both of these teams at this tournament, this is my expected outcome.
Okay.
I'm kind of agreeing with it, but I think it's going to be closer. And I want to give a caveat to this, where I think if BLG win the first game, I think they take the series.
Oh,
but
wow.
in the world with where Gen G's been playing and how we've seen the struggles from BLG, I think this is going to be the expected scoreline.
Okay.
I feel like I should be predicting Gen G to win. Chovy is playing out of his mind right now. Honestly, this team, the meta is much better for them now than it was at MSI. But I love me a little crazy. And BLG, they have that dog in them, baby. It is going to be a 2v8 win. Bin and Elk win the series. It's going to be messy, though, so it's definitely a 3-2.
I love how
excited
you are, and I think how excited we all have been for this matchup, right,
Yeah.
Dagda? In terms of kind of what we saw at MSI, the revenge angle, but also it's a spot in the semifinals on the line.
Exactly, and I think for a lot of people, it's trying to get Gen G into that final so they maybe can face up against JDG, but BLG are no pushovers. And even though we're kind of talking about Yagao when the chips are down does always step up for his team, and I think a lot of people are going to be surprised at how well BLG show up here today against the top LCK team.
And we didn't even talk about it yet, but the team fights, they should be beautiful to watch. And it's all going to come down to who can keep their cool for the best and the longest. But we've got 3 days, 3 regional LCK versus LPL battles and rivalries with nothing less but spots in the world's semifinals on the line. Which region will prove to call themselves the best in the world? Let's find out.
두 번째 결전의 날. 오늘도 4강을 위한 여정이 계속됩니다.
其实我们今年一直都是，我们春季赛、季后赛也是，就是每场比赛赢得都很艰难嘛，但是我们也会走到最后。然后我们 MSI 的时候，其实也被击中3-0，然后打击突打得非常艰难，但是我们后面还是撑到了决赛，所以这次世界赛，我们队伍经历了很多坎坷吧，所以我们能走到现在的8强，我觉得我们是非常努力的。 一路走来，对我们并不容易。现在我们有必胜的信心。BLG한테 졌을 때 너무 분했습니다. 이번엔 더 할 겁니다.
안 그래도 첫 월드 진출이라 기쁜데 그리고 형들이 제가 긴장을 잘 안 하는 걸 잘 알아서 최선을 다해서 형들에게 우승을 선물하겠습니다.
我觉得他们比 MSI 的时候更强，然后磨合的更好玩。但是，我觉得我们在世界赛再一次碰到跟季，我觉得结果可能会一样吧，结果应该也是会一样的。然后过程，
저는 떨리지 않습니다. 하지만 상대방은 떨어야 할 겁니다.
配置。 我觉得你第1年出道走到这里已经非常好了，然后我相信明年你会突破你的8强。
历史必会重演。그 감정 그대로 느끼게 해줄게.
BLG와 젠지의 대결. 시작합니다.
부산에 오신 여러분을 환영합니다. 2023 월드 챔피언십 8강. 오늘 드디어 LCK와 LPL이 격돌합니다. 먼저 LCK를 평정한 팀입니다. 3필승을 달성한 LCK의 굳건한 챔피언. 웰컴 투 더 차비 젠지.
Welcome everyone to World's 2023 quarterfinals. Tonight we have a clash between the LCK and the LPL. They've dominated Korean League of Legends, winning the last 3 regional championships. Welcome to the Church of Chovy. It's Genji.
올해 MSI 파이널리스트가 올해 가장 큰 무대를 노립니다. LPL의 BLG.
After their trip to this year's MSI Finals, they're here to win it all on the biggest stage. The LPL's Billy Gaming.
부산에서 펼쳐지는 8강 두 번째 매치. 젠지 대 BLG의 대결. 바로 지금 시작합니다.
Busan, let's hear it one more time for tonight's contenders, Genji and Billy Gaming.
And how can we not be excited, Medic? We're in for a banger, a rematch of MSI from earlier in the year. We are BLG, to the surprise of everyone, took down Genji 3-0.
Obviously, I'm going to hope that today goes a little bit differently, but that series still was, I think, the kind of a groundbreaking moment in MSI, the first time that LPL was able to get 2 teams to finals. We'll see if Gen G today can actually live up to the expectations that are put on them.
And I think there's a lot of expectations on them. Most people looking at them as one of the favorites, if not the favorite coming in. I think JDG might have something to say about that. But not only that, we have already an LPL team going through on this side of the bracket. Weibo Gaming awaits whoever wins here, and I'm sure Gen G are looking at Weibo thinking, well, they're pretty easy compared to BLG. We should be able to make it all the way to the final.
I love the comments that we saw in the teaser coming into this matchup from both sides. Nothing but confidence from these teams. Gen G hungry for revenge. BLG simply looking to repeat history. And without further ado, we're into the draft.
And we haven't seen Gen G for a while, right? We've only seen 4 games of them so far at the tournament, so there isn't a lot of tape, but it also means that DRX was very vocal about this when they won last year. The continuous grind was what allowed them to really mesh well as a team. We'll see if Gen G can maintain the form that they've showed thus far. As looking at the draft, we will be already seeing the Nico Renekton taken away here from Gen G, and I wouldn't be surprised if they try and prioritize picking up an AD carry for FaZe here.
I mean, one of the advantages Gen G have is that there is so few data on them on the current patch, right? The Maokai being banned away. The Rakan should come to no surprise of any Gen G fans. Delight has been phenomenal when he gets his hands on the champion.
Best Rakan in the world, bar none, in my opinion. He is absolutely absurd when he manages to get his hands on that. But with it being banned away, we'll see where he falls for his second string support. BLG still have their final ban. Xayah already removed by Gen G, and Silas taken away from Chovy.
Now, Chovy hasn't gotten his hands on it yet this tournament. I was going to say Oriana's open. Gen G say, we don't care. We're going to take Bin's Jax away from him, and we're going to give it to Doran.
And I really like this pickup from Gen G because it has been Bin specifically that was the big reason, right? Doran completely unable to step up to him, and this allows Gen G to, with Doran having played a ton of Jax, feels like a very comfortable matchup for him, no matter what he no matter what he might end up playing into. But it also means that Bin doesn't get to play Jax, and with Renekton and Jax already taken off the table, those are the 2 picks I think you'd be the most afraid of. We do see the Renata remains extremely high in priority.
I wonder if we'll get to see some Aphelios coming out from Alg. We've been seeing it rise in priority a lot more here at the tournament. And it could be a very oppressive lane. Remember that champions like Kalista are also still up and available. How aggressive do BLG want to be on the bottom side of the map? They're thinking about it, and they're looking to lock it in. So Kalista and Renata for Elk and On. Coming into this matchup today, we were talking a little bit about like where are the priorities going to be. My expectation was going to be that Shun was going to look to gank bot and Peanut was going to look to gank top. And right now, these drafts are giving very much what we expected.
And I'm looking at Azir Poppy here as the pickup for Gen G. Chovy's still really big fan of the Azir, and I think that for Peanut specifically, the Poppy is a pick that he's been exceptional with. We've seen a lot of LCK teams combine Poppy and Azir because of the synergy with the Azir and the Poppy, and the fact that playing as Kalista into Poppy isn't pleasant in general, and it's been one of Peanut's best champions and actually made it through the draft this time around.
So already locked in for Chovy. Is the first Kalista we've seen from Elk this year. He has played it a few times across the course of his career. There's the Aphelios that we talked about already. Gauntlet lane down here by Gen G. They have incredible scaling already, but BLG, that early game bot lane can be so powerful, especially if Shun, as we expect, decides to play around the bottom side of the map.
It's crazy to me that Gen G have just foregone Oriana. Like, the fact that we haven't seen Chovy played at this tournament, your expectations would be, well, who in their right mind would give Chovy Oriana, right? There's literally a music video where he's playing that champion. The fact that they're giving it over to Yagao has to just show the confidence that Chovy has coming into this matchup, taking away some of those comfort in Yagao. He looks best when he's facilitating his team. When you've got to play that skill matchup, Oriana into Azir, Chovy's like, this is my playground.
There was also Showmaker actually mentioned this in an interview. A lot of LCK teams really highly rate the Azir because specifically the ability to punish is so hard and you don't need to expend any resources toward it. So it frees up Peanut by allowing Chovy to just take on the lane entirely by himself, because let's not forget, I do think we've seen the Oriana be a viable target for punishes when you have a really strong mid-jungle duo. I don't really feel like that's what Gen G are setting up for, especially with the Poppy being banned, but we'll see what they end up going for here. I'm a little worried that the Kazakhs might come through and I know Peanut's undefeated on it, but I don't love it.
10-0, man.
I know.
The numbers don't lie.
I do like the Rumble ban, though, because I do think that that is one of the best matchups into the Jax.
I was going to say Sejuani, and immediately BLG looked to ban that one away.
Yeah.
Renekton is something I think Genji, already banned away, taken off the board, of course. But when you look at Bin's champion pool, so far at Worlds, he's played Jax, Renekton, Cassante, and Aatrox. And the Cassante now going to be taken away. So Genji definitely done their research. They want to try and funnel Bin into a direction where he hasn't shown the same, well, I don't want to say comfort, because Bin is obviously a very flexible top laner, but so far at this tournament, his go-to champions have been Jax and Renekton. So Dorian is saying, what else you got?
You're asking him to show something new, and that can always be a difficulty coming into these quarterfinals. Upsets the apple cart a little bit. Jarvan locked in for BLG, a ball delivery system alongside, obviously, the Fate's Call, chucking someone in. Gives them a lot of power in the later game. But I really like the Tahm Kench until they decided to switch towards the Rel.
Might still be the Rel jungle. Because this is also a continuation of LCK teams, specifically T1, started prioritizing this Kench. And LPL teams really putting high prior on the Renata. Obviously, T1 played it, but that was specifically in an Ashe lane. And Bin not going to show a new champion, instead going back to the Aatrox. The team finding power of this BLG comp is, especially in the mid game, I think absolutely insane. When you get to late game though with Jax and Kench to protect the Aphelios and the Nazir as well, Genji will have a lot of power themselves.
A part of me did expect something like the Melio, but I guess they were sitting there thinking to themselves, you know what, his ultimate's not going to have as much value against the composition that we currently see. So instead, if my Aphelios does get ulted on by Jarvan, at least I can then use the Devour, bring him over to safety. So a very traditional front-to-back comp coming out from the side of Genji. You have the Rel that's going to be your primary engage. You've got very effective disengage with the use of the Azir ultimate, and then that range that you're going to have with the Aphelios Azir combo. This looks like a very traditional LCK composition, something that's more catered towards that scaling and team fighting while still providing that pressure in the laning phase, whereas BLG are going to look to scrap and skirmish in the early game with a high focus on that bot side of the map.
There was a slight issue with the overlay there. The champions are all in their expected positions. We're not going to see Aphelios mid for Chovy. Sad as it is, we don't get to see something like that come out here in the quarterfinals. For Chovy, it's his 5th quarterfinal in 5 years. Can he go further? Can he make it to the finals, to the promised land as a player? Can Genji do that as well? Because over the last few years, they've been domestically dominant, but overshadowed by T1 when it comes to international competition.
And for a first seed of the LCK, that's not enough, right? The expectations are sky high. We'll see if Genji today can conquer their demons from MSI and actually take the win here in game number 1.
And for BLG, they just want to repeat of last time. They've only played once. It was a 3-0, and BLG schooled Genji. A lot of it coming through Shun, working his way down towards that bottom lane, and here they've got a composition that if he's in bot a lot, is going to help them out no end. We are on to Summoner's Rift once again. Genji versus BLG, as we see just a normal line of scrimmage. You guys, if you want to get involved at home, you can connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming to grab the exclusive Braum W emote. It's a good one. A little bit of a, Ender would be proud.
I get that reference. Yeah.
Like, it's just a Twitch chat.
Yes. Braum W, very similar to it. Yeah, exactly. It's good.
I think we're allowed to say what it's referring to. I think that's.
Didn't think I was just.
I haven't checked it past legal actually, Betty. If I get yanked off, it's just a crook around my neck pulling me off.
Can't say Keck W.
I'm sorry, guys.
I think we'll be okay.
Yeah, hopefully.
I think it's fine.
You'll be fine.
I haven't looked at the law book for a long time, but I feel like you're safe on this one, Matic.
I hope so too.
Now, no Hail of Blades on the Azir, something that we did see debut at this Worlds from Showmaker when he played up against Caps. It gives you so much priority and control in the lane, but as the game goes on, it offers less value. Chovy's just pretty confident in his ability to go toe-to-toe against Yagao in this mid-lane matchup. And we got to look at where these junglers are starting. Early vision has been invested on the side of BLG, so they will spot Peanut on his red. He started on his Raptors, and he could look for a play towards the bot side of the map, but he may very well just path back up towards top and look for a play to set Doran up for success.
Yeah, Peanut actually, with a sweep, are able to take down the ward. Will still get spotted, so it will still give the information to BLG, but it will deny any further and give Peanut a little bit of resources. Now, at MSI, BLG was able to dismantle both LCK teams with very similar strategies. Very aggressive early trading for Elk and On, and then turn that into an early gank from Shun, and from that point on take control. So we'll have to see. I think the early level 1 from Elk and On looks convincing. They're also obviously expected to take a lead, and they should be able to, yeah, I was about to say, get the ward off here. You know the Peanut is there. We'll be able to clear out the vision, though.
With a big wave crashing in, Elk and On need to be aware the enemy jungler can be near. You can actually see Shun skipping all of his bot side camps to work his way down here first. Puts a ward over the wall, catches Peanut. Should just be a trade here as the Pheromancy will get Peanut over the wall. On and Elk still pushing in, but I don't think we'll see a dive this early on.
So this is very common from Shun, often playing around the bot side of the map, something that we've been seeing a lot, pretty much ever since MSI. A large part of their resurgence and climb to the top, ending the regular season at 15-1, but was because of how dominant they could be in the early game. Their willingness to set up these early game dives, something that we shouldn't be too surprised to even look for in this game. Obviously can be very difficult against a champion like Tahm Kench, but something that BLG will definitely be considering, especially as they've already gotten that early push.
Yeah, I think you're going to try and get as much done pre-6. Post-6, the ganks become so much harder, even if you are able to overload and maybe get Yagao there, over there, right? Becomes really tough to consistently get the CC. So I really like this from Shun. Continued attention towards the bot side. Pays and the Light are pretty full. Do have their summoners available, but even blowing them would already be a big win.
Only cleanse on Pays as well. On can look for that handshake. Delight standing in front. There's the ignite. Pays cleanses with a flash follow from Shun means that Pays pays the ultimate price. Bailout on won't get him out of dodge this time. 1-for-1 trade in the bottom lane.
The play is worth it though overall for BLG. The amount of farm and experience, Pays does get a return kill, which is kind of the best case scenario for him, but we were just talking about this bot lane dive, and Shun without any hesitation says, what, just because you see me, you think that's going to stop me? They find first blood.
And as mentioned, Pays does pick up the kill, but the wave is bouncing away from them. Actually, highlighting Shun here, really good follow-up on that flash, right? If he doesn't hit the flash, flag and drag, this might actually end up backfiring. But look at that, the last second reaction secures the play, because otherwise, On might die, and Elk obviously taking the next turret wouldn't have been able to really continue the play. So credit to the Jarvan there, getting that early pressure in.
Did see Dorman winning out on the top side early on here, about a wave of farm ahead, although the wave is crashing, so we'll see how much Bin can catch that. Kind of knows that his jungler's not going to be around top too much. You see the compositions and you understand that BLG will want to play through bot. Good news for Gen G was that it was Shun that picked up the kill rather than Elk, so the pure 2v2 not as powerful yet for BLG.
What is really big now is how well BLG is able to punish the lack of summoners on Pays, because I think that's something that LPL teams in particular are really, really good at. It is look for these mega aggressive plays when you know there is a window, and they're starting up Dragon right now. I don't feel like Gen G should contest this, but it wouldn't be a first. We saw them do it against T1 as well.
I mean, Gen G at this point in the game, obviously very early, should consider themselves much weaker. Only a few levels, and Kalista Renata is a duo that you really don't want to fight this early on, especially with Azir in mid lane, not really going to offer a huge amount of damage. I wanted to highlight, they've kind of phased away now, but two very deep wards, one in the lane from BLG and also just next to the Krug camp in the lane itself, so they can just keep information as to whether or not Peanut is trying any lane ganks. And you can see that BLG's game plan is so committed to playing around bots.
On's going to get rude. He doesn't have flash, remember. Flash forward by Peanut and On pays the price. In the bottom lane, Gen G back on the board. Pays gets his second of the game. Doran trading in the top lane. Grandmaster's Might onto Bin. Bin tries to turn it back around. Doran trying to get the empowered autos off. Both of them still have their flashes, but it's a trade of ultimates and not much more.
I mean, credit to Gen G. I thought the BLG's control was good, but those wards that I was trying to highlight did disappear. They didn't have information on where Peanut was. They were pushed too deep into the lane when they didn't really have much information, and Gen G made that look easy. They punished On's lack of summoner spells, and now they have the kill lead.
Ooh, Doran might get caught here.
Does have flash. Counter-strike early. Shun trying to get away from it. Eats a honey fruit, and it's fine for the moment. Doran forced away. Wave is crashing in, but you can see Peanut already worked his way up through this topside jungle, so if a dive does occur or materialize, Peanut is in the right position at the right time, and the Nut God's looking for something as they go forward. Bin has to flash away. Doran has a flash follow. Counter-strike coming out, and Bin is locked up and sent packing by Gen G.
And Peanut, his pathing this game has been immaculate, covering for the early dive. Yes, they're able to get the kill, but at least Pays gets a counter. Then gets off the gank on without summoners, and then is top to not only cover for a potential dive on Doran, but even find an angle. Bin doesn't have his ultimate available, and they're able to get the kill.
Summoner spell burnt from Bin means that Gen G definitely have early game options. And remember that the scaling Definitely feels like it's in Gen G's favor. They're going to have this Jax side lane threat that's only going to get stronger as the game continues. So Felios and Azir, their range is going to be very difficult to deal with, especially for a champion like Kalista. BLG need to find these advantages in the early game. So we have to question, what's the plan now for Shun? Are you going to look to dive bot once again? Because that's a stacked wave where there's no real opportunities. And with those chakrams, he thins that wave out immediately.
Would expect BLG to look for both the next Dragon as well as an early Herald. Chovy trading aggressively, Shun's waiting with flash available.
Now just using the shockwave there to try and push Chovy back a little bit. Maybe just wants a recall, only sitting on the amp tone right now. Every dive bot becomes harder for BLG because Delight now has the Devour, and Peanut, they need an EpiPen or something because it's anaphylactic shock for BLG. The face call will get them out, but once again, an engage ultimate being burnt to disengage for BLG.
And that's the flash on Elk now gone, making it much harder. Although BLG will answer towards the top side of the map and pick themselves a Herald.
I mean, I kind of expected BLG to just push in that wave and rotate up towards the Herald to then look for a contest. Nice trading there from Bin. Doran forced to pop the ultimate. He needs to be careful now. Of course, he is on the weak side. Doesn't have much HP.
No flash
Did get spotted.
Does Shun go with the Cataclysm? Might just be an EQ. Forces Doran back. Don't want to burn the Cataclysm, but Doran forced away. Rift Herald can come down. Shun, of course, has to wait to be out of combat to be able to place that. Bin's already taken one plate. Do they want more?
I think they'd much rather use the Herald bot, though. When you have this Kalista Renata, you want to make sure that they do have an advantage going into the mid-game. Ideally, you can get that first item spike before the Aphelios, so that when you get to these next dragons, Dragon 2, Dragon 3, you're in a stronger position around that 2-item mark.
Also saw there really good communication from BLG. The second that Chovy started roaming up to Copper for a potential dive and make a counterplay is, oh, you go. Let's force the flash. We immediately saw the pings go down. However, Gen G trying to contest this Herald. I don't know if Peanut reinforcements are on the way.
Delight's on his way across. No Fate's Call yet for Elk, so half the time on that, but they do have the hostile takeover if they want to look for more. Shun goes in, they find Pays. Cataclysm down, but the Devour already used by Delight. Now the hostile takeover popping as well. The shield from Pays, he tries to cleanse away, but he's slowed. Severum's gonna heal him up, but Peanut pulled back with a handshake, and BLG win out the skirmish.
Really big win there for BLG, and this is the disrespect that we saw Gen G show against T1 as well. The early power of this Kalista Renata can be so hard to deal with, and it's Shun that sets it up with a lot of upfront burst on Pace.
I mean, massive disrespect from Gen G.
Yeah.
I thought that they were able to escort themselves out with the support coming in from the bot lane. Notice as well, Yagao kind of has control over the mid wave as well, so Chovy can't come to assist. Shun with what felt to me like initially a very aggressive play, isolating himself from the backline, but he actually creates this wall that there's no threat onto Elk. He flashes away to safety, Delight is forced to flash away, and very quickly Gen G is on the retreat with Elk and on the chase down. It's a bit of a shame that they don't give the kill over to Elk, but aside from that, BLG looking confident in this early game.
It's also the weakness of Devour. If you are swallowing up your AD carry, and you only have a Rel and a Tahm Kench there to try and put any damage back onto the enemy team, becomes very tricky. I like the Tahm Kench in team fights, but when it's a 3v3, it becomes a lot harder to make sure you're matching the DPS of BLG. Delight here trying to trade towards this dragon would be the second of the game for BLG, and Delight's just being a nuisance. He knows they can't take this away. BLG get their second 11 minutes in. With it, about a 600, 700 gold lead. The question is, can they continue to accelerate this game? Because Gen G, oh, they can't. They had to pause it. Don't know if that was BLG or Gen G, but as soon as I say accelerate, we decide to slow the tempo down just a tad.
Does look like the pauses come out from the side of Gen G. Of course, when we have more information, we will share it with you, but a very back and forth early game. Gen G, no strangers to being proactive in the early game. Like during the regular season, Peanut was someone that was always willing to find ganks, always look for opportunities, and I was kind of like coming into this series trying to identify, is he like a top side focused player? Is he a bot side focused player? He tends to just kind of go with whatever opportunity he can find. Peanut's got a great awareness on the map of where he can punish small openings, and you've already seen it this game, right? Punishing the flash that's on in the bottom lane, seeing that Bin was slightly overextended in top, trying to push that wave underneath the tower, and he finds another play. Gen G able to find these early kills, whereas BLG looking to try and match them. A small 800 gold lead. Question is, will that be enough as we get closer to the mid-game?
As you said, Betty, it was Gen G who called for the pause. There was a peripheral issue for one of their players. League officials are currently investigating, and obviously we will continue to keep you informed as and when we get more information here on the desk.
And I think that right now both teams can look at this game and be like, we're in a pretty good position. Because Gen.G, Paze hasn't been completely taken out of the game the way that happened against BLG last time they faced off. I think that's the biggest weakness of this player has been, not even necessarily all up to him, but just in general, if he gets focused on really heavily in laning phase, he doesn't get to show his prowess in late game team fights. But he's fine, he picked up a bunch of kills, so even though he's behind in CS, he will still be decently... when it comes to
300 goal ahead
yeah,
right
actually
now.
ahead even. Thank you, Vedi. And then we also have Doran with a lead, which on the Jax always is going to feel really good. But on the flip side, BLG have already stacked 2 Drakes, and their mid game is only going to get scarier for like the next 10-15 minutes. And it is an Ocean Drake, which I think is a pretty decent role. Yeah. It's not. You know, it's not infernal.
Cloud, you know.
It's not, well, yeah, speaking
great for my pick
to my heart there.
You know what I mean?
Oh, really? I went Hextech.
I think I went Ocean.
I went Cloud. I had no choice. But
well, I was going to say,
well.
aren't you bound to Cloud?
I am
by
bound to
rules
Cloud.
Of the
yeah.
LCK?
Just by Atlas, really. That's entirely on him.
But yeah, I totally agree with you. I think if BLG hadn't managed to pick up these 2 Drakes, it would be very Gen.G favored. But because now Gen.G kind of have to look at, do we fight the 3rd Drake? If we don't, we have to fight every Drake from there on out. Otherwise, we do give over this Soul. Of course, Soul's not a game ender, but it's still, you know, 2,000-3,000 gold worth of stats across your team that can absolutely skew fights in your favor, even if your opposition has the scaling advantage compositionally.
I think particularly with Aatrox and Renata, it is such a lethal combo to have the extra sustain, right? Because Aatrox is self-explanatory. As a drain tank, he's always going to feel really happy when he has even more healing in his kit. But I think the added bailout value that you can possibly eke out with an Ocean Soul can be really tough to deal with. And I think that Gen.G also... Their team fighting has been amazing, but I do think that when they are pushed really heavily early on and they're not able to do the objective setups the way that they like to, we have seen them struggle somewhat in the LCK as well. So we'll see if they're able to retake control, because the Gen.G with control, as we saw domestically, is almost impossible to deal with. But right now, not really the case yet.
They have also shown us, even at this Worlds, that they can retake control. Like they played Gigabyte, they played GAM, and they played G2, and those were kind of as expected. They won those games convincingly. But against T1, they fell quite far behind in the early game. Faker's Orianna was 2,000 gold ahead at 14 minutes. But then Gen.G slowly got bit by bit advantages, small advantages, traded up a couple of times, and were able to start absolutely snowballing the game away from T1. I will say, in my eyes, a lot of that came to Delight being on a carry, being on an engaged threat with the Rakan. Here on the Tahm Kench, you don't quite have all of those tools. And as we see the ready checks coming out in chat, it looks like we'll be getting back into the game pretty soon. It was Chovy who had the peripheral issue, but it looks like it has been rectified, as hopefully we jump back onto Summoner's Rift.
So we're going to be jumping back into game, and if you are just joining us, this is the World Championship quarterfinal. Yesterday we saw NRG versus Weibo, and spoiler alert, Weibo did win. That means the winner of this series will be going on to face Weibo in the semi-finals. Many consider this the easier side of the bracket if you're Gen.G.
Or even BLG if they manage to win this.
Potentially, yeah.
The semi-final is easier than anything you could face on the other side.
Of course, depending on who you ask, that could be a controversial statement. Of course, we are going to be moving into tomorrow all sorts of incredible series, as well as move on to the other side of the bracket. But back into this game, Doran and Bin going for a bit of a back and forth.
A really good trade here from Bin's going to pull Doran back. Grandmaster's Might coming out. Now Doran does have Flash and Leap Strike, and so can escape. Has to burn both, though, to get to the security of his tower. And with Shun here, Pina is waiting in the wings. He's been very good at tracking his enemy jungler, being in the right position at the right time, but I don't really know if you want to take this trade. Chovy has TP, as does Yagao.
Oh, Peanut is hiding in the fog, but will get spotted now. I think just making sure that Doran gets the full wave. Teleport's available. It's still a really big window for BLG, as Peanut has to invest amount of time in spot lane.
Going for Paze. Now he has Cleanse, he has the Flash, and he has the Devour to get out. Delight down to about half HP, but the thick skin comes in healthy enough. Moonlight Vigil with the crescendum there from Paze, just to force Elkin on further back. But in the end, a trade of ultimates and not much more in the bottom lane.
Fortunately for Paze, this wave is pushing towards him, so he should be able to catch this. He knows that the jungler is on the top side of the map, so he shouldn't have to worry about any early ganks. He will lose a little bit of farm here, and you can see these discrepancies starting to build. The analyst desk did talk about it. When it came to this AD carry matchup, it was slightly more favored towards Paze, but when we think back to MSI, Elk was one of the breakout, standout players of the entire tournament. People were putting him in the conversation for best performing AD as Chovy.
Down has Flash, but he's not going to be able to get away from Pina, who lands the stun immediately. The shockwave only catches onto Chovy, and Yagao is going to get chased down here. Chovy puts down the soldiers, and Yagao is buried beneath their feet. Doran with a good jump away, but Shun chases in, and still it's only Shun that's picked up kills for BLG.
And it's punch and immediate counter punch. Gen G are able to punish the Orianna, even with flash up. Yagao realizes that there's too much damage available, doesn't actually get to survive, but Doran does get punished for his earlier play as Elk, there's no wave, so we'll see if they're able. Pace is trying to bring it in, but I don't think that there really is a window with more people from BLG moving over, and Gen G decide the better of it.
Next objectives on the map. In 40 seconds, a Rift held, 2 minutes before the third Drake for BLG. If they fight around it, you can see On and Shun reacting to the pressure that their AD carry was put under. I do think that Elk will want to base pretty soon, pick up that first completed item. Overall, as you say, it's a bit of a boxing match between these two. Currently on points, no knockdowns as of yet. We'll have another look at this topside play, but see, Doran jumps in and Shun's like, ah, you have no flash. Back in I go.
I mean, I often wonder if one of the disadvantages of picking Jax into a Jax main is you're playing into a guy that really understands the limits of the champion, and every time we see Bin trade, it feels like that he's always walking away with the health advantage. He's now got a half-level lead over Doran, who started the lane off very well, but I feel like after a few favorable trades for Bin, we've seen just a lot of pressure come out from Shun. Peanut has had to spend a decent amount of time trying to cover as well. And this top side of the map is very quickly swinging in BLG's favor. They now find themselves with a 2.5k gold lead, which, as they enter the mid-game, is exactly where they want to be.
And this is also something that Doran has struggled with, right? This is a player that really wants to prove, as we saw, jokingly is able to say, hey, you know, I'm not the star, I don't have a lot going on. But in his play, I think you can see he has a lot of these moments as the contest is going to come through.
TP in. Shun can look for this. Counter TP burnt by Yagao. Shun on the front line. Bin's going to dash across the wall. The Rift out down to 1,000. Hostile takeover, though, is going to do so much work. Pays already berserk as the line is forced away, and now Doran's in the midst of BLG, and Bin is looking to send him packing. Into the recycling he goes. Come back next time as Bin chases the rest of Gen G away. Gen G picked this fight, and they do not want it anymore. Chovy has to burn the flash as the voyage out from Delight is abyssal, and the fight for Gen G was abysmal.
It's at this point in the game where BLG want to fight you, and Gen G, Chovy looks for a play, gets the flash out of Elk, but it's just a consolation prize as Gen G falls short in the fight, trying to force this when it feels like BLG at this point in the game should be so much stronger. Questionable play from Gen G.
Not only that, I think it might also lead to them not being able to contest the third dragon, setting up Soulpin. And if we look here, the engage is disjointed. Pace throws an ultimate into only On, and there is no follow-up damage thanks to the re-engage from Shun and the way that the Cataclysm denied the rest of Gen G entry to the fight, and then that allows Bin to pop off with his lead. And Elk at no point is under any threat.
The EQ from Shun was just so instrumental there. The way that he interrupted the engage from Peanut into the immediate ultimate from Renata meant that that front line just dissipated. And the positioning of Elk as well, fantastic fight from BLG. Now they're in a comfortable lead against Gen G.
I just think Gen G can't be caught in a choke point like that. BLG, when they're first on the play, have so many options to funnel you into a choke point and then use Cataclysm, Fate's Call, World Ender from Bin. They've got the hostile takeover as well and the shockwave. Like, if you are funneled, there is no way you're getting on this BLG backline.
And one of the big things that set Gen G apart domestically was their ability to identify we shouldn't do this and just go for a good cross map. And I think that that is something that internationally they just haven't really been able to show. And in this game, we're seeing it again. T1 is the team of, no, we take the fight. We just hand stiff it, it's fine. Gen G have been so consistent over the last year and a half, I think specifically because they have been really good about which fights to pick. But thus far in this game, we're not really seeing it. Now, I do think that eventually Pace will reach a point, Chovy will reach a point, but if you keep giving up these type of fights to BLG, they're just going to run away with the game. Get a Baron, and this is done.
I mean, but when BLG went 15-1 in the regular season, it was play like this that got them there. This is how they were dominating the domestic scene. So we'll have to see if Gen G can turn things around. Both teams are incredible team fighters. Sneaky steal there from Shun. But huge credit to BLG. Like, you think back at that tournament, they were able to beat KT, lost to JDG. Were able to beat Fnatic, they got smashed by T1. And coming into this series, you'd sit there and think, well, if you lost so handily to T1, you're going up against the bigger brother of Gen G. Surely you should come in as the underdogs in this matchup. But BLG they've brushed off the mistakes that they made in Swiss, and they're looking confident and poised to take game 1.
And credit to Shun as well. Although he has been tracked well by Peanut and by Gen G, he is still 3-0-2. He has still been involved in every single one of his team's kills, and he has still forced Peanut so far behind. Peanut still hasn't finished his jungle item. He's about to get it, but that's why he didn't win the smite on Gromp, because his smite does 900 and Shun's does 1,200. He is just too far ahead. Now, both the jungle items complete for these junglers. BLG setting up towards the top side of the map, because in a minute, the next major objective will spawn the Baron available to them if they want to play around it. Also, this vision line gives Bin a little bit more safety in pushing further forward. I think the last time we looked at the gold, he was about 1,000 to 1,400 gold ahead of Doran. And everything is coming up very, very well. 1,800 gold lead in the top lane for Bin.
Yeah. I was just about to say that gold gap is primarily focused on the top side of the map. You'll notice that Jun actually has the same amount of gold as Chovy, which is pretty good.
And Chovy's been Chovian. You know, he's 197 CS, almost 200 before the 20-minute mark. And he has been forcing Yagao back in the middle lane as well. We've seen him burn Yagao's flash a couple of times and get that kill. But when it comes to team fights right now, BLG has to be favored just because of the power of their composition on these item spikes.
And it's here where the early investment from BLG really paid off, right? Where the early dragon stacking, plus the fact that they were able to win the Herald fight, really is going to make a big difference, because of the lack of turrets, the outer ring for Gen G fully gone, it's really hard for them to maintain control of any area. So every time that they walk forward and try to set up any sort of vision control, it is immediately cleared out by BLG. And you don't really want to take a fight as Gen G, so you just have to back off every single time. But that does mean that BLG is going to have a free setup for this soul point that is coming up in a minute and a half. And with that, 4-0 Drake also means a very early Elder, which I think BLG are going to be very happy about.
I also just really like the way On's playing these last few moments. He's doing something Treats talked to me about a little bit. He made a really good video on Mickey doing it in the LEC. It's tempo cycling. What you do is you walk down one side of the map as your support, and you're like, okay, I'm going to place 3 wards on this side of the map. Then you immediately reset and you say, okay, what do I do now? Well, I come up towards the top side of the map. I don't usually do this, I'm sorry guys. I walk in with my jungler, and then I place more wards on this side of the map. And what it means is the enemy team is always trying to deny vision in their own jungle instead of getting deeper vision in. But also, if Doran is pushing the bot lane and he starts to move up, you can track him on his move. So you know whether he's investing the TP immediately or whether he's actually trying to run all the way up to a fight that can occur.
And means, look at the map. Look at the vision toggle here. Really, really well done by the observers. Like, Gen G have zero idea. They're basically just walking into this, and of course, the line and Peanut relatively safe, but they can still get collapsed on. I think Gen G might be able to hit 2 item spikes on Chovy and Pays. We'll see if they feel like that's enough of an angle, because it does feel like if they don't contest for this this dragon, it is going to be really hard. The window gear from here out. Chovy does just now finish his Nashor's, Pays his IE as well.
Bot wave is pushed in for BLG. The fight over the mid wave has begun. Gen G don't really have easy access into this bot river. The vision the medic highlighted earlier in favor of BLG. You can see the Yagao posturing towards the river. The dragon now alive. Elk will start it off.
They can't get to this, right? There's no vision. They have to try and make either play for the fight or go for Nash, but...
And Peanut can try and walk across here, but Yagao's doing a really good job of keeping the ball down. Peanut now going to try and chase forward, but Yagao is in the right position to stop them. The Magnus Sword for Peanut, he's nowhere near them! It's just miles away. They got an EpiPen or something, because Peanut not doing anything to them as BLG secure the ocean. And that was a Peanut at Worlds moment if I've ever seen one.
The engage goes wide. Gen G now don't have an easy way to start the fight. Doran
gonna get brought back, pops the stopwatch, handshake coming out, Moonlight Vigil does hit the Infernum, there's the hostile takeover, Cataclysm onto the backline though, and Doran's been locked up, the Shockwave finds him. The Devour comes out as Chovy starts to retreat, but already it's 2 kills to BLG, and Gen G are found wanting by the unwanted aggression from BLG.
And it's again BLG able to very calmly play out this scenario. They set up full control. They know that Gen G has to walk in. Peanut has to go for a desperation play, but with the ultimate gone, no Magnet Storm, no engage, there is nothing that they can do than the turn from BLG, who are more than happy to look for a fight. That's Soul, and that's Baron.
We're seeing the weaknesses of Gen G's comp, where when Peanut doesn't have an engage, how does Gen G actually start a fight? Not that they really want to in this position, but Doran goes in, Chovy's forced to back away, Peanut is isolated, and then look at this engage from Shun. Oh my god, it's fantastic. 3 members get locked up. The Devour will come through after the ultimate to try and keep Chovy alive. Doran falls short, but the Wombo combo is strong. Pays and Peanut cannot get involved, and it's just a one-sided stomp from the side of BLG.
And I really agree with you, Vedi. I think the lack of engage for Gen G is costing them so much, especially since so often it's been Delight on an engaged champion that sets up the fights for Gen G. We saw it against T1, his Rakan, exemplary, but on a Tahm Kench, your entire job is to disengage. Yes, sometimes in lane we see Abyssal Voyages in, we see a fight beginning with it, but here you just don't have that luxury. And Gen G are struggling because of it, and BLG once again seem to be Gen G's kryptonite.
And now Gen G, you're at the point of the game where you just got to hope that someone on BLG overextends, right? That they make a dive that is ill-advised. And I really, really like the point that you made because about Delight specifically, because Delight on engaged champions has not only transformed Gen G, but also was what made Breon so good when he was on that team. What gave them the ability to just get upset wins every now and then. The Red Bull Baron power play for BLG. It's not backbreaking yet, but still, it's pushing them further and further ahead. And if they can get this inner as well, and maybe a few kills, it'll be really hard for Gen G to find an angle back. Almost 6k gold lead here for BLG.
So this is where it can get a little shaky for BLG. They've got to get close to this tower, and look at where Chovy's positioning. He's standing just a little bit in front of the tower so that the soldiers can act as poke and as a guard to keep this tower alive, and BLG can't approach. They're very reliant on this empowered cannon minion. Meanwhile, we need to look at mid, because what damage has been able to do against this tower, he's getting a lot more work done. Doran can't do much to hold him off, and BLG at least will unlock a tier 2, but off the back of this Baron, it seems difficult for BLG to really break into the base of Gen G.
BLG don't really have the range either. Kalista relatively short range, Orianna, I mean, you can put the ball down, but walking into melee range to try and get autos on that tower, or walking into auto attack range, doesn't do enough. The shockwave doesn't hit there. Peanut held on to his flash in the engage around Dragon, so he does have that as a tool in his toolkit, but it does look like BLG are just hoping Bin can apply enough pressure in this mid lane to allow them to push through that bot lane. The wave's still about 5-6 seconds away, so not quite synced, as Gen G have done a really good job of holding BLG at bay during this Baron. The hostile takeover comes out, Hayes able to dodge to the side of it, Berserk for Delight and Chovy, but the re-engage can come out. That's one tool invested by BLG. They still have the Fate's Call, the Cataclysm, the Shockwave, down for about half its CD. But that tower still stands strong. No wave in the mid lane for Bin to push on. The Baron now expires. And all in all, only a couple of towers fall during it for BLG.
Well, Gen G held the line. Overall, the amount of damage done by BLG wasn't the worst, and it gives them an opportunity to fight at this Elder. The question is, will they be able to finish more items? Hang on, that Shockwave almost off cooldown, 6 more seconds, so Peanut's going to back away. I respect BLG's resilience. They know that the Dragon isn't spawning for another minute and a half.
There is also no control ward or anything for Gen G behind him, right? So they can't go for the teleport flank. It's not like Chovy and Doran can get back on Nexus, and the persistence is rewarded here for BLG. Also courtesy to the Ocean Soul. In a situation like this, the continuous regen really makes a big difference.
The war of attrition, they're always going to win, right?
100%. And BLG now will be able to get fresh backs in. It's free items for Bin, free items for Elk, and Gen G need a miracle to not lose Elder and the subsequent game here, right? Like, you need either a crazy steal from Peanut. I do think Rel is one of the best champions because of the Q and E extra monster damage. Or maybe Pays can hit his Lord Doms, but I feel like he's still so far off. Does actually finish it as I finish my sentence, but they have zero control. And BLG have 50 seconds to set up the objective here.
Well, it was an Elder Dragon that cost BLG game 2 against G2.
Hey.
So you imagine that they're going to learn from those mistakes. The amount of control they have right now, the observers are highlighting all of the vision that BLG have. And Gen G are slowly being suffocated. They have that one control ward in the Dragon Pit.
It's the benefit of Ocean. It's the benefit of Ocean here for Gen G. Now, Peanut caught out a little bit. Should be able to get his way away from this one. Shun now spots the control ward in the pit.
That's
well
big.
Done by BLG to make sure they cleared out all their corners. And Shun can look for more because Peanut dismounted right now. Remounts, you just go for it. EQ in, flag and drag, Cataclysm as well. Delight has the flash as does Peanut. Inferno from the side means that On is down to half HP, but that's so much invested by Gen G. And with not too much gain, they have mid-wave prio, but will it be enough? Elder spawns, Elk starts it, Bin keeps Doran and Peanut at bay. No flash for Peanut, remember, just burnt it. But he can get into this fight. The Shockwave finds Chobi, Delight and Pace now beginning to step it up. Devour available for Delight. Pace dodges the Berserk for the hostile takeover. Already finds one, and Bin is done with this game. The Elder secure Pace, tries to dash away, but Bin puts him in his place as BLG clean up in the river.
And BLG immediately head towards the bot side of the map. Wave is ready. No turret standing there. Doran desperately trying to draw some attention, but it was not enough, and BLG take a resounding victory here in game number 1, and it looks like Gen G and Messiah might have been half a year ago, but it's not looking that different in game number 1.
A tale as old a time between these two teams, it seems, as BLG come out to an early lead and are able to snowball it away from Gen G. A few mistakes for Gen G. Doran as well in the top lane specifically had struggled into Bin after a few good early forays, and BLG never let go of the reins. Gen G respawning, but the Elder still stands on BLG, and they're gonna look for the fight. The Magnustorm finds 2, but Pays pulled back, and he's just deleted by the laser. Peanut follows suit, and BLG playing with Gen G as they clean it up to go 1-0 up in this quarterfinal.
Shun's only death to the Nexus at the very end. An incredible game across the board from him in the jungle. From start to finish, he was finding all of BLG's advantages, and in the team fights, he was just impeccable. Huge credit to BLG coming into this series once again as the underdogs, and once again, they're beginning to silence the doubters.
What a performance by BLG in game 1. We'll see if Gen G can strike back. We're going to hand it over to the analysts to break down that shellacking from the LPL seed.
Well, I'm a little bit disoriented, guys. Could you please help me out? I mean, are we in Busan right now, or are we in London?
Oh no!
London MMA. This has been fantastic for BLG. What a sick series, our game to get this series started off on. Like, the fact we got to see them play hyper aggressive is so incredible to see.
Yeah, I love the fact that we finally, as soon as they locked in Callisto, we're like, I don't know about this. This has been something that destroys in scrims for obvious reasons, but then when you come to stage, teams play slower. Well, guess what? They didn't play slower, and they forced Gen G to fight them around mid-game objectives, and that was really the big turning point of the game.
Very similar to MSI. Yeah. All I'm saying is Gen G were favored. Bin called the 3-0 to the camera before the series even started once again. I believe this is it.
Yeah,
there we go. Boom.
There we go.
And massive, massive delivery, but not quite where we expected it from. On, hello,
yeah.
The bottom lane, the Renata pick. He deserves some credit, okay? We slandered him with the rankings a little bit.
You said you like him crazy, so.
I do like him crazy. It is really big props to Shun. Shun was really big star of the show. Jungle credit as always, baby. He was able to get the flash for the first dive. He also went down there to cover Peanut's first move, where Peanut goes in and clears out the ward. He knows they have to stack dragons. It is a Callista comp. The reason Callista always gets flamed by people on stage games is because people don't properly snowball off that bottom side. Yeah. And the Renata really gave him the extra team fight presence as well later with the ulti.
Yeah, and I think you can see a lot of it was, hey, look, Peanut was trying to get involved to shut down Shun, make sure they couldn't get involved in that bot side. But when you've got the Renata and the Callista, it gives you so much control over that bot lane. They're able to set up for great dives off of Yagao, having control over the mid lane as well. And then he was able to rotate up towards that top side as well, and use the fact that, I mean, honestly, Bin was absolutely dumpstering Doran in a lot of these early skirmishes to set then up for even more success there. And Shun, he came off the back of that in the early stages, 3 kills, and was set up perfectly then for the team fights with an early gore drinker.
And also the 100% co-participation. So wherever he went, and this is with what I thought was a really good job from Gen G and Peanut, kind of pathing in their own way and tracking him, right? So like, it was a battle of the junglers early, and it was both of them kind of responding to each other. So to see Shun come out with this performance on the J4, know exactly where he has to be, was really cool.
Yeah, Peanut, big props in for the the ganks that you're talking about. He was the reason why they got the first kill onto Bin. Actually ganks for Doran, and you're like, wow, Doran steals away the Jax, gets an early kill onto Bin. Maybe he's going to rewrite history. No.
No, Bin was like, sure, you build that false confidence. I got you in the team fights, though. So let's take a look at some of those team fights. We're going to start with the Herald, I believe, if I remember correctly, where really I think BLG broke open this game.
And I think a huge amount of this comes from this insane ultimate from On. The Renata ult right across the backline of Gen G completely disrupts them, then sets up for Bin and for Shun to get into the mix there. And the entire time, Elk is free firing, Gao has all the space that he needs. It made it incredibly difficult for Gen G to operate in these fights. That was rough for Peanuts.
Yeah, I think the other big thing is they mentioned it on cast several times as well, but when you're looking at these Kalista comps and why sometimes teams fail to execute them, isn't only because you don't snowball the bot lane correctly, but it's also using this Kalista in mid-game fights to be like, we are stronger at this point in time. You have to fight us at Herald. You have to fight us at Drake. They were already looking at 3 Drakes at 16 minutes and 47 seconds. Like, BLG played around what this comp had to do really well.
My only addition to that is that looking at it from Gen G side, I don't think you have to fight them at the Herald.
You don't.
And they walked into a choke point into the Renata ultimate. Is like,
I think
maybe I gave too many wins over here. Might have to change this over to 3-1, maybe? No,
okay. I mean, Mauritz also said it on cast. It's like, that's not something that Gen G usually does. And I'm starting to find out this year that they often don't do what they usually do, specifically versus BLG.
I think it's hard when you can see the game slipping away from you so quickly. When you're stacking dragons that quickly, when they're already getting the Rift Herald #1 because the pressure brain hasn't propped. But that's the thing. You have scaling, but if that game is already completely torn asunder, you're not getting a chance to scale into that later portion of the game. And that's what the dragon pressure does. That's what having these towers down in the early stages does. And you could see how consistently BLG were we're controlling mid lane, get vision bot. Now Gao was putting a ton of pressure up against the Jax. Like, how many times do you see Orianna just like split push against the Jax being like, I'm totally fine, this is grand. I think that's where the problems are coming for Gen G, and they need to find an answer up against BLG.
It's also interesting because I think when you kind of characterize Gen G and kind of being a coach's dream and being a team that can take on these games very structured, and often you think when it gets a little chaotic is where you may start to doubt. But this wasn't that chaotic. This was BLG having their eye on the objectives. This was BLG having the right time for the skirmishes. You can't really say that they were drawn into a chaos of any kind, right? Or am I reading it incorrectly?
No, they're creating their own win here.
I do think, though, one of the criticisms we've had at Gen G is that they're not willing to take a lower percentage play. Oh, they took red side, but they're not willing to choose a lower percentage play. And I think one of the things is that they're very good as a coach's side, because it's like, well, we're going to take the high percentage play. We're not going to overforce things. But I think when you're playing against a team like BLG that are willing to risk more, take those shortcuts, you have to be willing to fight back against that, or you just start to lose more.
We have to go to break, which it was Gen G that picked red. I just want to reiterate that. No, we were going over it.
That's super interesting to me, especially with the way the meta has evolved around support counter picks.
It is. It came in late. I wanted to talk about it, but we got to go to a break, and we'll see immediately how that parlays into the pick and ban for Game 2 after this.
Cleanse on Pays as well. On can look for that handshake. Delight standing in front. There's the ignite. Pays cleanses with a flash follow from Shun means the Pays. Time, and the Nut Gods looking for something as they go forward. Bin has the flash away. Doran has the flash follow. Counter-strike coming out, and Bin is locked up and sent packing by Gen G.
And Peanut is pathing. This game has been immaculate.
Gonna get brought back. Pops the stopwatch. Handshake coming out. Moonlight Vigil does hit the Infernum. There's the hostile takeover. Cataclysm onto the backline though, and Doran's being locked up. The Shockwave finds him. The Devour comes out as Chovy starts to retreat, but already it's 2 kills to BLG. Devour available for Delight. Pays dodges the Berserk for the hostile takeover. Already finds 1, and Bin is done with this game.
a new roommate to save money? Is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn.
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm your type. 누르게 되지 like. 다른 애들은 swipe. Double tap this site.
사랑하지 내게 아트를 준 모든 애들 my friend 걔네끼리 상응해줘야 돼 움직여 바삐 double tap 우리 사진 간지 공연 보러 온 누나들의 손가락을 만진다 빼반지 story 올려 대결선 건강 남자애들 껴 만들어 mosh pit 한국에 있는 애들 DM 아직 come to Korea 가자마자 벌려 기대한 것이 발을 뒤져 비껴 나가 내상 우리 피규처럼 smooth sailing 시대 흐름 우리 신경을 안 써 연어 응원하는 애들 숨죽이지 이제 시간은 금이고 우린 뱅카이스 다섯 배로 벌려 우리 몸값 21세기 boys 우리 못 가는 데가 없어 목소리를 버텨가지고 worldwide Room is my planet I can go everywhere worldwide 인터넷 international to Instagram worldwide double tap worldwide 야 이제 우리는 virtual 가고 싶은 대로
누르게 되지 like. 다른 애들은 swipe. Double tap this site.
이제 달라붙어 우리한테 double team 레이블에서 연락 마치 hurricane 무시하던 새끼들은 어디에 얼른 숨어 미리 사나 1plug 이제 우리 노래 어디 가면 들려 몇 년 전에 비웃었지 그래 바로 너 생각보다 우리들의 덩치 너무 커 이제 와서 빨아봤자 아홉 기억 어서 움직여 넌 어서 뭐 백날 재미없는 노래 뱉어봤자 wow 사자 새끼 어디서 네 명함 내밀어 너를 퇴치하지 우리들은 let's go on a new level keep it on the low 너가 전화할 때 나는 수신 거부 flow 안 멈추지 마치 Rolex non-stop racks on racks 못 벌면 난 죽어 bounce we got the juice no time 낭비할 수 없으니까 나는 항상 work baby working hard 맨날 twerk bounce we got the juice no time 낭비할 수 없으니까 나는 항상 work baby working hard 맨날 twerk
tight 누르게 되지 like
And welcome back to Worlds 2023 quarterfinals, where we've just seen BLG demolish Gen G in Game 1, play their composition to perfection, and now Gen G have decided for the first time in 40 games here at Worlds to select Red Side. The last time Red Side was picked was KT versus DK. KT chose Red, round 2 of Swiss, and I believe, yeah, they won that, so 100% winning record in the last 41 games.
When choosing red.
When choosing red.
So surely it's uphill for Gen.G here, right? Mao?
Only up.
So
only up from here.
I hope so. I think that we'll know what type of series we get after this game, because I think if it's the 1-1, I think this series is going to be incredible. Otherwise, I don't know if I trust Gen.G to reverse sweep. I know that domestically they've been great, but they have been great when they look good on day, and in that first game we didn't really see that. Now I do think that the first draft was Gen.G saying, we are going to go full in on late game, and we're going to try and navigate away for the early game. They did not navigate. They like crashed head first into the don't go here sign, and BLG was able to fully take control. So I would expect Gen.G to pick something different specifically for Chovy. I think the Azir, in theory, sounds like a decent idea, right? You get free scaling, Pina gets freed up, but we also saw Chovy wasn't really able to have an impact. Yagao got completely unchallenged, which is, I think, the Yagao comfort zone, you know, like not focused, is able to play his own game. And if Chovy, even though I don't think he was the issue in the previous game, isn't able to have a bigger impact, it takes away a lot of what makes Gen.G good in the mid game. And yeah, you know, your team fighting can be good, but if you're behind like an Ocean and a Baron, and the enemy team is up 8k gold, then team fighting doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it becomes a little trickier. Gen.G are also very hamstrung by the fact that Doran lost the top lane matchup, so now they have to rely on banning Jax on both sides of the Rift. Jarvan, the first lock here for BLG. Xayah, Orianna, both made their way through draft so far. The Kalista banned away by Gen.G as their final ban. And
this is something that T1 did as well, so BLG actually taking the lessons from that series, prioritizing that Jarvan as a really versatile early jungler.
And Shun, I think, overall had an incredible game one now. Gen.G, they could look to something like a Sejuani priority if they want to. I wonder if, well, they kind of got to do it before I got to sound all clever. I was going to say Aphelios could be a priority, but
really clever, actually.
Thank you, Medic. Thank you so much. Not that great of a prediction, considering they did prioritize it in the last game. But I do wonder what whether or not they want to try and take away something like the Renata, or whether or not they want to answer with, like, they want to leave it up. With the intent of counterpicking it for later on. All right, so we are going to see Peanut back on the Maokai. So far at this tournament, he's played, well, he's played Maokai. He's played one game of, well, actually, no, this will be his first game of Maokai. I apologize, my mistake. But Maokai and Peanut, something that I can often associate with him as a player.
Yeah, domestically, he played basically an infinity amount of games. And BLG, with the Rumble and Orianna...
This is the meta at Worlds. Is it not? Like, this is what everyone is hoping to get, Rumble plus Orianna.
And Gen.G gave it up for Aphelios Maokai, guys.
They did.
That's a big trade that you're willing to make.
And not only that, but one of the biggest weaknesses that Aphelios struggles with, even in games where the player piloting is very, very good, and I think that Pace falls in that category, is that if you get outranged, like, what are you going to do? Rumble drops an equalizer. If there's an Orianna ball, you're not going to be able to actually get into the team fight. I think playing into Jarvan specifically also is tough because the Cataclysm, the fact that you can get stuck very easily, and then even if you, like, end up picking a Kench and you have the Aphelios, so you get eaten, like, you're still not doing anything in the fight.
Yep. You're negating an entire damage source through the fight. Xayah was available. We've seen Pays on it 3 times so far here at MSI, and I was so confused that they decided to go for the Aphelios first. But as you said, and well predicted there, Veddy, because I think a lot of people would have thought the Xayah was going to come out instead. Jinx banned away now by Gen.G. Yone removed by BLG, trying to get rid of some of those AD threats in the mid lane. Maokai, obviously, predominantly AP in terms of his damage profile. Ashe banned away, so still Xayah for BLG if they want it.
They could do Xayah Nautilus, they could do Xayah Alistar, they could do Xayah. They're trying to limit AD mids for Chovy right now. The Akali actually going to be taken away. Things like Jace and Tristana are both available for Gen.G though.
And that Akali ban, obviously something we saw from Chovy against T1. Even though he did fall behind Faker in the laning phase, he had such threat on the side lane. And once again, Chovy's going to bring out the Azir.
Yeah, and I really got to say, I think the ban phase is really good because Chovy loves to play his Yone. That's something that is very well known. But the Akali is something that he already showed with, even though the laning phase is really rough, you're able to outskill the Orianna in side lane, and she basically doesn't get to play the game. I would personally love the Caitlyn Lux lane if you want to go towards that aggression, but maybe they're afraid of a R5 pick by the light to throw them off.
I mean, maybe. I also just think Xayah's really strong. Like, I understand
I agree.
you can dominate the lane if you get a good Caitlyn Lux, but maybe something weird comes out from Gen G. Xayah, Renata, you already have great engage with Equalizer into Cataclysm into Shockwave combo. Xayah self-peels, Renata can peel her as well, and in all honesty, if I played entirely nameplates off, even with nameplates on, damn it, BLG have a composition that should be able just to take over the game.
In theory, yes. Often though, when we get onto the Rift Medic, theory doesn't always pan out into practice. What we do know is that Shun's Jarvan is something that Gen G need to be afraid of in the early game. When we look at kind of where BLG can play in the early game, they have a lot of options. Expectations are that they would look to play through bot once again early on into the game. This top matchup is going to be super interesting. Rumble into Aatrox is something that, well, we haven't seen a huge amount on the patch. Like, the Shy kind of introduced this new build on the Aatrox that's been kind of finding a lot of success, especially in the later game team fights. And I'm curious as to how Doran is going to match up against Bin this time around, because they tried to pinch Bin, it didn't really work. Now he's been given a champion that we know that he's comfortable on. So how are you going to manage that? Are you going to try and invest everything into shutting Bin down and trying to get Doran ahead at the potential cost of your bot side of the map? The pressure really is on Gen G to come up with a solution to deal with BLG's aggression as we're getting into game 2.
Gen G also once again relying on Peanut for the majority of their engages on that Maokai. Delight on Melio. I like the Melio pick in terms of what it gives you. You know, the shields, the heals, the extra range, and obviously the Breath of Light to get out of a hostile takeover, but I don't like it because I know what Delight can do when he has something he can roam around the map on. When he can have an impact here, it feels a little hamstrung by the draft. We'll see what Gen G can do though, because they lost game 1, being elected to be on the red side, and this is what they have conjured for us. Remember that you can log in with your Riot account on LoLesports.com and watch Worlds live to earn exclusive Worlds emotes and icons. Chronicler, you've been showing me you want to talk for a while as Delight steps up, but On and Yagao should be able to walk away.
Yeah, so what I want to answer after a draft like that and Gen G picking red side is, was this worth it? Do you feel like being on red side gave you what you wanted? And it's gonna be like, no, not really. I don't think that this is really making use of a lot of the powers of red side, right? Being able to get good lane matchups so that at the very least you're going to be able to consistently bully. Because Bin getting Huni is actually costing here in the arena as well. And I'm 100% certain he's giving his thumbs up. You know, Bin going for the Ignite here. Do think that that is definitely the right call. Gives you so much more kill threat. But like, so that matchup is very Rumble favored. Then Shun, after a insanely good game, is on Jarvan again. Yagao died once, and then outside of that was just a very consistent Orianna. And you get Aphelios again with Melio, which is okay, but it's not like you're going to be able to bully the Xayah and Renata lane. So I don't know if the red side gambit really worked out thus far. BLG have so many power picks.
I love the question that you asked, Mao, because I think it's a really constructive way to look at it. And I think back to game 1, and what were the issues with Gen G's composition? Well, in terms of early game, I didn't really think that there were many issues. Peanut was going toe-to-toe. He was finding a couple of advantages, but they did fall short in the top lane 1 versus 1. Okay, that's fine, and they were struggling due to the pressure that happened on the bot side of the map. Going into the mid-game, their engage was a problem. They only had Peanut's Rel to actually start fights for them, and the problem with Aphelios Azir is it's hard for them to really find opportunities by themselves. Yep. So coming into this game, I was thinking in the same line of like, well, do they now have different things? And the reality is that, okay, they have an Aatrox flank, which you could argue is a little bit more threatening than that of a Jax. But the Maokai ultimate is something that, while offering zone control, I'm not entirely sure if it's necessarily that stronger of an engage. So I'm still concerned with Gen G's ability to actually find fights as we approach the mid-game. As you'll see BLG once again have priority top, they have priority bot, while mid remains relatively even.
One thing the Gen G composition does do well is disengage if they need to. Maokai ultimate, the Melio, and obviously the Azir. So if BLG do overstep for a fight, we could see that. But the handshake on Pays in the bottom lane. Warm hugs from Delight. That shield coming out, keeping Pays topped up around 300 health. The heal early here as they look for the chase. Elk and On both have their flashes. Elk already invested a ghost flash forward. Twisted advance, knocked back onto On. And Gen G played to this tune in game one. The bailout coming out and on will be brought back. And now Delight is next on the menu, and Elk can turn it around. Double buff for him. It's going to be 2, but a great flash from Delight. Got escape from Elk. 2 kills to BLG in the bottom lane.
This bottom lane is terrifying. Wow, what a play from On. The fact that they just said, focus Peanut, and then he brought him back into range of Elk to get that execution. If nothing else, they were going to get a 1-for-1. They turned it into 2-for-1. Now BLG look for the dive.
Knock up on door, and he tries to flash away, but the chase is there, and the Ignite is ticking. Bing tanking the tower shots can flash away. Peanut trying to answer as well, but he can't face the might of BLG's top and jungle.
He just doesn't have the damage available. He's still level 3, and in the short span of 4 minutes, Bin's ahead. We have Paze. Yeah, he got a kill, but he's facing Elk, who got out of the gangway healthier, picked up 2 kills, and everything is on fire for Gen G. Only 4.5 minutes in, they're 2k gold down. And even with Peanut investing the resources, the bot lane gang backfires. And on top side, he's unable to save Doran.
At MSI, it was all about Elk and Bin. It was all about these two coming up clutch, and we're going to watch back. Keep your eyes on for the most part. He's going to burn an early flash. The moment that they see that, Peanut commits the flash as well. But look at what they do. The Ignite and the damage gets dropped onto Peanut. Then the bailout goes on to On, keeping him alive long enough to assist Elk in getting that kill. Then the flash committed from Elk. Delight does the smart thing in trying to flash away, but a nice snipe from the Q. It means that Elk walks away with a double. And the light goes out for On.
And that is what this BLG bot lane can do to you. I think at MSI we questioned whether Elk would have a few happy moments, known for them. A little bit overeager at times to find a good play. Since then he has been so consistent. He's been such an integral part of the 15-1 record that BLG maintained through the regular season. Shun here smites away. On is looking for a little bit more. They can harass.
No flash.
Pace
Peanut
has flash though. They look for Peanut. The handshake's going to pull him back at Peanut. Even in the cozy campfire will find nothing but death and despair. Paze now chased away, has the flash to get across the wall. They try and turn onto Shun, but Paze has to burn his flash as Chovy goes in, but Shun won't even fall. The bailout was on him, wouldn't have revived him, but BLG are just outplaying Gen G.
And it's the same mistake that Gen G made last time, but this time it backfires even more. They go all in, trying to contest. Chovy isn't level 6 yet, needs to finish his back, then teleport towards the bot side turret just to try and be a part of that play. And now Elk is free in 0, and the Drake goes over to BLG.
Wow, what is Gen G doing right now? We saw it in the previous game. They were trying to fight the second Herald, and they ended up falling. They're trying to fight this dragon rather than potentially looking for a cross map. You talked about how this is something that they have often struggled with, but expectations were so high. I thought this Gen G is different. But the pressure, it feels like that it's beginning to mount for Gen G.
And this would be the third time in a row that this team under-delivers, right? They've been the #1 seed from the LCK for 3 years. I think finals last year, or semifinals rather, it's understandable. DRX, their run was insane. They lost to the eventual world champion, and even though I think they struggled with a lot of the same issues, that one, that's one thing. Then BLG smashing them 3-0 after being the mega underdogs at MSI. That one was and felt backbreaking, but if they would go down in the same way the third time in a row, it would be a disaster for this Gen G, who domestically, again, have been the most consistent team in the LCK over the last 2 years. Even though they didn't win Spring in 2022, it was them fighting against T1, and right now we're seeing nothing. BLG are just outplaying them on every front in the early game here.
And although BLG had a few hiccups in the playoffs over in the LPL, he continued to impress. There's the equalizer down as Doran walks out with the world ender, but those wings can only carry him back to the safety of his tower. I thought for Gen G as well, like, you're in Korea, man. You're in Busan, in front of your home crowd, and you are struggling. The weight of expectation grows ever stronger. As Delight force low, Ignite ticking on him, but he'll be able to walk away. Shun has been spotted on this ward, though. Peanut's trying to answer, still only level 5. Shun knows it. There's little cats, the saplings, spotting him out, but all he really wants to do is make sure Elkanon can continue to push in. A Kraken Slayer was finished at 6.5 minutes in this game for the Xayah. And there's another plate falling to BLG. FaZe is fine, but probably doesn't feel it in the game right now.
I mean, the damage is already done, right? Because you have a composition that I'd argue in scaling and ease of execution favors BLG. Very straightforward to play. Obviously, you can jostle a little bit around that. There are a lot of elements on Gen G, the Azir and the Aphelios, and I think the Milio helps a little bit. But like, if the enemy is sitting on a Kraken Slayer while FaZe is sitting on Berserker Greaves and have done Cole, that's not going to be enough. The amount of blade load going over is immense, and Gen G look even more lost in this game than they were in the last one.
My concern for Gen G is if FaZe doesn't have Flash, how does he survive a fight? You know, like,
that's no Tahm Kench thing. He doesn't.
In game one, the whole idea behind the Tahm Kench in the Jarvan trade was that you could take FaZe away to safety, but this time around, it's going to be a different story. Of course, Gen G already found themselves at a massive deficit, 3k gold down, and huge credit to BLG. They've had so many question marks surrounding them. They fell short to LNG in the LPL playoffs. Their tournament run has not been even remotely clean, right? They struggled against the European teams. Fnatic, they had a difficult early game. They had to find a big team fight to come back into that game. And then against G2, they looked very convincing for the large part outside of losing game 2. Doran now going for a bit of a trade. Nice trading against Bin.
It's on his way with a Nature's Grasp as well, but you can see Shun ready to react. Bin rooted up. Shun is on his way. The equalizer down, and Dorman's burning. Bin trying to turn it around, and Dorman will fall first, and Peanut's buried next to his brother as BLG strike.
Bin just refuses to fall. The man in the top lane, touted as one of, if not the best top laner in the world, finds a double kill with the help of his jungler. 6-1 in kills. 4.5k is the gold lead, and we're only 10 minutes in.
And yeah, there it is, the featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Doran versus Bin. It's not close. This is the power of that Ignite Rumble, right? Especially against something like an Aatrox, which with enough time can sustain through the initial burst of most champions. Bin starts off with the Ignite very early on, is able to flash out of Doran trying to set up for Peanut, and then Peanut, Doran, no, like we're already all in, we gotta try and make this work, but Shun with perfect timing, able to counter the play. And Gen G, they're not getting anything.
The crazy thing is, Bin's the least of your worries. Yeah, like Elk had a 2k gold lead in the AD carry matchup. There's pressure all across the board, and Yagao, he's doing what he needs to do. You know, staying stable, farming well in the mid lane. He knows that his impact is going to come in the team fights, and Gen G is collapsing.
We are 11 minutes in, and it is a 5,000 gold lead, 2 Drakes and a Herald to BLG. The scoreline reads 6-1. Bot lane tower's about to fall as 5 plates have already been brought off there. Mid lane, we've already got a plate gone down. Top lane, we've already got a plate gone down. This is as one-sided as, with a little bit of exaggeration, any game we have seen at Worlds. As the TP comes up towards the top lane, Chovy's going to knock Bin back, and finally, Gen G are finding something proactive. Bin is going to try and get his way away here. Will fall down, equalize on the wave to make sure it's cleared out. Gen G find a small glimpse of hope, but oh, how small it is.
It's just not enough, right? And for me, the really telling thing is that when you look at this game, who are the players on Gen G you feel like aren't carrying weight? It's the veterans, right? It's Peanut, who has the longest career out of any of these players. Doran is still really struggling against Bin. And Chovy, I think, in his case, is playing on Azir. It's hard to really get anything going. Has been trying his best, but it just doesn't feel like it's enough.
And El's going to get 8 plates at least. He's in the top lane. Shun is here with the Rift Herald as well if they want to invest it. They could, of course, use it mid. You've got a minute and a half before the plates fall off. Chovy's going to try and tickle Shun to make sure he can't push too far forward, but On is here. Chovy, Peanut, and Delight trying to defend the tower. Doran on his way up as well. Yagao joins the fray. Another plate falls as Elk gets his 7th of the game. The Rift Herald now down. Elk autoed the tower recently enough. With his Rift Herald charge coming in, he'll be splitting that gold with his jungler. On got a piece as well. 1.5k lead now just on the AD carry.
It's... what else is there to say? It's just a slaughter right now for BLG. They're gonna have to throw. For Gen G to win this game. Like, you can talk about the scaling as much as you want, but I feel like Gen.G's comp this game has the same problems that it has last game because its foundation is revolving around this Azir Aphelios. And in theory, the range gives you a big advantage. But in practice, how do you get to actually leverage that range?
Hey, Vedi, it's a really good comp if you're ahead and on objectives first.
I mean, sure, but even then, like, I'm just sitting there thinking to myself, Rumble Ultimate is really good at separating a front line from the back line. It's also got incredible range itself. Jarvan Ultimate, EQ ult combined with the Rumble ult. You can also put an Orianna ball on top. There's a reason at Worlds this trio has been so terrifying, and Gen.G have just let them have it. And the craziest thing about it is it's not even that side of the map that built this early game lead. It's the bot lane 2 versus 2, the Xayah that's been the most terrifying. Now Chovy is in danger.
Has his flash, Cataclysm early. Shun can look for more, but isn't going to get the flag and drag flash away from Chovy as Elkanon were working their way up towards this top side. Rift held up in 30 seconds as well.
Nice timing there from Chovy, because your E can be interrupted by the Jarvan ultimate. The goal there from Shun was to get the flash. The fact that they ultimately got it, still a big win for BLG.
Yeah, I think Chovy there, if he gets tagged by the Harpoon, was afraid that the slow plus Ignite and Rumble will be enough to finish him off.
And it probably would have been.
It would. Oh, yeah. He has a Night Harvester and Sorkpan boots. Bin is to be respected on the Rumble here. And yeah, for Gen.G, like you're looking at that is a lane economy snapshot that, for me on a personal level, not the best, but you got to respect what BLG have been able to do, winning every single lane.
In that MasterCard lane economy snapshot, 600 gold lead in the top lane, great. 1,000 in the jungle, 200 in the mid lane, 1.6k in the bot lane, 1.4k in the support for everything else. Obviously, there is MasterCard. It's been a pretty priceless game so far for BLG, hasn't it? As they start up the Rift Herald as well.
You upset me.
Huh? Fun? It's good, Shima. It's a struggle for Gen.G. And the problem is, they've dug their own grave here. And that's why I am not too... I don't feel too sorry for them, I'll be honest. When you pick a Aphelios Maokai first on red side and you give up Rumble, Jarvan, Orianna, and Xayah somehow, you expect the game to go like this.
The most egregious is the fact that Xayah made it through the second ban phase, and they said that we don't think
Jinx Ashe.
And it's also, Paze loves Xayah and is really good on the champion. It's not like it's a situation where you have some players sometimes who don't really like the Xayah, who don't want to prioritize. That doesn't apply. And it really makes me wonder, as mentioned, Gen.G, we haven't seen a lot of them. They only played 4 games, right? And after that, they didn't play for like a week and a half. And right now, I feel like their mega range is...
What on earth? Peanut and Doran have been possessed in these last 2 games. The Magnet Storm engaged in the river and then Doran just flashing the wall. So that's probably just timing someone's flash. But he just flashes in. Maybe he thought he could catch Elk. They did have a ward in there, but now that's the 3rd Drake of the game over to BLG, and it is looking dire for Gen.G.
I'm perplexed. I am. Like, it has to have been what you were saying. He must have been, like, timing the summoner spells, and he just didn't press enter, and I don't know, man. That is a huge blunder. Herald now being dropped mid lane. That's going to unlock this tower.
Hey, I'm a glass half full kind of guy.
Oh,
Wouldn't it really matter? It's fine. That's not what.
If you're going to do it in any
problem
game,
in this game. Yeah, this game is a throwaway anyway. It's fine, Doran. Don't let it get to you, man.
You know Gen.G's history better than I do, and I'll give you the benefit of the doubt of even using, like, before the name change, like all that. When have Gen.G reverse swept? Have they?
I don't think, because I know there's a very low amount of reverse sweeps at Worlds. I think it's like only in knockouts it's like 3 or 4.
But also just like domestically. Gen.G, do they even reverse sweep a lot domestically?
No, they don't usually need to because they just win domestically. This team is so good, and that's why it's so surprising to see them play like this.
I wouldn't say surprising. I would say frustrating. I don't think it's surprising because we've seen it happen before at MSI.
True.
But, that's me. I have a bit of a personal stake as in they go.
Do find engage onto Shun. He has the flash, goes in with the Cataclysm, and now there's the TP. Hostile takeover from On as well. It's going to catch 2. The Equalizer down, and Chovy is burning in the river. Lava underneath this speed as Doran probably regretting that lack of flash now as Yagao catches him with the Shockwave. The EQ combo from Shun sends him to an early grave. And the Church of Chovy is in session. You can hear it's silent here. God they're praying to doesn't seem to be listening right now.
BLG are going to use this numbers advantage to put pressure onto the mid-tier 2. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to take this one, but pressure on the top side as well. This will give them full vision control. The good news for Gen G is there really isn't anything on the map for BLG to take.
That's what we've gotten to! Yeah, there's no objective
we've
on
cast
the map!
enough EU teams versus LPL and LCK teams. We know where to go in this moment.
That's the bright side, buddy. There's not that much that they can really do off the back of that, but let's look. So Jun gets spotted thanks to the sapling, and so Gen G see this as an opportunity to find a pick. Great ultimate onto 2, followed up by that Renata ultimate. God, so much zone control. You wouldn't think of the river as a choke point, but to Renata, it definitely seems like it. And BLG, they find 2 quick kills.
I just want to reiterate, that was without their 3 and 0 AD carry.
Yeah.
Elk was not there.
Elk is suntanning on the beach in Busan right now.
He's living his best
just
life,
waiting
man.
for the phone call where they were like, hey, you ready to end the game? And he'd be like, all right.
Can you please make it over? He's like, but I'm having a nice time.
Yeah,
You know, it's the last days of fall. Busan
200
is beautiful.
CS. He's Chovy right now.
And we joke and we prod, but we do so because this game feels pretty much donezo. Gen G obviously can still fight back. They do have tools at their disposal. If they can get to 2-3 items, if BLG make mistakes, they can jump in onto them, but BLG just haven't been making too many mistakes through these games. There's the Nature's Grass as Gen G look for something. Baron up in 10 seconds. If you find a fight here, maybe you can turn it into more. The hostile takeover being popped. Chovy dodges away from the shockwave as Peanuts in the back of the pit. Doran trying to get onto Elk, but Elk yet untouched. And Doran, the warm hugs are not enough to keep him alive as Elk flashes forward. Pays is about to meet his maker as Elk sends him into the dirt.
And BLG see that one coming from a mile away. Gen G in the desperation try to get anything, force a fight, but with the summoner still available, it's just not enough. And BLG about to take Baron and a resounding 2-0 lead in this series. Surely from here on out, within a minute, the Infernal Soul spawning.
The call comes through. The boys say, Elk, we need you. And without a moment's hesitation, he shows up for the squad. Look at this. They initially go on to On. The ultimate is good. The zoning shockwave from Yagao. While it does miss, it keeps Pays and Chovy out of the fight. And then Doran tries to engage isolated. Elk starts off there, but he says, I'm not done quite yet. Flashes in. Knows that Gen G is on the retreat. And with his ultimate, finishes off the bot lane of Gen G. Fantastic performance from him. 6-0-0 on the Xayah. He has a 700 bounty to his name. But I don't think anyone from Gen G will be claiming that anytime soon.
10,500 gold, now the lead for BLG. 21 minutes into the game. The Infernal Soul spawning in 20 seconds. Maybe Gen G can find one last bastion of defense around it, but they are just so far behind. It's 2.5 items on Elk. It's 2.5 items on Yagao. Only 1 apiece for Chovy and Pays. They do have bits of their next, but they are too far behind, it feels.
And I really do feel like that we're seeing the return of the regular season BLG.
Yeah.
It's been a bit of an up and down, well, few weeks, few months since their playoffs. But this team, when they get a lead, they look like one of, if not the best team in the world. They are just so ruthless with how aggressive they are off the back of these early game advantages. And Chovy will sidestep the shockwave, but huge props to BLG. I did not tout them as favorite. Oh, Chovy.
Neither of the mid lane is able to hit their ultimates in that trade. Yagao has a 2-level lead as well, and now is chasing Chovy and Peanut down. Chovy has to flash away. Peanut trying to trade back in, but remember, there's an Infernal Soul on this Orianna. The sun disc comes down as Peanut continues to be forced away. The rest of BLG are looking for the Nexus. Yagao keeps everyone interested as the equalizer popped on Pays.
Yes, TP.
Doran trying to defend, been pulled back. TP available for Yagao as now he recalls. Elk takes the first Nexus tower and BLG start to disengage.
I'm pretty sure Yagao actually flashed Chovy.
Oh, Pays is in! The breath of life! Oh, just about keeps Pays alive, but now Bin and Shun are looking for more. They've taken Doran. Bin will fall. Yagao TP's in, no shockwave on him for about 20 seconds, but the EQ flash onto Chovy. He dashes in, but Elk has the escape tool. Feathers fly and Gen G die in their own base. The Baron buff remains for 20 seconds more. Pays has flash. No ult, no dash away as he now flashes to escape. Only the cannon minion surviving here, but BLG makes the push a little bit harder, and it looks like they will finally disengage.
BLG have done the damage that they need to. The gold lead, nearly 13k now. Not that it really matters at this point. And this is just a slaughter. What is there really to break down? Yagao generating pressure on the top side of the map. Jun engages onto Doran. He gets executed. Pays is forced to flash away on the right-hand side of the fight. And while Bin does drop, On goes for a bit of a cheeky flash play. The knock-up on Chovy means that he loses his life as well. BLG just systematically dismantling Gen G.
And you can see from some of these fights, if it was a more even battleground, Gen G would have a chance. TP away, and Doran will escape. No CC there on unable to get the handshake in time.
Yay! He makes it out!
Gotta take the wins. To see these small advantages. That's a very Westerner approach.
I mean, yeah, as you earlier said, Betty, like what do you say? BLG is just every single lane is winning. In the draft, I think that Gen G, as mentioned, picked red side. What did they have to show for it? Basically nothing, except the Milio, which was faced with a 2-0 Xayah like 4 minutes into the game. And BLG are about to set up for a extremely strong position in this best of 5.
I wonder if Gen G will switch over to the blue side once again.
You gotta imagine.
They do have side selection for the final game. Maybe bring a different rabbit out of the hat than this. The draft, not the easiest for them to execute. Now, the mid lane inhibitor tower, the target for BLG. No Baron for them, though, makes the siege a little bit harder. Super minions pushing in bot wave, but second will join its comrade as Doran goes across to push that back out. Will take him a little bit of time, but it looks like BLG satisfied with what they've got for now. Just want to deny the jungle, deny this red, deny everything from Gen G.
So it looks like the BLG are just going to wait for the Baron. They're so strong at this point that they can probably 2 or 3 man it. So you can just have Bin sit in the jungle and try and zone away Gen G. Maybe have On work with him as well, while the other 3 members of BLG just secure the objective. You can see that Jun not even choosing to base, still has his control ward available. Full vision denial on the top side of the map. Gen G, just, they don't see anything. It is completely dark on this top side. Chovy's too scared to even last hit because he, like, there's no way Shun's still in the jungle, right? Right? Nope, he's still there and he will be spotted now. He wants to try and protect this vision. The bot wave pushing in as well, thanks to the super minions. No TP available for Doran, means that Chovy's going to be forced to go and answer it. Blue buff being picked up by Yagao, who's now level 16 as well. Just Gen G need a Miracle Steal, and even then they need another one.
I mean, look at the item discrepancies, right? Chovy doesn't even have a Mythic. Pays is sitting on like 2.5, whereas Elk is approaching 4. Shun, obviously, monstrously strong, has the Shojin finished as well. Gen G, it's a 13k gold deficit here. You're fighting against Infernal Soul. Even with a steal, I don't think it's enough.
The thing is, even if it's a steal, you get the fight that you look for, but Peanut decides against flashing in and trying to smite the Baron. Super minions pushing in the bottom lane. Reset starting to happen from Yagao. He can TP into these supers. Baron buffed them up quickly. Instead, TPs to the mid lane to join his team because he knows Chovy has to answer the minions battering down the base. Shun goes forward with the flag and drag, and that's another inhibitor tower forfeit by Gen G and happily taken by BLG. Time is running out for Gen G, at least in this game. Maybe in Worlds, if they can't find a way to fight back against BLG in Game 3.
BLG were underdogs at MSI, they're underdogs here again at Worlds, but despite that they stand strong and they're looking to go to match point against Gen G.
It has been destruction, demolition, the most one-sided series we have seen in a while here at Worlds. Peanut has to flash away, the Cataclysm in will end Chovy's day, and now Doran and the rest of Gen G can only stand and watch on the fountain, but even there, they are not safe from the unending assault of BLG.
And BLG, 2-0. Game number 1, it felt was, at least in the early game, a little bit even. A couple of bad decisions from Gen G were very nicely punished. In this one, though,
every single lane stomped.
They really did. As we head to break and match point for BLG, let's check out some behind-the-scenes footage of our daily teasers, thanks to the Oppo Cam.
A team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. Countless battles, one arena, the realm. The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love, aka the Cisco Network.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn.
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
How do we keep holding on? Lights flicker from afar. I'd rather stay in the dark if I'm with you. I don't need the world. Keep me close, safe and sound. More than two is a crowd when I'm with you. Time is passing, knows no manners. I'm finding comfort in hope. I'm an ocean, like a grenade. You can't hold it, no. I'm leaving ashes wherever I go. I strike matches, and just to see the smoke, and let go, turn loose. You better run when I'm lighting the fuse. I'm all in.
rooted up. Shun is on his way. The equalizer down, and Dorman's burning. Bin trying to turn it around, and Dorman will fall first, and Peanut's buried next to his brother as BLG's strike. Dorman trying to get onto Elk, but Elk's yet untouched. And Dorman, the warm hugs are not enough to keep him alive as Elk flashes forward. Hayes is about to meet his maker as Elk sends him into the dirt. Yagao TP's in, no shockwave on him for about 20 seconds, but the EQ flash onto Jovi, he dashes in, but Elk has the escape tool. Feathers fly and Genji die in their own base.
The realization on the face of the fans of Genji, and Ben repeating what he said before the series, and he says, do you think it was going to go any different? You're wrong. I'm stunned a little bit as well, I have to say, with how the series has went, and particularly kind of Genji moving on to the red side and then giving us their worst game of the tournament.
They're scrambling now too, because now they chose blue side, and like, where do we go? It's not safe here, it's not safe here. There's nowhere safe on the Rift with them right now.
No.
And I think the big surprising thing here as we get into draft is definitely the Rumble pick for Bin. Not because you're like, this is not a strong pick. These are actually 3 amazing picks to get for BLG. It's just, Dagda and I looked at each other, we're like, Bin doesn't play Rumble. He's never played Rumble. Like, okay, let's see how good this is going to end up.
And we saw, like, Hysterics tweet out, like, this has never been played before at all by Bin. And the fact as well, I got a quick hit from one of the Chinese fans that reached out to me to say, look, there was an interview by Bin as well on the Chinese side that was like, I hate Rumble. I don't want to play it. I don't want to play against it. I want nothing to do with this champion. And now he's bringing it out in the quarterfinals of Worlds to catch everyone by surprise.
I have some really bad news for Bin. Not only was this pick super strong, but he played it well.
Yeah. Sad.
So
you're stuck now. You're stuck.
I might have to play a little more Rumble.
I always feel like, if players haven't played a champion, it doesn't mean they can't play it and they can invest some time into it. And here, you pointed out, it's so perfect. They see the early Aphelios and they're like, he's not moving at all. That is an easy hot pot right there. Cataclysm plus Orianna plus Rumble. They just blew him out of the water.
It was horrible for Genji. Time is running out for them, and every second counts thanks to the reliable Cisco network. BLG's bot lane survives with a sliver of HP to give Elk a huge lead in the early game.
This was so sick to see. Peanut had actually done some really clever pathing to make his way back down to this bot side. But then you see on the second Peanut goes on to him, flashes forward, he gets the bailout as well. And from that, Elk is able to step back into a position where he's able to catch Delight with the feathers on the pullback as well to snipe him down. This was such a sick play from BLG, and every second mattered in that moment.
Yeah. Oh, no, I was going to say, like, I think, Kobe, you said it best at the top of the day where you were like, it's going to be Elk and it's going to be Bin. And here we saw Elk and On just making a straight up outplay in a 2v3. And that definitely set the tone for this game.
It certainly did. And what do you do when your bottom lane makes outplays and then the top side of the map also makes outplays with top and jungle? I believe we'll just keep on rolling a bunch of extra BLG clips here. Elk, though, as you saw the stats, did not die. Here's how it started. Started with the dive, and you're going to get a lot more repeats for Bin. I'd say pretty dang good first Rumble game ever.
Yeah, I also think like this comes right after that bot lane outplay, right? So then you have this coming up. The big thing for BLG as well is that they have been so consistently ahead in all of their lanes in terms of turret plates and overall pressure, and they've been playing so well around these like mid-game team fighting teams.
And Yagao has not been a liability whatsoever for this team in the mid lane. There has been no big Chovy difference that's coming to save Genji. So it's so demoralizing when you get bottom side outplays and top side outplays. What do? Gigabin is back.
It's the Yagao factor, you know? You don't really think about him, but he always does a great job. But here in the top lane.
It's toothpaste time?
It's toothpaste time, and you can't put it back, baby. Kobe, you are the only analyst that had the right prediction, and thus you are the smartest person on this desk.
I mean, I did have BLG winning, but I think I actually should change it. It should be 6-0, 3-0 MSI,
right. Control yourself over here.
3-0 at Worlds.
We didn't get any of that, but we'll see it in a second, in any case. You changed your prediction. You already were correct, but now you're maybe even more correct or very wrong.
I mean, you got to trust Bin. He called it 3-0 both times. BLG win.
Are they going to get overzealous? Gen G have selected the blue side, so they're going back. This could be the LCK first seed getting knocked out by BLG again. Emily, what do you think?
I think actually they need to take away the Jarvan from Shun. I think Shun has had, like, and this is no slight to Peanut, who we talked about, like, that early pathing was actually really smart around bot. It didn't work out because of an outplay. He had a really good early game in game 1. I do think that Shun has also performed exceptionally on this J4 pick. It gives BLG everything they want for him to play around his lanes, especially because the compositions they've been playing rely on them to snowball early and then win all of these mid-game team fights. So yeah, I would try, honestly, to take him off of that.
I agree. I think you got to find something to shut down Shun, but also, what the hell are you going to do with top lane?
Yeah.
Every single game in this series, Bin has manhandled Doran. There's been absolutely nothing that Doran's been able to fight back against. Even when he gets the pressure coming through from Peanut, it is still going Bin's way, and he hasn't even got picks like the Jax that we were as worried about. Even if you try to go back to something like an Orin, he's got things like Gwen. It feels like this matchup is just so one-sided.
I mean, time to start turning off some monitors up there or something, maybe? To get a little edge.
Maybe if that's the only way to go for Gen G, I think it's pretty desperate times. We're going to get into the draft. I'm going to kick it over to the casters. Mao, do you still believe?
Of course I believe. There's got to be some adjustments, both in draft and in play. But if DRX could do it last year, Gen G can do it now. Was that convincing? Was that good?
That was incredibly convincing.
Really?
As convincing as when we, support EU teams versus LPL teams when they're 0-2 down.
Up until the point where I started to second guess myself, it was good.
Exactly. Yeah, it was
Thank
really
you.
good. Rumble ban hit from BLG. The Jax, Xayah, and Renata were moved by Gen G, so now they've added Renata to the list
Jarvan,
of things.
first pick, right?
It has to be.
I think so. You would think so.
I think that they can't afford to give it to Jun for a third time in a row. I think that he's just too effective on the pick. All right.
Maokai instead.
They don't agree. Bear in mind that Orianna also up. At first I was like, oh, Chovy's giving away Orianna. Like, he doesn't need it. Now I'm starting to question if he actually plays the champ. Because, like, the fact that they haven't prioritized it at all at this Worlds is very surprising. Because unsurprised, like, you should just get Jarvan Orianna, right?
I wouldn't mind it. I really want to see what Gen G end up with here, because I do agree. I think that especially after the games that Shun has had in this series thus far, plus how good that 1-2 of Orianna and Jarvan has been, I don't think you can just give that away. And I don't think that the Orianna specifically is the issue. I mean, they have to do something. You can't just keep trying. If they look at Felios here, okay, there we go.
Okay.
At least Gen G is doing something different. It's a Hail Mary. Obviously, Chovy's Yone is a thing of legend, but I still feel like we haven't really seen him put out the performances that he's been able to domestically. Well, and it's now or never. They are down 0-2. He's playing a champion that can hard 1v9, but will he actually be allowed to?
I think also the games just haven't been about mid lane.
Not.
Right, like Chovy's been getting Yagao's flash a couple of times. We've seen
teased me
Yagao
with a
getting
Fiora.
but it hasn't been about mid at all. It's been top and bot that have dictated the pace of these games. Where Nexon locked in alongside the Orianna and the Jarvan for BLG, Yone, Aatrox, and Maokai in the first phase for Gen G. So now we move on to AD carry bans. Zeri taken away by BLG. There's the Aphelios. Xayah already banned, so do we see a Jinx ban? Do we see an Ashe ban? Do we see us falling all the way down to things like the Caitlyn or even the Draven if you want to be a little bit spicy? Maybe actually even a Ziggs for Pays. You have a very AD heavy topside. I know it's not something he too commonly played, but the Ziggs could work well depending on what AD carry you're matching up into.
And I think Kai'Sa's something that Gen G need to be a little worried about. BLG do have a bit of a shotgun composition where they just kind of want to go in. And with the Draven ban, definitely does suggest that they're looking perhaps for something a little bit weaker during the laning phase. The Kalista now taken away from Gen G as well. So what direction will Elk look to go for? Oh!
Caitlyn Lux.
All right, fair enough. Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be the Lux, of course. It could be a variety of things. But yeah, the Caitlyn, the fact that it exists now puts pressure on your support pick because of the flexibility that Caitlyn has.
I wonder if Delight wants to pull out his Blitzcrank. I feel like it's all or nothing, but you're already in a very dire situation. And as good as I think Delight, a lot of his engaged champs are, the Rakan isn't available. Maybe you can go for the Kai'Sa Nautilus, but doesn't really inspire a lot of confidence compared to
I can just
any of the... Literally, if you don't get the early all-in, like, your laning phase is going to be in absolute hell.
Really struggles in the lane if you start to be harassed down. Braum as well. Oh, they thought it was going to be the Lux, but Braum into Naught is an absolute delight for On, not for Delight. In fact, it will be despair for Delight against On, who will very much be on in this game, not turned off by picking the Braum into the Nautilus in this final draft. Game 3, and we have our drafts. Gentlemen, what do we think?
Chovy hard 1v9, or it's BLG 3-0, right? BLG gets the Renekton for Bin, which he's incredible on. I think is best champion outside of the Jax. Then you have, again, that combo of the Orianna and the Jarvan. Shun has had an incredible series thus far. I think the only upside is that, you know, I think the Braum is better into Nautilus, but the 2v2 is a little bit less oppressive than Lux, so that's something. But if that's what you're looking at, things are not good, and I think Gen G needs to actually win some early skirmishes if they want to have a shot in this one.
I don't love Yone into Renekton. Not in like that. Obviously, they're not actually playing against each other in the matchup. I mean, like, when it comes into the team fights later on, I think Renekton is just so obnoxious for Yone to play. I will say that, like, Gen G have changed it up. Their team fighting, I feel like that independently, like, their players now have a lot more agency to do things. They're not reliant on a good engage from Peanut. They also just have more engage options because Delight is on a melee support. So I'm optimistic that Gen G can just do more because they have more tools to do more. But the pressure's on. They're down 2 games now, and their year can end right here, right now.
What a year it would be to end it in such a fashion. You guys can collect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming to grab the exclusive Braum W emote. But what a year it would be, you know? Champions of Spring go to MSI, touted as one of the favorites. End up losing to BLG 3-0 in what was a shock defeat at the time. Champions of Summer go to Worlds as one of the 2 favorites. End up losing to BLG in a shock defeat once again. I think, although some people did have BLG as possible winners of this tournament, I don't think, of this series, sorry, I don't think many people had them as probable winners of this series.
I think you'd be far-reached, far-stretched, one of those phrases, to find someone that would predict a BLG 3-0.
Yep.
Coming into this series, especially when you just kind of look at the games at Worlds, Gen G was undefeated coming into this series. They looked like one of the favorites coming into the tournament, and then they just demonstrated that at every stage of the tournament, whereas BLG had some very up-and-down performances. Even in some of their wins, they looked very chaotic and messy, and against T1, they got absolutely smashed in both games. It shouldn't come as a surprise that BLG were doubted, but their performance in this series has been incredible. And huge credit to Bin, his flexibility in the top lane. He was targeted, he brought out the Rumble in last game, and, you know, to me it looked like that he was every other Rumble main we've ever seen. He had a very clean performance. And Jun now getting his hands on the Jarvan once more. Let's see what he can do with it. Full clear on the top side once again. Don't be surprised, though, to see him immediately path towards bot.
Yeah, has done it in game number 1 as well, right? Just clear your entire top side, then path straight towards the bottom half of the map. It's Chovy taking a turret shot. There you go. Winning the mental war, emoting. And I'm pretty sure in the last game as well, because of the event at the beginning of the year, every player on the green side that won, they got their own emote, right? I'm pretty sure Yagao was flashing Chovy's own emote head in the last game, which, that's got a sting, right? You're
Which,
up
considering
2-0.
Mid has had, like, very little impact in this series.
Nothing about
Ballsy
Mid.
play, I respect it.
A lane that has had a lot of impact is bot lane. Elkanon getting the push early on here. We talked a little bit about how it's basically impossible for the Nautilus to play effectively into the Braum if you ever go in.
Looking bot lane for a dive at level 3?
What a surprise! He might even just be looking to catch out Peanut, who will spot him as he comes through with the flag and drag, knocks him back. The Sapling doing a bit of work here as well. Jun forced away.
So he's creating an interesting dynamic here because Delight is now divided between what he should do, move to assist the jungle or stay in lane to assist Pays. And now Jun is just reapplying that pressure. Knowing that Yagao has that health advantage in mid, On has now made his way across. And it's just Jun playing around the pressure that he has. Chovy's likely going to be forced to TP. No smite coming out from Peanut means that he's going to lose his red buff.
And Pays and Delight couldn't move as quickly. Like, Delight can because he can lose a little bit of that XP as the wave crashes in, but Pays really wants to be there for the gold, for the experience, and there was a massive wave underneath his tower.
It's good using as well of the weakness of the Yone, right? Like the first 6 levels are just not going to be fun. Chovy's trying to counter trade as much as he can, but Yagao is doing a really good job of continuously harassing him with autos, keeping the wave shoved in. So even without the fact that you're looking at like Jarvan and Braum, whose early game is obviously extremely dominant, there isn't really an opportunity for Gen.G to find any counterplay back there. And BLG generating some early leads yet again.
Not too monumental as of yet. Can sometimes
small.
feel like the flow of a single game kind of follows the flow of the series, but so far Gen.G are in an okay position, a CS lead for Chovy in fact in the mid lane.
Yeah, props to Chovy, doing well. He's going to buy a bunch of daggers. Always makes me laugh seeing those pickups.
It's General Grievous, man. He's got his lightsabers, he's ready for a fight.
More
They're all blue, so he's been killing the good side.
He needs, how many is it, 6?
I don't know.
He's getting close.
I think General Grievous's collection just expands.
Yeah,
Depends what you count
arms.
as canon as well, really.
Sure, yeah. I don't want to get into that. I'm not too well read up on that.
Nor am I.
Why would you engage the conversation?
Because I was hoping the conversation would end after I made the joke. And then you decided to continue.
Yeah, of course
and
I will.
understand as an LCK caster, that's your prerogative. But maybe we talk about the quarterfinal that's happening in front of our eyes.
No, we can stick on that topic. Continue, Mao, it's fine.
Yeah,
I mean,
love
like,
Star Trek.
very little action is happening in this early game. Jun wasn't able to find any early ganks, and Gen.G's happy because they don't find themselves at a massive gold deficit, only 5 minutes in. So what are your thoughts on Star Trek?
No, because actually I have a serious point to make. I want to talk about Peanut because even though this series he's been abysmal, one of his biggest strengths, I mean, he has been.
I mean, that's fair.
His biggest
ruthless. I respect it.
His biggest strengths domestically has been dealing with early pressure really well, and it's been something he's always been very vocal about. And it is the mental resiliency of Gen.G within individual games domestically that make it all the more jarring to see how this series have gone thus far, right? Because I think game number 1, you know, that it's a tough loss, but you made a couple of big mistakes. You should be able to kind of just adapt from that as Shun is moving towards the bot lane, but not going to risk anything. Start looking to start the Drake with double prio, should be able to.
And BLG have been playing really well around their bot lane prio in
Very
terms
much
of
so.
early objective stacking. It's a 22-minute soul, I believe, in game 2.
They have actually gotten every single dragon.
Oh, not a single dragon so far
in this
from Gen.G.
series thus far. Yeah, I don't know what the dragon takes for MSI, but I wouldn't be surprised if it holds true there as well.
I mean, bot lane prio gives you that. Like if you want to play through bot lane to dragon, having the bot lane that always gets the push helps you out a huge amount. As we see the dragon secured for BLG, Shun getting that one. You can see Peanut on the top side of the map. Did develop a little bit of a lead, but Dorman's been able to bring that back. Well, I say that, it's still a 14 CS lead for the BLG top laner. And the struggles that we saw at MSI continue.
I mean, overall, this early game has been very tame compared to what we've been seeing so far in this series. Chovy, again, doing very well in terms of farm. Bot lane as well, Pays doing a very good job. Flash.
Delight here for the flag. No! Oh, the anti-synergy, it's all over the place! Oh, Gen.G were just not on the same page. They weren't even reading from the same hymnal. That was diabolical.
It was awful.
And these are the type of moments that, particularly in game 3, when you're down 0 and 2, can make the big difference. The Lion and Peanut, not even remotely on the same page there.
Yagao even hit them with the emote, the yawning Teemo, you know. And that's the most disrespectful, because Yagao didn't even do anything.
He got to flash because they missed it all.
Yeah, it was just Gen.G. You know, like, at first it was a bit of a meme, you know, that they get to quarters or semis, then they, you know, they choke, they falter. And then last year happened when they lost to DRX, and, you know, you can rationalize, well, you know, DRX is having the tournament of their life. But now, like, it's going to be very difficult for Gen.G to shake this perception around them, because it doesn't matter how they perform domestically when you're the LCK first seed. The expectations that fall on your shoulders are astronomical, and they are not meeting or living up to those expectations.
And the weight of those expectations when you are in front of your home crowd as well. when you are expected to beat the second seed from the LPL, when you are the favorites coming in. Only extenuate those circumstances as the Nature's Grasp comes out. Smite secured by Peanut as they look for the engage world ender. Chovy with a great base seal locks up 2. Yagao trying to join the fray, bin low, but he's able to dash away. Doran going forward. First blood to Gen G, and signs of life for Gen G, and signs of life here in Busan.
And Yagao doesn't have flash because of the earlier play. We'll see if Peanut can extend, but he dies!
Shockwave, Peanut goes Timber, ace in the hole onto Light. The Glacial Fish are going wide, but flash ignite into the Piltover Peacemaker is enough for BLG in the bottom lane.
The trap placement from Elk was crazy there. There was nowhere for Delight to go. Bit more chip damage coming down onto Pays, but BLG are the ones to overstep. But it's still BLG the walk away with a kill advantage thanks to the bot lane 2v2. Gen G, as you said, Medic, showing some signs of life, finding a good skirmish around the Herald. And they secured the objective, so definitely still ways for them to find leads in this early game.
And Yagao punishing the overextension from Peanut really beautifully there, right? Has his ultimate still available, and even without the flash, a lot was invested. And the reason why this works out for him is because both Doran and Chovy basically throw everything at the Renekton and Jarvan there. We've seen a lot of engages on Aatrox not really work out. This is another example. They're able to take down the Renekton. The fact that Shun survives, actually a really big win for BLG. But here, Peanut, like, you don't have the health.
I don't think he was expecting that damage. I mean, he had the passive, right? So he thought W into Q maybe. But look at that trap placement there from Elk. Like, where does Delight go? He's like, I'm trapped, I'm stuck. Gets ulted on, and then the ignite wasn't even, I mean...
yeah, they used a lot more than they needed to get
But
that
hey,
kill.
they made it work. 2v2 kill found. Delight now.
Depth charge onto Elk. He still has flash, he still has heal, but where's he gonna dash to? As the Gen G bot lane comes to life as well. Gen G 2-2 now. They have the Rift Herald in the pocket of Peanut. Do they want to just put it down and invest more gold into their AD carry? It looks like it.
Look at the faces of the Gen G fans. Cautious optimism for now. They will equalize the kills, and Pays getting a crucial one will help close the gold gap between him and Elk. He needs those plates, and he's going to get some gold off the back of that. So a much needed play there for Gen G. Delight finds his opportunity.
Chovy going in with the Soul Unbound, pull back with the shockwave, but he can dash away. The face seal blocked though with the Cataclysm, and Chovy will fall every time Gen G get on the board. BLG answer.
And Chovy got a bunch of help, wasn't able to take down Yagao. Yagao gets one gank, says thank you very much, is able to pick up the counter kill. Credit again to Shun, right? Blocking.
Helps when your teammates hit their skills.
Yeah, that turns out then the gank's a lot better. We do see, as mentioned, the fact that Pays at least is playing in this game helps a little bit, but see if Gen G can get another play going here, as the Drake has been started up. Drake stacking for BLG has been really big this series.
Yagao has no ultimate. Peanut has his. The Nature's Grasp possibility is there's the Glacier Fisher. Nature's Grasp used, but they all line up. Good hook onto the back line as the TP is now invested from either side. Chovy trying to come in from the top side of the fight, but Doran's already dead. And now Pays them to cleanse away. The ace in the hole finds its prey, but only 100 HP left now on the Gen G AD carry.
And Gen G is a team that usually is so on the same page, but there they weren't. Chovy wasn't able to join the rest of the team, and Doran's teleport gets immaculately punished by BLG. We're able to pick up the kills and surely pick up the dragon as well.
Yeah, I mean, that response from Bin, we saw him do this so much in the G2 series, the rate at which he's able to react with TPs to make these cross maps happen. The moment he sees that Doran TP come through, he joins the rest of his team, and Yagao having that priority in mid, getting that kill onto Chovy, delayed his involvement, and Gen G again going for a fight that they think they can win, but the numbers aren't in their favor. You can see the TP, Yagao is already here. Chovy's catching this mid wave, and Gen G's saying, well, if we TP in, Bim's forced to stay underneath this tower, but he just abandons the wave top lane. He doesn't care, he wants to be here for the fight.
It's also Delight going in when no one else on the team is ready, right? So he's going in, there's no actual follow-up on the damage. Everyone just stands behind Braum. BLG, again, denied the dragon. Still nothing when it comes to those for Gen G in this series.
BLG playing really well around cooldowns as well. No ultimate for Pays, no ultimate for Delight in that fight because they had been used to catch out Elk, and now Pays, no summoners as well for the next 4 minutes or so. BLG, 1,000 gold ahead. Chovy trying to do everything he can to get ahead on this Yone, but already. Leandri's complete for Yagao. Doran trying to keep Bin at bay. He's doing an okay job of it, but the rest of the team crumbling a little bit around him. I mean, the whole team's just crumbled throughout this series. Doran has exemplified that.
No TPs.
Games 1-2, no TPs, as you say. Delight trying to step forward. They can hold. They have the killer instinct and the depth charge, but Delight.
Yagao's on his way as well.
Damage.
These Caitlyn picks at this tournament have been incredibly oppressive. We did see NRG try to answer it yesterday with the Ezreal Karma to, honestly, in the laning phase, great effect, but the level of harassment that this champion can provide is so difficult to deal with, and Gen G have felt the pressure. 2K is the goal lead now for BLG, and with 2 dragons up, Chronicler, you already talked about it. Gen G haven't even been able to taste a dragon this series, as BLG have just controlled that objective with this early game dominance that their bot lane 2v2 consistently finds.
And right now we see Gen G making a position. I feel like something that I want to highlight as well. To me, I feel like Gen G haven't truly won a single skirmish, right? It's always been a 1-for-1 or a 1-for-2, or they get the objective but they lose on the cross map. And it's something that they usually were very consistent in. Not going to be the case here, as BLG will give up the Herald.
I think part of it is exemplified here. If BLG had been doing that Rift Herald, Gen G would have run into them and tried to take the fight. BLG say, okay, cool, we don't think we can win the fight of the Rift Herald, so we'll let you have that. We'll go down towards the bottom side. Yagao is pushing in. We'll gain control of your bot side jungle, maybe even take a tier 2 off this, because you have to go the long way round to get down here. And if Chobi then overstepped into his own jungle, he'd be caught out. So they lose the red buff, they lose their bot side jungle, and yes, Gen G got the Rift Herald, but BLG didn't give them any more than they needed to in that situation.
And BLG just controlling the map very well right now, taking their time, using their pressure. Yagao has the TP bot lane. Doran in a position to go for a fight, but been respecting it, knowing that his side is the weak side. Pina going to interrupt some bases here, just to be a little bit more annoying. But overall, BLG continue to look good here in this early game, and we talk about the pressure, it only continues to mount, but I am more optimistic that Gen G have a few more options in this mid-game.
Yeah, it feels a lot more like game number 1 as opposed to game number 2. Game number 2, obviously, not a lot to be done. I also want to highlight the one upside of that play towards bot side, where BLG got the dragon, is that it actually equalized the top half of the map, right? So Bin gets his team ahead, but it does mean that Dora now does have an item lead. We'll see if he's able to use that, though. We're remembering in number 1 on the Jax, he got an early kill as well. That didn't really translate to a whole lot. And I think this dragon in a minute is going to give us a really good indication of whether this series is going to continue. Because Gen G, they have the power, the backline dive. Will they actually be able to execute? We haven't really seen it thus far this series. And all the sums on BLG are available as well. So the CC chain needs to be immaculate. And then, you know, thinking back to that mid lane play, I'm a little worried.
We'll see. Maybe things have rectified themselves over the last few minutes. 30 seconds on the Cloud Drake. It is a Cloud Soul here for us. Fitting for Gen G, a comfort zone perhaps. Maybe they can fight back on their home turf. BLG have vision control around that Drake. Gen G now starting their recalls. I wonder if Gen G will decide to fight it. Obviously, Cloud Soul is powerful, but not as much as an Infernal or a Hextech or even an Ocean or a Mountain. Basically, it's more powerful than a Chemtech Soul and not much more powerful than the others.
I think you're severely underestimating Cloud.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
I just wanted to highlight Pays interrupting Jin's back there. He wanted to get a cheeky base off before the Dragon started, but not going to result in a huge amount. The Herald actually being dropped to help give that extra pressure in the mid lane for Gen G. They actually have access to the river here. Notice Chovy pushing in that bot wave. So Yagao's still sitting top. But yeah, TP's actually going to come out from Bin to answer. Will be a bit separated from his team. But all right, here we go. Third dragon of the game. It's Gen G that are first to the objective. And I think BLG are actually just going to give this one up.
Yep, they just decide top lane tower is more important. Bin makes sure they don't lose the turret off it as well. So it's a Drake for a tower trade across the map. Also vision control gained once again by BLG up towards the top river. Not too much of it. Wasn't quite able to see exactly how much they got because obviously we see the Orianna there. But there's the TP. Nature's Grass coming out as the collapse onto Peanut was a possibility, but in the end doesn't bear fruition.
Small win there for Gen G on specifically the teleport, but yeah, BLG still going to be happy with the trade. Giving up a single Drake, not the end of the world. TP coming in here, they want to hold to onto this turret.
Chovy has TP as well. No wards behind for him to get to. And with the snap trap lineup, it's very hard for Gen G to hold. TP seemed a little over-eager from Gen G there. Felt like the tower was pretty much lost. Could have just kept pushing in the bot lane, but they tried to invest some resources into defending. Delight is looking for Yagao, but Shun steps in the way. The depth shot coming out as well, and the killer instinct. A possibility here for FaZe. He dives in, they find Yagao, the shockwave. It's not going to be enough. And Gen G proactively find the enemy mid.
A really good punish as Delight and Chovy is sitting in the top side river, and they notice that Yagao and Shun are just kind of lackadaisically walking through the river. Great awareness, though, from Yagao. You'll notice that he takes a step back. He's actually hesitant and Soul might be in the brush. Unfortunately, the hook connects onto Shun, which is all Delight needs to then connect the ultimate. Pays with the quick follow-up means that Gen G get themselves another kill.
Yeah, see there as well, even though the Kai'Sa has dropped someone in priority, with Xayah being a lot better in a mirror matchup, and then also new answers in the form of the Senna and Kanj have come through. These type of moments, particularly once you hit the second level of Killer Instinct, are so good. And everyone on Gen G actually has set up for FaZe. In these type of scenarios, we can target one or two individual members. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if BLG gonna remain tight-knit for most of the remainder of this game, as to not give Gen G an opening to try and pick up individual targets.
That is where Delight shines, though, when he has a little bit more agency under his belt. We talked about it when we saw the Enchanters, the priority for Gen G earlier. BLG, though, once again gaining control. The Shun Elk on combination
right now?
has been so strong throughout this series.
Yagao doesn't have TP, so probably not. But I was looking at those trap placements and thinking, maybe they're trying to bait something here. But, okay, keep your eyes on Yagao. He's pushed out bot wave, now starting to move. Chovy does have the TP, so maybe BLG could just try and get the TP out of Chovy. Then when you set up for the next dragon, both TPs for Yagao and Bin will be available. All right, looks like that they're not going to risk it. They're just going to spend that vision reset on.
Does have the flash. The trap on Delight will slow him up, but Delight deciding no hook needed in that situation. FaZe was there to close the gap, but I think his killer instinct still a few seconds before it's back off cooldown.
Yeah, also just in general, going to be hesitant, right, to engage on the Braum as Chovy. Going to use his health bar to make sure he gets his turret. Wouldn't be the first time that teams have tried a hard engage, and I think it was a lack of vision as well. So Gen G not taking any risks, and it's a good call because they are very much with their backs against the wall here, even though this game is a little bit closer. Gen G have been able to find a big lead, break open the game, and take control.
Gen G have done a great job of slowing down the game, though.
Very
getting
true.
it into a position where there are 2 items on their carries. Chovy has 2, FaZe has 2, Doran building up towards his second as well. They are matched, obviously, by BLG on the other side, but compared to Game 2, at least, much stronger performance from Gen G. BLG do still have the power of Elk and Yagao in these team fights. Shun has been so wily in finding his engages as well.
Sorry, every time I watch Chovy, he's always got a new Yone build, and now it's Stride. I remember the Evan Shroud.
Yeah, it was an Evan Shroud.
Jack Show for a while as well.
It was also the guy who played Sunfire.
Yeah, Sunfire.
Yeah, no, the man loves his
so now he's going Stride
builds.
Breaker. I mean, all right. It gives him a little bit more durability, helps him stick to a target.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what he's concerned about. Champion like Caitlyn, with her range and with the E. Maybe he wants to make sure that he can close that gap, and once he does, Elk can't escape. Regardless, we'll see what Chovy can do. He's doing a great job on a side lane, 230 CS to his name, and getting close to level 15 means that the longer this game goes, the more options Gen G are going to have.
FaZe desperately trying to get to his young, not going to be the case. Peanut not able to take that shot. And BLG have first move and control of the river as we go towards the dragon.
Gen G don't have to contest this.
They don't.
But every time we've said that so far this series, they have then contested
they've committed
it,
2 TPs to mid lane now.
There we are, Chovy and Doran join the fray. Stopwatch completed on Chovy. I think a fight is brewing. Bin locked up for the moment. He'll be able to dash away. Chovy pulled back by the Soul Unbound. Gen G don't really have the vision control as of yet. They're going to try and garner it now, but there's wards behind them as well. The Dragon started, would be the second for Gen G, down to 5,000. Bin with the Dominus, slowed, stopped by Doran, who acts as a bodyguard. Now the hook onto Bin, knocked up with a death charge as well as Bin tries to heal himself up. Chovy getting onto the back line with the shockwave, pulls him out, shot out! Chovy down, but here is Pays to find another. The Dragon going over, flash away from Elk, twisted advance, they dive as well. On the front line, trying to get in the way as Shun forces Pays away. Shun will take down Pays, and Elk still standing like he's ever been for BLG. Elk still survives, but Doran finally comes to life. A triple for the Aatrox as Gen G even out the fight.
It's 4 dead on either side. The Dragon goes in favor of Gen G. Doran looking for one more. Shun, can you escape?
He saved everything in this series for this moment. Can't find Shun, but finally Gen G find an even fight and find the objective.
And key thing here, do take note of the positioning of Pays. Bin takes a lot of upfront damage, but that's what he wants to do. Doesn't go down. Then Chovy here gets caught by Yagao's ultimate, and as a result, it feels like Gen G is losing the fight.
Look at the flash here from Elk. Great response from Peanut and the follow-up, but Shonen on with the flash response to immediately lock down Pays and try and protect Elk. So you've got 2 fights going on. Doran killing the backline of BLG, while Peanut and Delight do what they can to kill Elk, but they just don't have the damage. He's just barely surviving, and it ends up being a battle between Doran and Elk to equalize the fight 4-for-4.
If Elk doesn't hit that flash, like that's a fight win for Gen G. His reflexes, and sure, look at how much damage he was able to put out as a result.
Oh my word.
But also, that's a big moment for Doran. Doran is a momentum player, and he hadn't really had a great moment in the series thus far. That fight gonna make him a menace in any upcoming skirmish.
I mean, the biggest thing as well, as you talked about it, Chronicler, Chovy was basically irrelevant in that fight. They basically won it 4v5. Admittedly, Bin was taken out very quickly, and now that he's got the Star Axe, it's going to give him a lot more survivability. But let's quickly look at all these summoner spells. Everybody's flash is down. Ultimate to back up. Chovy does, of course, have the flash, but as BLG threaten the Baron, a lot of these summoners being down means that these fights are going to be that much more lethal. And here we go, BLG begin it.
Started up, well, got spotted, but I don't know if Gen G can walk up. The zoning of the traps and the ball.
Doran's so far away.
Doran is a mile away, but BLG disengage it. The Baron's still aggro down to 7,000. BLG get what they want out of the fight, or perhaps just don't want to fight any further. Baron resets, Elk getting mid lane prio. That's going to be matched by Pays, who works his way down there. Vision still in favor of BLG, denied by them. Gen G, darkness surrounds them. And a dark end to the season if they lose out here. They have started to fight back in this series, but they have to fight back for 3 whole games. Pays now getting the red buff, has the Nash's Tooth. Ginsu, Storm Raids are complete. As Chovy looks for a little bit more, he can always dash back with that Soul Unbound. Pays and Elk meeting up in the mid lane, the ace in the hole. Part of the power of Caitlyn. So ability to chip out the enemy AD carry at will with that ultimate.
Also do note, Pays going for the hybrid build, so his W's will hurt a little bit more, but it mainly means that you can bust down any tank in a second as long as you're able to get off your full plasma stacks. Doran also going for Randuin's here, specifically to try and keep the pressure on Elk. And I think now the game turns into, can either Doran or Chovy somehow find a flank, versus is BLG's zone control enough to just have a straight front to back?
I mean,
because with the Braum in particular, if you don't get past him somehow, it becomes really hard to play out.
Yeah, there's so many variables, like things that can swing the game. Chovy getting a good ultimate onto Elk. Yagao landing a clutch ultimate to potentially force a summoner or displace someone. Doran is this huge threat that BLG's backline now has to be concerned about, but Elk is someone that if you can't touch him, he's just going to win you the fight. He's nearly finished his 4th item.
I'd actually really like...
Well, I swear I saw him building the Last Whisper, and now it seems that he switched over to the stopwatch. I guess he wants a little bit more defensive. Maybe I missaw, but I swear that he had more damage a second ago, and he's decided, you know what, I actually want a little bit more utility, a little bit more defense. So he does have that stopwatch available. Flash about to come up, all those summoners about to come up, so it looks like we're going to have another crazy fight with Dragon spawning 30 seconds.
Makes sense as well. This game feels like the next team fight is going to decide it all. Whoever picks up the Baron, whoever takes a deciding win in the fight, gets a lot this time around. Pays doesn't have to tank that one. Teleports are coming in. Might have a game-deciding fight here, Medic.
It's just Doran making sure that they can get mid-prio. The Dragon about to spawn in 10 seconds as well. Would only be the third for either of these teams. Take a second, take a breath. Might be the last one you have for a moment. Korean fans on the edge of their seats. They paid for the whole thing, but they only need the edge of it. Is Chovy starting up the Dragon here? He can pull it out. Now seen by BLG. They're looking to collapse in. Doran pushing out mid. They don't know where Delight and Pays are. On stepping forward. Elk takes a chunk. The Dragon resets. BLG set up the snap trap line, and Gen G have to work their way down through the bottom side to make sure they can get in here in time. Delight has the flash, though. They just need vision cleared out by Shun. The Dragon down to 4,000 as Gen G look to push forward, push BLG off. Infernal change. There's a Nature's Grasp as well. The Dragon secured. It's Shun that gets it. Do we see a fight afterwards? Chovy dashing in, dashing back, and deciding he doesn't want any more of this action for now. BLG can make a beeline to the Baron, but Gen G didn't invest anything apart from the Maokai ultimate to play around that Dragon. BLG, though, are looking for the big purple worm.
There's a big cooldown. At the very least, I think BLG want to try and force Chovy's TP, force a response here. And in the best case scenario, they pick up the Baron.
The Baron has been begun. There's the TP from Chovy. Delight looking for vision in the pit, puts a control ward in. Doran going forward with the World Ender. And on the back of the wings of the World Ender, Gen G look to make their final stand. BLG's fate sealed by the combination of the Aatrox and the Yone. And Busan roars into life.
It is the flank that they've been looking for. It feels like the entire series. Finally, Gen G get the jump on BLG, who tried to bite off a little bit more than they can chew. And at the very least, Gen G gonna walk away with a Baron here.
Well played fight from Gen G. Elk didn't even get to use his flash. The collapse was fantastic. And Gen G are not down and out just yet. The early game looked quite dire. But Doran's Aatrox at Dragon. And look at him again here on the front line, soaking up so much of the damage, but then Chovy finds the flank.
And it's this combo on Yagao that already takes him down to so low, so everything needs to be invested to try and keep this man alive, meaning Chovy is able to absorb so many cooldowns. Pace can move in with impunity. They're not even able to take down Doran.
And even Shun holding everyone in the Cataclysm.
It actually backfired.
It really did, because the fate sealed comes across. And what a moment it was for Gen G. Perhaps the turning of the tides in the series, at least in this game now, a 5,000 gold lead for them. 4 items on Kai'Sa, 3 items on Chovy. Although his scoreline reads 0-2-5, he has been instrumental in these fights, as has Doran, as has Pays. And everyone from Gen G that has been struggling has begun to step up.
Much needed wind in the sails of Gen G. This has been a difficult series for them so far, but now you can see their confidence very clearly at the top. The siege will now begin. Tier 2 going to drop in the bot lane. They've kept Chovy in mid. About to crest level 18 for the Yone. And the traps trying to slow them down from Elk in the mid lane. But these cannon minions doing slow but steady work as BLG do their best to defend.
And now particularly with Pace having finished his death cap as well, his poke actually going to be relevant here. BLG needs to try and dodge those W's. Do see though that Gen G obviously very short range. It's 4 melees and Kai'Sa, so actually reliably taking down these turrets does take a long time. They're really reliant. So that was what, like a Q from Din and then Elk getting a crit off?
That was the headshot.
Yeah.
It might have just been a normal headshot. That'll be a lot to sacrifice for a muffin.
I mean, that's a really big win, right? For BLG, they're able to stifle the Rebel Baron power play. Still big win for Gen G when it comes to gold, but not breaking open the base means that BLG should be able to contest for some future objectives.
And the fact that BLG got the smite on the Drake means they are the ones that step closer to Soul as well. That will be our next objective in a minute, 20 seconds. The Red Bull Baron power play, 3K for Gen G. Still powerful, of course, as you say, and getting you towards those full builds on your carries, so impactful. But everything that BLG had before the Baron fight still remains. They still have a Caitlyn with 4 items. They still have the range that they need. They still have Yagao's shockwaves, which have been on point. Gen G still fighting an uphill battle in the series. This game, though, maybe slowly swinging towards them.
I feel like BLG still have this Doran problem that they have to get around. For the first time in this series, Doran is having a much greater impact than what we've been seeing from Bin. And he's just a juggernaut in the side lane. Look at that, 4 items fully completed. Yigao still chipping away at his HP bar, but I don't know if that type of damage is going to be enough.
It's also really hard to contest in anyone on anyone in the side lane because of Pei's with level 3 ultimate, right?
True,
Like
yep.
as soon as the Kai'Sa joins, you're gonna be gone in a second. So for BLG, they're just gonna have to keep getting shoved in. But as you already pointed out, the benefit is that they don't actually have to care about the upcoming dragon, so we'll come down to the fight for
But
this
they could
Baron.
fight it, Chronicler.
Well, and I've often said, like, why would you? But then it's BLG, and then they do, and then they win. So I'm willing to be proven wrong there. But
I don't think they will. I think
but
you're
I don't
right.
think
I
in
think you're
this one
fine.
we're
I
good.
think you're chilling.
Does mean that we get another full-on 5v5. What I assume will be around Baron.
With the amount of control that Gen G have, maybe BLG are just saying that they can't fight around Baron, and they'll just kind of have to do a base defense type of play. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see if they can actually gain some control back over the map. You can see they've littered a few wards towards the top side. They do have that top wave pushing, but Doran's already gone to catch that and is pushing that one out. Mid is pushing out in favor of Gen G as well. What are we going to see completed?
You can see Delight doing what we talked about on doing in game 1 as well, that tempo cycling. Put vision around the dragon down towards the bottom side. Now, while BLG are clearing that, he steps forward into this top side. A couple of pings come out. It's okay, I'll ward this bush by the Razor Beaks. I'll ward just behind the red buff as well. And then BLG have to invest their time coming up here and clearing it out. And that means On now has 1 control ward. They have no other wards. They have no other Oracle's alterations, only the one sitting on Bin. And Gen G can take their time, step back forward with 3 wards and 4 control wards and regain all of this vision.
Gen G doing a good job in terms of their control. Nice patient play, but in positions like this, when Gen G have the lead, they are a terrifying team to play against. They're really good at suffocating you out. Level 18 now secured for Pei's. And the Baron, 30 seconds. Quick reset gonna come through from Doran. He's going to get rid of that control ward and look to get a bit more defensive atomization. And BLG, they have no access. So this is what I was saying. It's a really difficult one where I don't know if they can actually fight the Baron because they literally don't have a way to get close to it.
Benefit for them is even if Gen G do get the Baron, it's still a short-range composition. So BLG can just try and hold on, maybe look for an engage when the inhibitor towers are being pushed, because Gen G will want to try and push 2 waves. But now we see Shun stepping a little bit too far forward, locked up with just the hook. No ultimates burnt from Gen G. On takes a chunk as well. Shun down to half HP. Bin stepping forward. Doran level 18 already, able to keep the rest of BLG away. And Delight and Doran teaming up to make sure that BLG are on the back foot as Chovy goes forward. On going in. Shun looking for the Cataclysm as well. Pops his stopwatch as Doran goes down. The Baron secured. BLG can look for more. How much further can they chase? Not much is the answer. Gen G sacrificed their top laner, but secure the Baron.
Gonna be a win for Gen G, but BLG are gonna try and look for a window here. We're pretty late into the game. It's 45 seconds on Doran before he is back up. At the very least, BLG should be able to get themselves some turrets. Maybe even trying to push for an inhibitor here. Bin is gonna TP in.
I mean, look at top lane. Chovy's just chosen to split push. He's going to be able to secure that tower. What do BLG do now? I think that this is their best opportunity to actually fight. They have a numbers advantage. An inhibitor will be secured. An exchange of inhibitors when you're down like you are, I think is kind of the best case scenario for BLG.
I think that's really smart from Chovy, actually. He could have come back and tried to defend, but you probably give up the inhibitor anyway because you're 1 player short. Delight looking for something. Gen G just forced them away. The inhibitor for inhibitor trade is good for BLG in this moment, but for the next 2 minutes, they have to deal with those super minions and Gen G pushing in with the Baron buff.
Yeah, we're getting to a point where the goal difference doesn't really matter anymore. Carries on both sides are pretty much full builds. Of course, Bin is going to be pretty far behind Doran, but as long as this Caitlyn and Orianna stay alive, their damage could be enough alone to be able to win out on the team fights. So Gen G needs to be really careful here. While their position overall is good, the fact that they traded inhibitors, the fact that they lost Doran, it may very well come down to a final dragon fight. as Gen G move back out onto the map and start to reclaim that vision control, trying to leverage the 1 minute and a bit of Baron that they have left.
Want to pay attention to the defensive itemization. So we have 2 GAs for Gen G, both on Chovy and Pays, allowing them to play very aggressive. Shun is looking for an angle here. QSS for Chovy as well. On the other side, Elk and Shun both sitting on a GA as well. Doesn't look like the flank worked out though.
Mikhail's available for On as well. Some CC does land on one of his carries. The push in from Chovy in a side lane. Obviously, Yone very strong in this position, but also he has the Baron and Doran does not. So Doran joins up with the team and allows you to apply Baron buff to 2 waves without losing any of the potency.
And BLG, they're not giving any quarter, not letting Gen G just get these turrets for free. Looks like the only thing Gen G is going to be getting outside of the inhibitor that Chovy got towards top is a free Cloud Soul. They are zooming. That's going to be 4 Drakes. But I don't know much. I don't know how much the speed is going to help with how much this game has slowed down.
I think it might help you with the flanks and with the Maokai. Maokai pops a Nature's Grasp, the World Ender comes out, gives you access to that backline a little bit quicker. We'll see how impactful it is as Peanut starts it up. A 7,000 gold lead for Gen G. They are in the driver's seat of this game, but as you said, BLG haven't been given much quarterback. And it might just be a Soul into a Baron, into an Elder. It's always a possibility when you're struggling to siege this much.
That seed of concern is slowly growing for Gen G. Everything looks good, but a single fight could determine the whole game.
There's a Nature's Grasp. That's hit onto the back.
It's a big ultimate committed, but
because you lock them up here, you then have the priority path into the mid lane. The question is, how far do you want to step up? The answer is not too far, as Chovy looks for a little bit more. He's able to dash away.
Like that, I guess they're trying to play the game of attrition. Those towers are very low, but they can't quite secure them. I think against this composition, you kind of, well, in my head I was thinking maybe you want to play through 3 lanes, try and divide BLG up more, and then when you have a single member up top, then you collapse from both bot and top into mid, use your numbers to then siege the tower. But when they have super minions top, that's kind of already doing the same job, and it's still not enough. The towers are getting very, very low, but I think you're right, Medic. I think we're looking at another Baron, which just gives BLG another opportunity. And that, again, that small seed, for all intent and purposes, Gen G, this should be their game. But that goal difference, you look at the items, it really doesn't matter, you know?
He's switching over to the Stalk Boots here as well. Knows that his job is more poke than attack speed in these next fights. Will, of course, do a lot of work, that extra penetration helping him out. But, you've been in this position before, Chronicle. You've watched Gen G in long games a few times in the LCK.
Generally, they do well, but they also haven't beaten BLG all year. So, I don't know. Generally, Gen G, I think moments like in that mid lane, they would be a little bit quicker on the draw with what we've seen from them when they're in a position like this. I think you can sense the pressure that these players are under as the first seed of the LCK, right? They are down 0-2. Even if they win here, which BLG are making them work very hard for, that in of itself isn't enough, right? You're still going to be...
The extra mental pressure of forcing them to go through this. Yeah, it's a very valid point.
And huge credit to BLG. They made G2 sweat in game 2, even though G2 were able to pick up that win. Here they are making Gen G sweat, even though Gen G have had the lead for the last 15 minutes or so. Part of it, obviously, is compositions. We talked about the range disadvantage for Gen G, their struggle at getting towards those inhibitor towers, but you have to give credit to the LPL 2 seed. So consistently able to find wins as On steps forward. Infernal Chains will drag him back. Bin acting as a front line. Chovy looking for the flank position. Shun tries to dive onto him. The Mortal Steel gets the knock up. Doran going forward as Bin with the Dominus is locked up. Stopwatch, is it enough to buy him enough time to get out? It is for now, but Pays dives forward and Bin dies, and Gen G have found the fight they were looking for. They turn their eyes back to the Baron.
Gen G finally find something. A pick onto Bin is absolutely massive. BLG are making the call. We'll abandon the Baron. It does not matter. We're going to try and defend for as long as we can. Gen G, they needed to break this game open somehow, and finding that pick on the Bin was exactly the play they were looking for.
And now then G gonna come in with a fresh back, trying to get the most out of this Red Bull Baron power play. Pace has straight up sold his boots. He is exclusively a W machine now. We'll see if that's gonna be enough.
Likes to feel the dirt between his toes.
Sure.
You know, do that on a beach, you know.
Oh, I enjoy it.
Yeah. Chovy at full build as well. We'll see if he decides to sell his shoes as the Mercurial Scimitar. Doran's still a little bit short, just has the Aegis of the Legion. On the other side, Elk sold his boots as well. Both the AD carries going bare feet.
Yeah, we're full late game.
And you're actually starting to see, Vedi, as you were mentioning, Gen.G trying to play for all three lanes, identifying that it is really hard to push through this BLG if you're only playing two legs, to the wave clear of Elk and Yagao being something that even with Baron, they don't seem to be able to really chew through.
Well, I think with the Baron, what you can do though is Chovy can sit top and then use the Baron-empowered minions to actually start threatening the Nexus towers, right? Assuming he can take that inhibitor down, which then should draw than just a single member from BLG away. And there you go, they've unlocked the bottom tower. As long as they can play away from the Caitlyn, then Gen.G can slowly chip away. You can see now BLG being divided. The Yone in the top lane.
Chovy the target for now, but the cannon minions doing enough work on those inhibitors. Inhibitor in the bottom lane will fall. Pays locked up, flashes away. The Cataclysm will get his GA, but is it enough here for BLG? Doran coming in from the flank as Pays is brought back to life. The flag and the drag from Shun is just found wanting, but the engage continues from BLG. Gen.G disengaged perfectly to keep their AD carry alive.
And that's a really big moment. That is Flash and GA gone here for Pays. He sells it immediately. We'll see what he picks up. Looks like he's going back to boots. Chovy, not done though, wants to pick up this inhibitor. And Gen.G, they get away with two inhibs and the life of
we're
their
gonna
AD
see it.
carry.
I was just about to say, I looked back at the replay. Look at this. Oh my God, that's the headshot from Caitlyn. And that was insane damage from Elk.
And then the last part of On's ultimate actually clips him, gets the knock up, and it's enough as Chovy.
He's gonna kill him.
Falling low, has the shield, but it's just enough to keep him alive. BLG were pushing forward to try and fight for the Elder, but Gen.G are looking for the Nexus. Shun already called out as they look for more. He's trying to get away, but there's one, there's two, there's more. But Gen.G, Pays diving forward, the killer instinct living up to its name as Shun tries to get away and will escape to live another day, but the Nexus the target in the eyes of Gen.G as they are looking to fight back in this series. A reverse sweep is what it will take, and Gen.G have taken the first step.
A crazy game. It boiled down to some late game team fights. Doran coming up clutch around the Dragon, the flank that they found around the Baron. BLG made them work for it, but Gen.G stay alive in this series.
And Gen.G, this is where the real battle starts. Unable to use the red side previously, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be back on it in the next game.
We'll see if BLG send them back over there. We're going to hand it over to our analyst to break down Game 3. We've got a series on our hands.
We definitely do, and it took 5 games, if you count in MSI, for Gen.G to find any sort of answer versus BLG, but they finally did it, and one has to think that being in Korea in front of a full house of fans that do not want to see their first LCK seed fail, that probably helped a little bit. But quantify it for us, Emily. What was different about this Gen.G finally?
I mean, I think the early game was a lot better for them. I also think Doran really stepped up, right? In a lot of these games, we've talked about how well their bot side has performed. I thought Elk and On still performed really well. They got the push on Caitlyn. They set her up. But the big difference maker to me was that Doran was contributing in fights, and he wasn't set super far behind early like he was in both games, and that ended up coming up huge in that Drake fight. And then the other thing is that they were actually able to get 2 Drakes and stop this BLG Drake stacking, because until this game they hadn't gotten any.
Yeah, but I like that you talk about Doran, and of course it was our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz at the top of the day, Doran versus Bin, and it took a while, but this Aatrox performance and in general that Drake fight were very, very instrumental for Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, once you end up with the Aatrox having having that gourd drink at the Starks coming through. He's absolutely massive, and you'll see it here, right? Bin goes in, doesn't have the same survivability, and while that backside of the fight is actually looking great for BLG, Elk is barely surviving. He's managing to get the shots off that he needs after having that flash away. This is then where Doran starts to come alive. Everyone kind of forgot about him in this fight, as he's just chasing down BLG members left, right, and center, getting Yagao, manages to flash forward here just to pick off Elk at the back, and then Shun has to run for the hills to try and escape this massive Aatrox.
I will say Elk just still played that really well.
Yes,
Elk
he
was
did.
trying his damnedest.
It was so scary, indeed. Here he goes. Yeah, Kobe, I mean, Bin was a big part of your prediction, I think, right? So
I think he still is. He still is.
I know.
I still have confidence in BLG. Now I can revert to my original 3-2
sorry, it was
prediction.
6-0 or nothing.
Yeah,
That's how that
Kobe's
works.
flip-flopping like
Doran,
crazy
though,
over here.
he still made some mistakes, but it was so much better when they absolutely needed him the most to be another carry threat. And I think one of the fights that illustrated it the best, even though the Dragon fight was where they got some money back and they started to get that momentum back into it, the Baron that BLG start themselves and then Chovy TPs in and Doran gets this flank is really the thing that kind of cracked it open. So if we can pull this up, nice. Okay, so here we go. Doran's right there. There's your Aatrox with all the extra money. And then this ward over here, Chovy's going to be able to teleport in onto as BLG are all trapped inside the Baron that they themselves started out. And you see immediately, they go straight for Yagao. Chovy's going to be able to go right over the wall. They pincer him with the 2 carries, while the rest of BLG are still pulling off Baron. You think Peanut and Delight are so far away. How are they even going to be able to join? But because they take out that Orianna instantly, oh, Telestrator disappeared from my screen.
It's okay. So did BLG.
Yep, and there you go. It got a little scrappy, but they got their target.
And I think what was really cool was, as Kobe was just highlighting, Chovy delayed his engage as the follow-up, right? He knew that Yagao was going to pull back the ball. He's going to go for this panic ultimate, throw out all of his damage before he went down. And Chovy just paused for just half a second so he could then clean sweep after the Yagao ult had gone through. Meant that he had a ton of health then for the rest of the fight. It was such a cleanly orchestrated engage from Gen G, and one that just completely swept BLG out of the water.
Yeah, and we were watching this game, and in the beginning there was this kind of oopsie, right? When they went for the mid gank and it just didn't work out. And that's when you start to think, oh no, not this on top of everything. So I actually think we do have to commend Gen G a lot for the resilience. Of course, we're going to talk about the side selection in a bit as well, because you're most likely not going to end up on that side again. But this is a first step that you have to make.
Yeah, I'm pointing out this is Chovy's 15th win. This does not include Asian Games and Kespa Cup, but this is his all-time record on Yone. And while he wasn't the star of this composition, I did like how Gen G were able to use him.
For sure, and it was time also. Now, what are we looking at in terms of how this series has developed? Because, you know, even though you say with the side selection, probably they'll end up on red side again, in terms of mentality, you felt like this ball that was rolling for BLG, it wasn't going to stop. Now it has.
Yeah, it's been slowed down a little bit because, you know, Chovy just slams down this Yone. He's like, I'm going to play a playmaking champion. I'm going to make the action myself. You know, I'm going to group up these team fights. I don't have the confidence that they're going to be able to reproduce that versus BLG for the rest of the series, though. So I think BLG is going to pick up right back where they left off.
I think as well, if this had been Gen G being able to like immediately close out the game, that would have given them a huge momentum swing. But I could kind of see like Elk, these pop shots that were taken every so often, putting the hurt onto Pays. I think there was a little bit there where I was like, hang on, BLG are still fighting back. So for Gen G, you have to muster that a lot again to try and bring this one forward.
You said it, Game 3 was actually the longest game at Worlds so far.
Wow.
Definitely the longest game of the quarterfinals so far. But as we take a look at this next game where BLG has elected to go on the blue side, a couple of things we noticed was how the Drake priority for BLG was much higher than it usually is, and that had actually been such a key factor to their success until this point in time.
Yeah, I believe they were 10th overall in LPL Summer at about like 57% almost. And then in this game, like we said, this was the first time that Gen G were actually able to get Drakes, and BLG got the first 2. So in terms of their blue side draft, I am still looking for them to pick something that has a lot of heavy prio and go back to something that really spikes hard in the mid game, especially if they're going to keep Shun on this J4.
It's funny how the meta has always come back to bot lane priority. you know, MSI, everyone's like, okay, we're going to be done with all these enchanters and range supports, and then so much focus is put on it here. I also think, you know, stuff like the Braum counter pick that we saw into the Nautilus as well, you know, it doesn't have to just be the range supports, but using that support counter pick has definitely been pretty big.
Yeah, we'll see if it evolves, because we talked so much about the Light versus On, and On who had the upper hand in the beginning, but then we haven't seen kind of a classic Delight champion yet in terms of making the play himself. Maybe that's something we get to. I don't know. I have so many questions, but you have an answer?
I thought he team fought well.
He did. That's not what I meant. That's not what I
game.
meant. I meant, where's the Rakan or something, you know?
Yeah,
you know
yeah, they keep banning it.
Exactly.
That's like BLG's first
ban, because they know where the danger is. I really want 2 more games like this, because we had so much fun watching this one for Gen G. They are still not out of the woods. We'll be right back.
Bot lane as well, Pays doing a very good job. Flash.
Delight here for the flat. No! Oh, the anti-synergy, it's all over the place. Oh, Gen G were just not on the same page. They weren't even reading from the same hymnal. Jovi going in with the solo down, pull back with the shockwave, but he can dash away. The face seal blocked though with the Cataclysm. And Jovi will fall every time. Shun forces Pays away. Shun will take down Pays, and Elk still standing like he's ever been for BLG. Elk still survives, but Doran finally comes to life.
Unlock extra loot with the Worlds Event Pass. Every Event Pass purchase will add to the prize pool for Worlds 2023. There's a lot to celebrate at this time of year.
Huh? What is this?
Time left to pack it up. On the brink of a brand new age, better buckle up. Hey, oh, let's go, have you had enough? It's coming like the fire and rain. When it's over, they will know my name. I'm alive. to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive.
Welcome back to Worlds 2023, where Gen G have just struck back in their series versus BLG. This quarterfinal now 2-1 in favor of the LPL second seed.
This team came very close to reverse sweeping T1 and MSI. This team, I think it's fair to say, is pretty momentum-based. Chronicler?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So now that they've got the wind in their sails, now that they can feel a little bit more confident, we look at the draft moving into game 4. And the question marks become, now that you're back on the red side, what do your priorities become? Do you still highly value the Maokai? Do you feel that you actually have an answer to the Jarvan? Is the Kai'Sa the solution?
At the very least, I hope they do more of it than they did in game number 2. Yep. Right? Game number 2, we saw none of the traditional advantages that you want in a red side draft, and we are already seeing the Renata being banned away. I wouldn't be surprised if they end up adding the Rumble as well, given that Bin was able, even though it was his career first, to have a really good performance on it. And the combo is strong, as the Yone from Chovy will get banned away. And I'm sure he's going to be looking towards something else that can have a big impact. It's not going to be the Rumble, it's going to be the Jax instead.
Do you think they prioritize the Akali? Do you think that they
I think they will, yeah.
Because like it's clearly proven that I don't think that Chovy was the difference maker in that game, but I felt that he could do more on Yone than he could do on the Azir, which in and of
100%.
itself was already a big difference, and maybe BLG felt that pressure. So now I wonder if the game plan here from Gen G is, hey, you know what? Let's actually just make sure we get Chovy something that he can have agency on. The Rumble,
yeah, Rumble
still
Maokai,
available.
Right? Like that's what I'm looking towards here. There's two options. Either we go Rumble Maokai or we go Rumble Vi. And the Vi would set up something like an Ahri from Chovy.
Even a Nico if you wanted it.
Nico, yeah, another possibility.
Nico.
And I think this is a good choice for Gen G. I think that they have seemingly realized if you just let BLG play the game, you are going to get run over. In the last game, they got away with it through some great team fighting in the mid game, but it was still a very, very close affair. We'll see if Peanut can recuperate from some of the mistakes he's made this series on this Vi. And yeah, it's 100% going to be a Chovy pick on R3 here.
The Nico, I think Nico is also pretty good into the Akali as well, so kind of deters that pick. The Cassante locked in for Bin. He's hovering it. I feel like something like an Ahri might be better when paired up with a Vi into this matchup. I'm not saying that it's an easy one, but I can tell you right now it's easier than playing Akali into Nico because that's just a really miserable experience.
It feels like you're not going to have any fun in the laning phase, and then even after that, are you actually going to be able to stick on towards that backline?
He's doing it.
Akali locked for Chovy, and we give credit to Gen G for being momentum-based. Well, in Game 3, it was those comfort picks that really helped them. The Yone going over to Chovy here. Another comfortable pick for him in the Akali. Will it be enough to keep Gen G in this series? Caitlyn banned away, probably going to see a slew of AD carries removed here. The Nautilus removed by BLG. Rakan has been off the menu alongside that Renata for basically the whole series.
A few things I think BLG have learned in this series is number one, take delight off of engaged supports.
Yeah.
And number two, try and take that agency away from Chovy. And while I do think that Nico into Akali can be good in the early laning phase, later on, the moment that Nico uses her E, there's nothing she can do to stop an Akali. Yeah. So in a side lane, this champion is going to become a massive threat. I think that synergistically, when I look at what Gen G have for themselves, I don't love everything that they've put together, but Rumble Vi I still think can be an effective combo when it comes to locking down an AD carry. And Gen G are removing those hyper-scaling AD carries as well. Caitlyn's going to be taken away. The Aphelios removed away from Elk as well. The question is, will he go to his tried and true Jinx? Or what else could we potentially see from Elk?
Yeah, I was about to say, I think they're 100% looking to go for the Kai'Sa, so I'm really happy to see
Kalista,
that
though,
being banned away. That is true. Would be a lane-focused pickup for Pace in the Light, which is not where they have excelled. Obviously, Pace's predecessor, Ruler, was notorious for getting Kalista banned even when it wasn't meta, just because his dominance in lane on the champion was absolutely monumental. We're going to see the R5 counter pick like BLG used. Genji's going to try again, this time with a Kalista.
It's only Pace's 6th Kalista game across the course of his career. Obviously has been a relatively short career, only a couple of years so far. BLG can look for aggression to match aggression in the bottom lane. Tristana for Elk would be very powerful.
I like the Ashe more.
Ashe Braum is actually hellish to play into if you're Kalista.
There's two things attached to this. Ashe into Kalista is good. Ashe into Akali Rumble, not so good. So for now, they're going to lock in the Tahm Kench. The question is, what are they going to do? You can see the discussion from the coaching staff. What are they thinking about? What AD carry? They wanted a little bit more time. Will they go for something like the Zeri or the Jinx? Elk's Jinx?
Getting excited for Elk's Jinx. Instead, the Ashe now hovered for BLG, and looks like that is going to be locked in.
Yeah, BLG trying to get the best of both worlds, where you get the Ashe into Kalista matchup, which obviously you're going to be very happy about, while simultaneously having at least some sort of defense. I actually think Kench into like Akali and Vi feels amazing. I do think, though, that this should be a counter pick for the Light, which would make the lane maybe...
I'd like Bard here. I was going to say, I'd really like Bard here, actually. The round kind of works
more
out.
in the Light's wheelhouse.
It is very much more in his wheelhouse. I'm a bit more disappointed in it, but he's still an incredibly good round.
Still from Ral can be pretty effective against the Tahm Kench. But all right, Genji, I would say the closest thing we saw to a composition like this was when they played into T1. A lot more early game focus. They fell short in the early game, but then actually came back in the later game team fights. I don't think it's imperative that they actually get mid ahead. I think that it's important that they get Doran through the laning phase. And I also think that it's important that they find some advantages in the bot lane 2v2. Ashe Tahm can be super obnoxious to play against. But yeah, I think that this game is going to come down to a lot of teamfight execution. And this is where I think a champion like Akali Vi can really thrive and make life difficult for Yagao and Elk.
It's also with the Nico and Ashe, I think BLG do have the ability to try, and even if one of those two gets taken out, you still have the Jarvan, which early game is a big threat. I do think both teams are going to feel a little bit worried if this goes to late. I think Ashe does have a lot of power, especially compared to the Kalista, but then the other parts, right, particularly the Akali, I think in a side lane is going to be... There's no answer for anyone on BLG, but I do think Genji's early game, not traditionally where they excel, and you have a mid lane that's going to lose a lot of prio in the first 6 levels, and a bot lane that needs to get at, so even more so than ever, it's going to come down to the jungle, I think. Peanut and Shun, who gets to have the biggest impact here?
The crowd woken from their slumber by Genji picking up a game in this series. I will also say, we've seen a lot of tech of the Akali-Nico matchup. If you are Akali and you hit Nico with an ability, if Nico is a minion when you hit her, you don't get your passive. You don't get to run in and out and get the extra auto attack. She's classed as a minion. APA brought that up on his Twitter, and we have all been amazed by it ever since. Alongside that,
I played a lot of Akali, and I think I've played it into Nico as well a bunch of times, and I've never once experienced that interaction. That's pretty funny.
The other side of the interaction is, if Nico hits you with a spell and she's a minion, you don't get your Doran shield or your second wind regeneration because she's a minion. And so it can be a very tricky lane for the Akali to play.
Couple of notes here. We already see the level 1 being very nicely utilized by BLG as they go in really aggressively here, knowing that Genji doesn't really get to contest. So that means Peanut's going to be set behind very early on. We also have Doran, who didn't go for Ignite. We see that mostly in the Cassante. Bin also not opting into the Aftershock, which is common tech you see into the Rumble, so you can at least win the short trades. Not going to be the case here. And with Doran going for TP, his impact on the map should be greater. This early vertical jungling, though, I think exactly what BLG want, right? Try and keep this Kalista lane down right from the get-go.
Seen this Peanut pathing a few times through this series. see if he realizes, well, he does know he needs to vertically jungle because there was that ward on the Gromp. Could, of course, look up towards the top lane, try and put Bin behind. If a Rumble can start taking over, can be dominant. For the moment, though, just on his Krugs, clearing out that top side. Chovy with a ward as well to spot Shun if he does decide to path across towards his blue. Looks like instead he's just going to play around that bottom lane.
Yeah, this matchup is really fun if your name is Akali. She'll do what she can with Doran, Shield, and Fleet Footwork. But same for the bot lane, 2 versus 2.
He's already down to 250 HP. Elk with the slow as well. Remember, that slows Kallista's attack speed, not only her movement speed in the lane. That's why Ashe so good into the Kallista.
Oh, look at the pivot here. Peanut realizes that his bot lane is at the risk of getting dove. Decides the better of it. Yeah, Shun adjusting his pathing. I think he got spotted on the ward as well.
He canceled his back. Peanut is going to go for the blue.
So Peanut is on a ward. I think Shun, as you say, was spotted on the ward by the Razor Beaks, but Pays and Delight, you need one more minion. You need something, get that level 2. There we go, Delight has it, so does Pays. Shun looking for this. A lot of minions going to be lost to the tower. TP in from Doran, but he can be stopped by Bin, and he is, in fact, in the top lane. Delight look for the engage, flash away from On. Shun can go in now. EQ flash away from Pays. The flash doesn't follow, but Pays is dead. The flip back onto On is not enough. On not tanking the tower. Abyssal Voyage forward. The dodge from Delight. He still has flash. Elk now tanking the tower. Shun and On haven't hit Delight. And so in the end, it's a play, it's a kill, it's everything BLG wanted.
Still going to be a really big win, and it's On and Elk that secure the initial advantage. Get Pays low, and it's then the pathing from Shun, pivoting away from trying to maybe punish Peanut in the pure 1v1, instead going towards that bot lane, and now you have Elk, who is sitting at a 15 CS lead and a kill into a Kallista.
It's a bit of a disaster in the bot lane, 2 versus 2. The split map from the jungle, the slow stacking wave into the dive, just something we've seen from Shun time and time again, and something that they execute to perfection. Medic, you highlighted it. The TP gets interrupted here from the Rumble. Great positioning from Doran initially to be like, okay, I'm here to assist, and then the TP comes through and BLG is like, all right, that's fine. Bin interrupts it. The comm is very clear. And then they go, oh, that wave is still big enough that we can commit to the dive. Still only level 2 for the bot lane of Gen G, and they make it look easy.
It says a lot as well as to the advantage that was already accrued in terms of health, that the flash flag and drag doesn't even hit, and it's still enough to take down the Kallista there. He's really going to suffer. We'll see if Peanut, once he hits level 6, is able to get anything going towards that bot side, but right now, BLG have him right where they want him. Peanut looking for a lane gank here.
Shun's coming down as well. This wave pushing away from Pays and Delight means that Shun can just push forward himself. Elk trying to open up with the Rangers. Focus, the engage onto Elk. He still has flash heal, but he doesn't have time to get out. Delight gets the kill. Not what you would have wanted for Gen G. Meanwhile, Bin trading with Doran in the top lane, and I know who's winning this one. K'Sante doing K'Sante things as the double flash has been used, but there's no dodge for the Q3 unless Doran puts on his dancing shoes. Can't find them in time. Bin with a solo.
Look at the frustration on the fans' face. Elation as they get a big kill in the bot lane, and then disappointment as Bin wins out in the 1v1 top. The gold still remains even. Gen G will secure the first dragon of Game 4. They're definitely not down and out just yet, but they needed to make something happen. Bot Jud now looking for something.
Down looking for flank as well. No flash on Pays, none on Delight either, or even Peanut. Pays pops the cleanse, but he's being locked up, and he'll be shut out of the battle. Shun takes the kill. Delight next on the menu. He's ready for a tongue lashing. Yagao flashes, but can't get in range to find the Pot Blossom. Delight escapes.
And it's the aggression of BLG again, as Gen G think, hey, after that bot lane play, we can go for Dragon, right? No, BLG is not gonna let you have that one without contesting. And even though they're not able to get the light as well, still a really big win, as the Kallista now 0-2. Should be able to pick up most of this wave, but it is the contest here with the priority roam from Yagao, plus his health advantage being really big.
I mean, Pays just gets completely isolated, doesn't he, as well? The fact that Peanut's kind of zoned away thanks to On using that Tom Kench. So just getting between the jungle and Delight means that there's nothing that the AD carry can do. And Gen.G ended up losing a kill in exchange for the Dragon. 1k gold now, the advantage for BLG. Not the end of the world completely for Gen.G. And I want to just draw your attention to the mid lane. We talked about how this can be a very difficult laning phase, but Chovy's doing a fantastic job finding really good trading windows and building a pretty healthy CS lead. And we talked about late game team fights in a side lane. The moment that that E is used on Nico, it's very easy for Akali to do whatever she wants in the 1v1. And then this Cassante is going to be a nullifier, but I don't think anyone's going to be able to stop this Akali as we get later into the game.
Yeah, you're really looking at On just trying his best to eat up whoever Chovy is going to target, but we've seen Chovy be able to, even in team fights, be able to output a lot of AoE damage. The big thing here for me as well is that with how the game early has gone, the Kalista plan has not been going very well, and from this point on, it is really hard to come back outside of, like, if you get completely untouched in an early skirmish. So it will come down, I think, to Chovy specifically. And this is a player who I think has maybe the worst reputation when it comes to international performances on this team, which is crazy to me. And I do think after this tournament, it'll be more Doran and Peanut focused, as we do have a possible fight here.
You can see the move from FaZe and Delight first from the bottom lane. They pushed in that wave. They're on their way up here to join. BLG posturing around the Rift Herald. Bin and Shun up towards that top bush. It looks like they might give up the Herald, but then look for something afterwards. The Scryer's Bloom will spot them out. Pings come out. And Gen.G using the priority they have in the mid lane to make sure that Peanut can secure the second neutral objective for the LCK first seed.
So, I mean, this is, in terms of objectives, I would say the best we've seen from Gen.G so far this series.
Yeah.
First Dragon and first Herald. These are things that you should be getting when you're playing with a Kalista. You usually want to use her first item to look for fights, and I'm looking for a fight right now.
Season desist from Peanut could come in if he can get there in time. They're just trying to lock up Elk for as long as
possible.
Level up! Devour now used. He is level 6. The cease and desist. Will they wait in time? Peanut can't get in range. His flash about 5 seconds away.
Oh, a crucial level up there. If On doesn't hit 6 off of that wave, Elk is 100% dead. But instead, they get the ultimate, they get the ignite, and Elk gets out.
And Delight also not ticking over to 6. If he'd had the Magnet Storm, that might have been enough to keep the Tarm Kench, if nothing else, to burn the flash from the Tarm. But it wasn't quite enough. Props to FaZe and Delight, though. They saw a window, they went for it. 0-2 on the Kalista, but they're demonstrating how powerful she can still be in the early game.
Especially when you have some CC that you can just chuck into the mix in the form of Delight. Pistol voyage forward here by On as they try and clear out vision. Dragon up in a minute's time, 56 seconds on the Infernal Drake. And Gen.G will want to fight around it. Didn't get too many sums out of BLG, only the heal burnt for Elk, his flash coming back off cooldown. On, I believe, will have the Devour back up for this next fight. But still, cease and desist available for Peanut. Delight now ticking over to 6. All summoners available for FaZe. And Chovy doing Chovy things, 108 CS. Building up towards that first item. Gen.G will be looking at this Drake with bated breath. Can they find it? Chovy pushing forward.
And it's kind of a must-win for them here with the Kalista composition. Chovy
able to dodge away, seen by Oracle's alteration, but only takes a bit of chip damage. Rift Herald still available to Gen.G, but with the push in the mid lane, Yagao and Shun can now help On and Elk gain vision control.
And it looks like Gen.G not looking to actually contest this early Drake. Chovy!
Pop Blossom just short. He dashes back onto Yagao, but Bin was there, so Chovy has to flash. Respects it.
Actually, I think Yagao would have hit the root if he didn't flash there, so then Bin could have changed his CC. Would have been enough. That should still be the Drake going over. Doran picks at least up a little bit of gold, but I think BLG is going to take that trade anytime as they're teleporting in.
5 second on Fate's call. Delight and Doran looking for something here. The equalizer could come down, but just wasted in the end.
What is the game plan there for Gen.G? The Dragon's already dead. BLG are obviously disengaging. I guess the logic is that they want to zone Elk and On away from the bot lane so
yeah, they also
can
have
funnel
Herald.
plates. They
so
do have the Herald, all right.
TP. Bin realizes the plan.
Now they have to
but
dive.
He's alone.
But Shun is on his way. Like, can you kill Bin at this point?
We're about to find out,
Only
Medic.
a Divine Sundra. The Equalizer down onto Bin. Doesn't take too much damage. The Riptail charges in. The Magnet Storm there as well as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow hits underneath the tower. Bin dashing away. Surviving Fate's Core used as well. But Peanut, with excessive force, finds the kill. Does mean the tower doesn't fall. Paze will be able to get 3 plates out of it. Counter TP used up towards the top side as Chovy answers Yagao's push. Elk is pushing in mid.
Excessive force indeed. That is a lot invested, and it almost goes wrong, but they will be able to pick up the kill and also put a lot of gold into Paze. This player had been put down by the early attention from Shun, plus the 2v2 from Elk and on. And Gen.G finally able to get themselves to a gold lead here.
So I was skeptical of the TP, but credit to Gen.G, they were able to make it work very nicely. Overall, yes, they did lose the Dragon, but the amount of gold that they were able to invest in the bot side of the map, it seemed like a promising idea, the TP from Bin, but I think he immediately realized after the TP, hang on, I've completely isolated myself from the rest of the team. I think it was Shun that tried to make his way down bot lane to offer that assistance, but it was too late, and Gen.G committed 4 members to find that kill. So 3-2 is the kill score. Gen.G now have a 1k gold lead. And this early game overall is very even, but I think that when you kind of look at the context of the series, Gen.G's confidence is at an all-time high. You feel as though the momentum from BLG has just slowed down, considering for the first 3 games, they were just like, it felt like that they were unstoppable in terms of their early game fighting.
And a lot of that comes through allowing Chovy freedom on the map, as he will have later on, but also allowing Paze and Delight a bit more freedom in the bottom lane. This game has been a bit more tricky.
Look, Steve's still there. He's doing his best. Yeah. I think he might get taken down here, but hopefully he hangs out around for a little bit longer. Hey, still good to go. So what I want to highlight as well is that Chovy hasn't actually been involved in any of these plays. And he is at a 160 CS at 14 minutes as a Kali. Once he actually starts joining these skirmishes, we'll see how BLG finds a way to deal with it. I do think that the BLG wombo combo between Cassante, J4, and Nico is something that we haven't really seen them get an opportunity to use.
True.
And it's something that Gen.G really needs to respect.
There's something about Akali in this comp that just looks really good to me. I feel
it's a
like
gut feeling.
Well, I think it's the nameplate just above it, to be honest.
Helps. I mean, I'm a big Akali fan. I play her a lot, and there are like definitely good games and bad games depending on the comp that you're playing against. And you're definitely right. In the hands of Chovy, I just look at what you're playing into, the carries, and like aside from Tom Kench, where I might see it right here.
Just looking for Elk, maybe trying to get the Devour down. Does have the flash, doesn't have the flash, in fact, to get away. Enchanted Crystal Arrow into the Magnet Storm. Chovy extending forward, but the Devour still available for BLG here as Paze tries to get on towards the backline, but Delight now pulled out with the Fate's Call. Abyssal Voyage forward by On. Chovy walking away, wounded, On with the flash forward. And Shun coming in from the side. Chovy cataclysmed and brought to his knees, and BLG strike.
I mean, that may be the biggest caster curse I've done in recent history. Hang on.
They thought it was On, it was Yagao, and he has the time to flash and escape. The Drake's still 50 seconds from spawning. We're fighting over a blue buff.
Yeah, Kali will be back alive and has TP soon.
Yeah, we'll see though, because that was a really heavy investment. If they get Drake, I think BLG call worth, but otherwise, like that is, what, 4 flashes?
True.
In the end,
Yeah.
just to kill Chovy, who didn't have his flash available, does end up going down. But I think it depends on who actually gets the setup for this Dragon here. Ocean Drake, particularly with how much sideline action I expect, going to be really big here.
And Yagao didn't complete the Rocket Bell. He went back to base, didn't have enough money, and now the TP has been used. So I thought that Chovy was actually going to look for a kill here, but decides, you know what, it's not worth it. He looks at the position on the map and realizes this isn't a good fight for me. Good ultimate from Elk. And then Delight is kind of forced to fight here to keep his mid laner alive. Paze gets zoned out of the fight, nice, thanks to a nice route from Yagao. And then Gen.G are immediately forced to retreat. You're going to see him land a good ultimate here, and he's going to get that shutdown as well. So 400 gold goes over to Shun. And with the Herald being secured, perhaps that's an opportunity for Gen.G to cross-map and trade for the Dragon.
Would be their second of the game. They're Dragon stalling a little bit after managing to pick up the first one, but they do still have 1,000 gold lead here, even if the kill scoreline is a little bit misleading. Lead for Peanut and for Chovy, not as great as they would like this portion of the game.
And this is something that Gen.G was known for in the LCK as well, being able to get favorable macro trades. We'll see if they get the Dragon though, particularly with the opportunity for BLG to just overload and just throw down a Herald, try and push down. They can do that. They can also look for a contest.
BLG have given up the ghost on this one. You can see Yagao walking forward. Nah, I'm just going to clear the wave.
Not feeling it.
Just taking the red as well. And I think a lot of it comes down to what you mentioned, Chronicler, which is they invested a lot. Yes, you have Pop Blossom. Yes, you have the Cataclysm, but you don't have Flash on any of your bot side of the map or your jungle or your mid. So if you look for more, Gen.G can collapse on you. Magnet Storm back up. There's a Rift Herald in the mid lane as only Pays is there to try and dissuade BLG, so it will be at least one tower. Maybe two if they wanted to go in with the charge, but it looks like instead they will retreat and work their way towards the top side. No vision here for Gen.G. It's Control Ward deep behind at BLG's blue. Can Chovy survive what could be a 5-man dive? Yagao coming in as a clone of Elk, and Chovy will realize as the arrow hits, he might be just caught out. He tries to flash, but he can't get away in time. Knocked back with the Intofos, and Chovy stayed a little bit too long. Didn't respect the arrow from Elk.
Nice snipe comes through from Elk. Now BLG with, I was going to say 5 members strong, but Bin choosing to reset means that they can continue this siege onto the top tier 2.
And that is also Chovy investing his flash, right? In the previous play, didn't have it. So it's going to be a very favorable trade here for BLG. Gen.G is able to answer. So it's not the end of the world, but still a big win. They might be looking to try and catch some stragglers here. Chovy does have TP, but doesn't look like anyone is going to be available, and it'll just be Gen.G trying to make the best of a rough situation.
Peanut spotted an award as he jumped into the Baron pit. I mean, I think Shun maybe would have stayed around, locked up for a second, and another, but even with the Ignite, Shun able just to Gore Drinker his way away as to like knock back over the wall there by Peanut. Not sure that was the intention, but it was the conclusion of the play.
Hang on now. I don't love this invade from Gen.G. Now just taunting.
Oh, okay. Peanut tried to smite as the patience ran out. And Shun got the smite on the way back.
That's unfortunate for Peanut. It was a little scary because of the numbers the BLG had, but the Gen.G are able to get away. Gold, pretty much dead even now. It's kind of been a back and forth of a 1k shift from either side. And oh, he stuck his way. Yagao is so suspicious, though. He doesn't like it.
Chovy looking for it. Yagao still has flash. Chovy able to dash away.
And something I want to highlight is the fact that so many of these plays from BLG have been set up by Elk. And we've seen a lot of Elk like teamfight carry in this tournament. Is Tristana, is Jinx, right? But Ashe is, I think, such a different champion from a very stylistic point of view, where so much more of the value comes from the ultimate, plus your ability to consistently hit arrows. And thus far, I feel like Elk has done a really good job of consistently finding these arrows towards the side lane, setting up and leading to the kill score lead for BLG.
As the tempo and the pace of the game slows down a little bit, I have to feel we're just waiting for the next Drake to spawn. Would be third of the game for Gen.G. They'd wish that was 4. Obviously BLG getting that earlier Drake slowed down their game a lot. For BLG, still only 1 game away from making it to quarterfinals, from joining Weibo. First time we've ever had 4 LPL teams in the quarterfinals, and maybe if things go the way the top side of the bracket could be going, maybe the first time we've ever had all LPL semi-finals as well. I think people will look at that bottom side of the bracket and think, well, JDG probably, and then T1 LNG, a very close series. The era of LPL dominance returning after a brief delay last year at Worlds. Peanut stepping forward here as the engage comes in from BLG, and Peanut's locked up. Yagao pops Blossoms as Gen.G starts to go pop. The equalizer coming down, and Shun now on the wrong side of the rip, but he can just EQ back to join his team. Pays rooted with the Tango Bars as Chovy looks for the backline, but the Devour saved for this eventuality. He has to dash away, and a perfect execution from BLG.
And that's vintage Peanut! Just steps forward, gets caught, and now BLG making their way over to the Baron.
No smite for Gen.G, but a fight perhaps begins to materialize. No Tangle Barbs, remember, for BLG, only the Cataclysm. And the Devour put on. Do you go in with the Magnus Storm? You do. Delight tries to dive in. Doran trying to burn BLG alive as On is taken out, but the re-engage from BLG. Perfection executed once again. Doran and Chovy in a 2v4 fighting for the lives of Gen.G, for the lives of the LCK, but can't find it. BLG get the Baron.
A fantastic play from BLG. That pick from Peanut is exactly the window that they were looking for. Without a second of hesitation, they start the Baron and they find themselves even more kills.
And Peanut walks up here, but BLG is so ready. It's again the arrow, the setup is there, and then the chase down comes through. Gen.G have to invest so much. The Fate's Call, the ultimate, and the summoner, or the cleanse rather, from Paze, meaning that even with Bin coming in, he isn't even necessary. He's just there to secure the Baron.
It's also just a disjointed engage. The Akali ultimate is now unavailable. Like, Delight goes in, but what do they really have to reliably follow up? There's the engage. Paze does what he can. Doran is standing on the edge. Chovy drops, what, a bit of damage onto the support, onto the Tahm Kench. It's an easy turn for BLG, and they'll get a Dragon to boot.
And now Gen.G staring down a very long walk back into this game. 2 items complete on Paze, Ginsu's and the Blade of the Ruined King. Yagao here, cease and desist coming out as they try and lock him up. Doesn't have the flash, but has the pop. Blossom, Chovy dashes in, dashes back, dashes out, and dashes forward for the kill. Peanut takes it.
Can they get out though? Looks like they will be. BLG don't want to overinvest towards the top side of the map. On the cross map, Bin is able to still push, but the Red Bull Baron power play is going to lose a lot of momentum from that pick.
The TP now coming through. But as you rightly said, it will slow BLG down a little bit, but I don't know if it's enough. The wave clear. Oh!
Magnus Storm flash engaged, the equalizer down as well in the TP. Gen.G have pulled the trigger, and they're looking to burst out Elk. Chovy dashing around, and Elk will fall. It's hunting season for Gen.G, and they found what could be the biggest kill of them all. They found a way back into Game 4.
I thought that it wouldn't be enough, but Gen.G just shut me right up. A beautiful engage in mid lane, catches BLG completely off guard, and just like that, as you said, Medic, Gen.G have found a lifeline.
Might be able to get the kill on Bin here as well, and he's going to be disjointed, uses the mobility.
Oh god, K'Sante things.
Yeah, Bin just doing Bin things here on the K'Sante, and Topo's come out.
Shields!
The Slingshot plate is not enough. The shield's not enough to keep K'Sante alive. Gen.G get those death timers on a bit of an uneven keel. Still only 1,000 gold in it, but look at this. The light just decides to go in.
And there is a reason why Gen.G fans were saying, why is the light not on engage? It's moments like this. He was able to do it on Breon, he's able to do it on Gen.G. And it is a really important moment because, as you're saying, with the Red Bull Baron power play in favor of BLG, they were pushing. It starts with the pick towards the mid, or towards the top side of the map on Yagao, but then they're able to actually take down, and you can see the tense coaching room there for Gen.G. They know what's at stake here.
I mean, Peanut completely redeemed the misplay that he made earlier, nullified the Baron, and now both objectives, 2.5 minutes until they're back out onto the map. More time for both sides to farm, more time for items to be completed. But again, I draw my eyes towards the mid lane and I look at these items now being finished for Chovy. Level 15, soon to hit level 16. Elk?
Equalizer. Elk has flash heal. He tries to get across the wall and gets into the Razorbeak pit, but On is deleted. Chovy looking for more. He's going to dive forward into 4 members. He has a stopwatch, but does he have enough time? The Pop Blossom comes out. Chovy survives as he gets off towards the top side, and there it's Yagao. And Busan roars into life once again.
And there is no objective up. But Gen.G, it feels different in this 4th game. They should be able to, at the very least, get themselves a turret here. And again, Yagao gets caught out on, dies saving Elk.
The momentum has clearly swung. What felt like a doomed game state for Gen.G after losing that Baron, after losing another Dragon. It's just everything for Gen.G. Look at this play. Elk isolated. They cannot protect him. He's forced to flash over the wall. The arrow goes wide. The support is dead. And then look, Shun gets close to Elk, which means that Chovy sees that as a window. The stopwatch is good, and then he flashes away from Yagao, who's then left isolated by his team. Now Chovy in danger.
By himself down in the bottom lane, but he's going to get out the hymnal, take a pew. BLG Church is in session, but the Abyssal Voyage trying to turn it back around. Chovy able to dash away. Pina trying to get across the wall, and he dodges from the Intofu's not quite enough range, but Bin, the Dragon, up in a minute. Enough time for Gen G to reset. Chovy almost scored out.
And there's that threat from BLG. A single misstep, and Gen G can still get taken down in this game. Peanut forced to flash there, won't have that available. Will be able to get onto the back line just as easy. Doran didn't have teleport that crucially. Will be off cooldown just about now, meaning that if BLG, anything they would have gotten there could have set up for this Drake. It is just soul points for either team, so wouldn't be surprised if with the lack of control, BLG is going to say thank you to that one. Baron also up, so we might even see them try and play towards that if Gen G misstep.
I mean, so much of the credit needs to be given to Delight. You guys were talking about him earlier. We're going to be keeping our eyes on him as the game continues. He made that mid-lane game-saving play. Let's see if he can find another. Shun looking for a fight.
Look away,
Delight!
and Delight goes in. On trying to keep Elk alive. The pop bottom goes out just in time from Yagao. But Yagao is gone, and BLG might be too. Elk trying to do everything he can, but Elk has been mounted on a wall. Delight survives. BLG die. And Gen G do it all. They have fought back from the absolute brink in game 2. And it looks like we're going all the way.
It's a clean ace for Gen G. The Nexus is in their eyes, and they're looking to... Oh,
never mind.
Out
of the eyes.
They're out of the eyes. Blinds put them back on. The Baron is in their eyes. What a team fight and what an engage, just as we were talking about him. Delight again. What an incredible engage. He finds 3 members, and how does Elk even get to play the game?
He doesn't. And to me, this Rumble, I don't even feel like Doran is necessarily having a pop-off game, but the Rumble has just made it so hard consistently. But as you already pointed out, the big enabler of all of this, it's Delight. This man, I think his Enchanter play is fine, but these moments are what is winning Gen G this game. And you see, even with Yagao trying to go for the ultimate, Gen G plays very respectful. Bin actually, with some heroics, made that look close. Gets multiple multi-man knockups, but it just isn't enough because Paze and Chovy are unmatched.
Yeah, I mean, it's the combination of Rumble forcing all of those things out early. Means that the Akali then has free reign on the backline, and there's nothing to stop Chovy from just assassinating Elk. And then while all of that is happening, Paze is untouched. So he's just freely dishing out this damage. 5 kills for him now. 2-1-11 for Doran. A 6K goal lead for Gen G. They're looking to bring us to a game 5. The momentum has very clearly swung in their favor, and they will not slow down. They want to return to the World Semi-Final. They lost to DRX at the semis last year. They lost to BLG at MSI. And they want to prove that they can make the reverse sweep a reality.
Just the inhibitor line between them and the biggest prize of all, that Nexus.
The arrow?
The arrow onto Doran, but Delight is in the way. If BLG overstep, there's the equalizer already. Doran getting chunked out, and Doran is donezo. Chovy pushing in the mid lane. Delight can re-engage. No flash for him to disengage this, though. Shun misses the flag and drag across the wall. The stun from Delight. Chovy starting to collapse. There's the base call out. BLG could chase, but they decide instead to make sure their mid lane is still healthy. The inhibitor tower already down. TP now from Bin as he tries to make sure Chovy can't get another tower out of this push.
Really big window there for BLG. They're able, not window, just want to clarify.
I mean,
they're
both
able,
of them.
It actually is both. Yep. They're also able to take a lot of the wind out of the sails of these Baron power plays, which it has been something where Gen G actually have been super consistent domestically. Like, when they get Baron, it's done, right? So picks like this on Doran, even with a stopwatch available, I might add, are really, really big and mean. The BLG, even though they are down, they are not out. That wombo combo still exists. It just is more about, can they regain map control? Because I feel like that's been really kind of the advantage that Gen G have had ever since that catch that they got here on mid. They just haven't really ever been able to get like Yagao with a big flank into the enemy backline.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these fights have actually been started by Gen G.
Yeah.
Finding these opportunities, Delight being the initiator, and in an ideal world, you as BLG want to be the one starting off the fights. But Gen G, oh, Yagao. No, that's not the real one.
You can always tell if it's not the real one because it's just doing a helicopter motion somewhere randomly. It's like, do you really be doing that? I want to give credit to Delight as well for his itemization here. Abyssal Mask, second item, really strong when you have a Rumble and an Akali, and when you're diving into the backline, that magic resist shred, so powerful in situations like this. We may see the game slow down for the next couple of minutes because it's 2.5 on Soul for Gen G and 2.5 on Baron for BLG or Gen G, whoever decides to fight around it.
We're also starting at the point where there's a lot of defensive itemization available, right? So Bin was able to pick up a Renduance, already had a Stoneblade second. Then we have GA for both junglers here, and then double stopwatch on the side of Yagao and Elk, and then Doran and Chovy also with Zhonya's in the pocket. Pace just sporting a regular one. And for BLG, the item breakpoints could have been worse. I think only mid lane is where it really feels backbreaking. Outside of that, they have been able to stay on pretty decent item parity.
Well, the tension mounts. The darkness is full of terrors.
Ocean again. It's so spooky.
I would say the Gen G are the slightly spookier thing here, but that's fair. BLG have the...
Ocean's really deep, man. We haven't explored like 90% of that.
Ocean
Could be anything down
it's
there.
It's a dangerous place. BLG will actually make their way up towards the Baron side of the map. A minute and a half until that spawns. I guess with their mid-prio, they can kind of take as much space as they want. The wave clear... I mean, the wave clear in Siege from Gen G isn't the strongest. They really need another great fight to end this game.
See the Scuttle Crab taken by BLG. Gives them that little bit more vision. They know if they place any wards, they're not really going to stick. Shun here is on a ward. Chovy and Peanut were eyeing him up, but decide that tasty morsel can be left for later. Don't really want to go in where they're not quite sure where the rest of BLG are waiting.
Yeah, it's also between like Flag and Drag, Flash, GA. By the time you actually kill Shun, reinforcements surely will have arrived. One thing that is a tough cookie to crack for BLG though is like who actually deals with Chovy. I think right now, Bin's still able to match him relatively well, but post-Void stuff is going to get harder as well. GA now done for Pace. We'll have that available in the upcoming fight. And feels like the last stand here for BLG to ward off a Silver Scrapes.
One last time.
Delight is the player to watch for Gen G. And if Yagao can find a flank, that'll be the difference maker. Chronicler was talking about it earlier.
Oh, here we go! In. The Devour immediately, Delight tanky enough, but Chovy is being dealt with by BLG right now. The Pop Blossom doesn't find it. Pace flashes the wall and immediately engages. Chovy's on a rampage now, and Gen G are just grinding up BLG. A double for Chovy. They wipe them away. The TP towards mid. Gen G are done with this game.
He's 17 and he's flashing over a wall with his back against the wall. Pace still find the play. Bindo.
You know, relentless force. And even more aggression from Gen G. Delight and Pace, after being put behind in the early game, are putting on a clinic here at 35 minutes. It's game 5, a reverse sweep on the cards for Gen G. And Busan and all Korea are behind them.
This series has taken a turn. After game number 2, it felt like a repeat of MSI. But now, 2-2, Silver Scrapes about to grace us again.
And it feels like the Gen G have found the formula. It feels like the BLG are the ones now pressured to go back to the drawing board.
What a series it has been so far. We're going to go to a short break, but don't you dare go anywhere. A brief delay last year at Worlds. Peanut stepping forward here as the engage comes in from BLG and Peanut's locked up. Yagao pops Blossoms.
The wave clear. Oh!
Agnestorm flash engage, the equalizer down as well in the TP. Genji have pulled the trigger and they're looking to burst out Elk. Chovy dashing around and Elk will fall. It's hunting season. But Yagao is gone and BLG might be too. Elk trying to do everything he can, but Elk has been mounted on a wall. Delight survives. BLG die. And Gen G do it all.
168 days ago, Gen G suffered one of the most crushing losses they ever had at the hands of BLG in London at MSI. If you asked us 2 hours ago, we thought the exact same thing was going to happen here.
It was about to be a 6-0.
It was.
Now it might be a 5-2, though.
It might be.
Now it might be a...
Wow, thanks for deflating my awesome setup there. In front of the Korean crowd, they get it together just in time, and now we're all the way to a Game 5. I'm just happy that we got here.
Yeah, I mean, I expected this to be like way heavily Gen G favored, so the fact that they were able to come out, BLG were able to come out, have 2 really good games, and Gen G have actually adjusted. Like we talked about how, or the casters talked about how this draft is them doing something different, right? And again, relying on Chovy to be the carry that you always have to watch out for. And Delight, I was like, this guy was wrong for LCK first All-Pro, right? Like we see him on these engaged supports and he looks way more comfortable and he's starting these fights for Gen G and just being a pivotal member.
Yeah, this time on Rel, and he had the engage time and time again. And is that just what it comes down to then? Of course, Delight being able to push that envelope and Chovy with the agency?
Yeah, it's not just one of these pieces, it's all of these pieces working in concert. The engages are huge though, because he's engaging on both parts. He gets the Tahm Kench and the Ashe simultaneously, and look at the health. By the time Elk gets eaten, he's already at 25% HP with a bunch of spears in his back as well. So they both just get ripped out. And it has been electric in this stadium. I know a giant stadium full of people that agree with you. All these Gen G fans have been popping off.
But it's not only just how impactful Delight has been in going for these quick engages, it's how well the rest of the team has come in around him. Chovy consistently finding these flanks to work alongside it, like being patient on the engages until that Pop Blossom is down. Having Peanut there to follow up with the Vi, it's the immediate coordination from Gen G, the trust that they have that Delight will perform in those pivotal moments, and he has not let them down once here in this game.
And the big thing that a lot of these engages did was force On essentially out of the fight, right? Because Elk cannot play the game unless On is there to essentially devour, save him, and then Gen G still, with this composition, has the ability to get on to Elk, and he just couldn't play the game. You also saw the Rumble damage coming out of Doran, who, you know, didn't have a great laning phase. I thought he wasn't really able to push Bin out, and Bin was still looking pretty good in the mid to late game fights. But yeah, the Rumble is just a really strong champ.
When you've got the setup of the Rel, it's perfect. You saw in the very last replay there, them combining for like the first tier of the engage. Then Chovy's in for the second tier, and Pays gets the free hit the entire fight.
And I think a huge portion of that was them being able to set the bot lane behind in the early stages of the game. They went for some incredible dives that really shut down any of the plays that BLG were going to be able to make. And actually, it was BLG who started things off well. And myself and Emily looked at each other as this game had started going, hey, if you fall behind in the early stages here, you have no damage on BLG. And these initial plays look great, but it was how Gen G then responded in the upcoming plays that really started to turn things around.
Yeah, we'll see, I believe, a play on the opposite side where Peanut is actually responding, and Gen G, yeah, right here. Well, this is where, yeah, they actually had TP'd Doran in, and I was not sure about that, but then they were able to get this kill onto Bin. It's really important for me to mention, like, both junglers in the series. I know Chronicler was kind of ragging on Peanut. I actually thought Peanut's had some really strong early games. In this one, he did have to come back from the fact that they started vertical jungling from BLG. They were like, we are going for this dive. We do not want you to get this Kalista ahead. It was actually pretty successful. So then credit to Gen G for being able to get back in the mid game.
And also his decision making around objectives like the Rift Herald. One of the things that I think kind of went under the radar was as Rift Herald was initially started up, Peanut did start the first one at 8 minutes, but he looked bot and realized, hang on a second, because we played so heavily around bot lane as BLG, Elk has no level 6, he has no access to the ultimate, we can actually go for this objective having the ultimate advantage. And it's those tiny little plays that are separating everything over the course of this game, and that was such a good call from Peanut.
There's so much going into these games, and we harken back to Peanut, who we heard from before the series, talking about, I've been chasing that international title after MSI in 2017. It's been nothing. Last year, was it the year? Who knows? But now they fight their way back, and it isn't even over yet. And I think, of course, the momentum has gone over to the side of Gen G, very much so, but I'm not willing to sell out BLG yet, and you had them pinned as your winner at the beginning of the day.
I'm holding on! I'm holding on still! I did put 3-2 originally before we started changing all
this is true.
I got a little full of myself there with the BLG hype, you know,
yeah,
the first two games.
Is Finn now going to do like 3-2, or what is he going to do? No, he's not doing it.
But this last game, though, there were so many back and forth moments, and that's why it has turned into such an exciting series.
Oh, what a great shot.
Yeah,
oh, my
that's
God.
so good.
Amazing. There's a couple of things we can talk about going into the next game. It's BLG selecting the blue side. Once again, I think Gen G has found a lot of solutions, though, on that red side. And one thing maybe we perhaps do not want to see again is Yagao and Nico.
And look, I mean, Yagao has been incredibly good on Nico in the LPL. He's made some insanely, like, mind-blowing plays, like pretending to be the Scry and Bloom to get that big play set up, catching people unaware. He's been so sick when it comes to it. But this game, was just a complete wipeout. And I think it's more also vocal towards Chovy, how well he has been playing on these melee champions, getting control of the Yone, popping off on the Akali. BLG cannot shut down Chovy, and even when Yago's on comfort, it's still a problem. I think it's trying to keep this Chovy in check. That's the problem.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm looking at it with wrong colored glasses, but in fact, before that mid lane super engage with the Rumble ult, things were a bit touch and go. No, it's not like BLG was blown out in the entirety of this game, or am I remembering incorrectly?
But you can see on their faces the mentality. Gen.G all smiles, laughing there. When you're the team inches from the reverse sweep, you feel like you have all the power here.
Yeah, and I believe this is going to be Gen.G's first ever reverse sweep. If they pull it off. If they manage to pull it off, that'll be the first time that they've been able to do that. And like, Rob, you talked about how you were like, I don't know, if they lose the first game, I think BLG just take it. So to see this kind of like unexpected mental resiliency from this Gen.G team is like, I don't know, it's really great.
It's so impressive to be a team that wins a world championship. You know, Gen.G plays at 85%, at 90% the whole year, but we haven't seen them squeeze before. And that's why they fell in those final hurdles. Now they did not fall, and they are on the brink of completing the reverse sweep, but I just want it to be an all-out brawl, man.
I think it has to be, and we need to see members on both sides continuing either to exceed expectations or bring back the expectations we had. Bin dominated game 1 and game 2. Game 3 and 4 has belonged to Doran. When you look at Chovy in the mid lane, he's been uncontested there. Peanut stepping up massively. And when we look at that bot lane, that has been where the battle lines have been drawn. Both sides need to find that success. And I think it's for BLG getting carries back in the top lane, getting comfort for Yagao, getting rid of the Akali and the Oni, and then having some damage bot lane. This Ashe is not going to cut us.
Oh, this has been so exciting, and we are not done yet. One final game in this series. And Medic, I hope you have some energy left.
One more time into the breach, one more time onto Summoner's Rift for both these teams. They have battled their lives out, battled like their lives depended on it. And after game 2, I think we all thought it was going to be a quick one. BLG absolutely stomped there, but Gen.G showing the resiliency to fight back in front of their home crowd here in Busan.
I mean, the sixth man of the crowd has to affect BLG to some capacity. The crowd has been so loud whenever Gen.G is winning. And you can, I mean, Kobe talked about it, the smiles on the faces of the players, the momentum swing. Let's see what they've got prepared for us as we get closer and closer to the Game 5 draft.
Would also be the first time for Gen.G that they're able to really showcase what they do domestically, and specifically when it comes to the mental resilience, because this is a team that in series in the LCK has been tested in games, big deficits. They never let it phase them. See if it's enough to change this series and get the reverse sweep.
Well, let's get into draft then, shall we? What is the plan? Things we know for Gen.G. They need to light on and engage, and they need Chovy to have options in how he approaches the mid-game, mid to late game. Whereas BLG, I think it's really important that they get Elk on something that can have carry potential. And Bin, he's been a little quiet these last 2 games. So let's see how their game plan will shift.
Silas, Rakan, and Aatrox banned away by BLG. Xayah and Renata removed by Gen.G. It's going to be a Jax as the final ban from Gen.G.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's got to be Rumble.
Yeah.
Right? You gotta lock it in right from the get-go. Been his second game ever, but he looks perfectly capable in the first one.
Do they take the Jarvan away is the question, or do they not care about it?
I don't think they do, based on what they've shown thus far.
Yeah, they've been giving Jean the Jarvan every game.
I don't think they should, because I think that Jarvan Rumble is a combination that is going to be very unpleasant to play into.
It's going to be Jarvan, Rumble, Orianna.
Yes.
Remember that. Like, do they just do Via Kali again? I think they're just going to do Via Kali again. They're saying, all right, take your Jarvan, take your Ori. We don't care. We're going to play Via Kali into it. The pressure is on. Gen.G using the most of their time to really think about what they want to do after this. The buyer's locked in, and you would imagine that, oh, is that a Jarvan Orianna? What a surprise. And you have to imagine the Akali Instalock.
It's got to be, right?
Yep.
Chovy had such a good performance on it in Game 4, winning the laning phase, which very surprising into the Nico matchup. Here the Orianna
Would love to say that we're really smart with these predictions. Unfortunately, I feel like they are very predictable. Now I imagine Caitlyn Aphelios, and then on BLG side, it's probably going to be Nautilus Rel. They really didn't like the fact that Delight had so many high-impact plays on the Rel last game.
What I'm looking towards as well is what is Gen G actually going to pick for AD carry? Because I feel like the Kai'Sa into what BLG already have is going to be extremely hard to play out, even though it does synergize well with the rest of the team.
I mean, the question is, like, Gen G's just going to do Kalista again, right?
You'd imagine they would.
Really struggled in laning phase.
But I don't know if that matters.
Yeah.
Because, like, they're going to sit there and say, do you really want to do Ashtam Kanch again? And they're going to, I don't know. The Aphelios is gone. Now the question is, to BLG ban away the Rel? Because maybe they sit there and go, if you didn't have Rel, that Kalista would have been even worse.
Yep.
So they ban away the Rel and they say you can have Kalista again. Or BLG say, we don't want to deal with the fact that you could play Kalista, so we're just going to ban that away. And then that opens up the Kai'Sa potentially for Gen G, with which then BLG has to come up with a different plan.
Wouldn't hate the Tristana from Elk. It is going to be the Kalista, as you pointed out. So the strongest pick on paper right now would be Kai'Sa. It works well with the rest of the comp. It is going to get locked in. Counter pick again for Delight. His Rel and his Alistar both still available.
I think they might do Trist. I think you're right. When I look at this, you need an AD carry with Zeri or Trist. It's one of those two. You need something with mobility that can peel for itself. In an ideal world, they're thinking like Zeri Rel, maybe Tristana Rel.
Oh,
okay, so this has become the new counter. Okay, don't get baited. I was excited for a second there. I don't love Bard, Kai'Sa. I do like that.
I think Rel works well again.
I think they need it. I think they need a form of engage, and why would you change it when Delight had such a great game in Game 4? So Senna, Tahm Kench. A scaling option still, but not really that much safer. If anything, I would say Senna is squishier than the Ashes.
Should at least be able to contest more in lane. I do think Senna has a pretty good time into the Kai'Sa specific. But that was the same, honestly, for Ashe. Last time, we saw that the laning phase didn't end up mattering that much. But to me, the big difference maker is that Rumble. And I think it's going to be so important for Gen G that Doran doesn't have to win the lane. But if Vin gets fed, I think this game becomes almost unplayable very quickly for Gen G. I also think Delight, in the last game, as good as he was enabled by the fact that there was a Fate's Call, allowing him to go for much riskier plays and then go for re-engage as well. That's not going to be there. But his engage is still going to be pivotal if Gen G wants to complete the reverse sweep. Level 1, though, for BLG. Between J4, Senna, and Kench, going to be a very scary thing. Wouldn't be surprised if they go for an invade again.
It's crucial to remember the last game, even though Gen G won, Shock said it on the desk, it wasn't one-sided. BLG were dominating the early game. BLG got themselves a Baron. Excuse me. It was Delight's pick in the mid lane that turned the game around. This series could go either way. Obviously, one of these teams will be moving on towards the semi-final. Will it be an LPL matchup, or will it be the first seed of the LCK to represent them here in Korea? It's our last game of the series, gentlemen. I hope we have a banger.
Delight paths up towards the top lane early on, places a ward to spot. If Bin was doing anything a little bit sneaky, he can reset, go down towards the bottom side. Peanut once again starting on his top side camps. Yagao using the ball to spot out any late invades that could come out from Gen G. And I think it's going to be all quiet on the Western front between these two teams early on.
Yeah, I was actually expecting BLG, because they did in the last game as well, right? To really try and push. Maybe they'll go for a late invade. Shun is going to get intel as to what Peanut's pathing is going to be. Peanut this time around did not go for a sweeper, so we'll just have to accept that he is going to get tracked. And BLG, no invade in this crucial game number 5.
You know, when your tournament life is on the line, the random thought that I had is, imagine you're Shun and you just played 5 games of Jarvan. What a team player. He's obviously had an incredible series on the champion. I think that he has really been the reason why BLG have found so much success in the early game. I was optimistic that this series was going to be about the junglers. And while I think that BLG's early game presence has really shown up thanks to Shun, I think that Peanut has been a little quiet outside of what we've seen in perhaps game 1. Delight.
Oh, ignited early here. Use that Piercing Darkness to heal himself up a little bit. Delight just trying to trade health bars early on. Only Elk's 6th ever game on the center. Has a 40% win rate on it, but it's harassing Pays and Delight early in the lane.
Definitely a big risk you take there. Like both Senna and Kench level 1 is so incredibly impressive, but it allows Pays and Delight to actually get control of the wave early, and we won't be seeing Shun path towards the bot time this time around. Maybe looking for an invade onto Peanut here. We did see Yagao actually able to place a ward early on.
Yagao has a much higher health bar as well. If he does move early, you can see Chovy has been chunked out.
I'm not actually sure who got the big raptor.
So
there.
Peanut got the big one, but Shun got, I think, all the small ones.
Shun is going to be forcing Peanut up towards the top side. Doran does have Mega Knight, can move across. Ignite on Bin, though. And the advantage in terms of summoners.
He can fight that.
He will fight that.
Yeah, I mean,
Shun has
the problem, the problem Peanut has is he doesn't have prio anywhere. Doran's being zoned away, and look, Chovy can't do anything. Look at the bullying that Yagao was putting on the mid right now. Chovy is so low. Doran also in a bit of an awkward position. Our observers highlighting how awkward this is for Gen.G in the early game, and Shun is looking.
Doran underneath the tower. EQ flashes over. Doran able to flash away. Knight will tick him down, and he will fall first blood to BLG.
Shun's Jarvan, man. 5 games in a row, and this man is still hot. Beautiful first blood for BLG in the face of Peanut. Shun finds it for Bin.
And that's the kill going to Bin.
Yep.
As mentioned, the Rumble, I think, has been such a big impact, or has had such a big impact in this series. And it is the early invade from Shun using the prio on both lanes. Doran taking so much poke. Peanut can't walk up. Not confident in a 1v1 against Jarvan early on, especially with red buff.
And does he actually get the knockup
No,
pick?
I think he flashes over him. Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
Even then. And then Doran doesn't actually get the hop.
He doesn't get the hop, no. You're right.
I don't know if it would have mattered, though.
Maybe
with
not.
Bin still being able to do the damage. Mininar, incredibly squishy. So it's exactly the start BLG are looking for.
You can see Elkanon getting the push down towards this bottom side as well. Peanut working his way down here. Did manage to get his red buff eventually. Might just look for a tri-bush gank. And no wards here for BLG.
Some's available.
They have to be skeptical, though. Ping coming down from Shun. He's heading towards the Krugs. Level 4 now hit. Elk drops a ward.
But Delight can just go in. Get on with the stun. There's the crash down. Elk going to try and keep Peanut at bay. Gets him with the last embrace and the Abyssal Voyage from On. Means that he will live to fight another day.
So, wow. I was going to say the problem now is Peanut spent a decent amount of time and Shun has just come back out onto the map. Look, he's got a phage in his inventory. Peanut hasn't had an opportunity to spend any of his gold yet. But overall, looks like not too much is going to come off the back of that. Flash burn for On. And BLG hold on to a decent gold lead for now.
And Bin with a sizable lead up towards this top lane. Very hard now for Doran to play out this lane, especially since Bin went for the plated steel caps first. I will mention, I think Elk and On could be optimizing the center Tahm Kench a little bit more. You can farm a little bit on the center in this lane.
Oh, Shun.
Shun looking down towards this bottom lane is spotted. Pays and Delight should know that he peeked his head around the corner, but yeah, you can get about 30 CS at the 10-minute mark, 70 at the 20 mark, and then when you've completed your warding item, you can actually sell it, switch that over to the Tahm Kench, and then farm up through the late game. Means you avoid the situation where Senna isn't getting enough gold in the mid game.
And right now we do see with Bin almost has his Ignite available again with the ultimate. Surely going to be looking to try and punish Doran. Chovy is level 6. Wasn't able to have that big of an impact in the early game last time around. And with Gen.G already in a sizable deficit, might have to do some more heavy lifting early on Also, take a look at the vision. Again, Peanut is getting tracked. I think his early presence in the last game was really big for Gen G. This time around, not going to have as much of an impact as Bin. Roaming towards mid here, just to make sure, I think, that Yigao can shove out this wave.
But it is what priority in the lanes get you to.
Yeah.
Like Bin pushes in the wave, goes place a ward at the Krug. Spot lane gets pushed in, On can walk up, place a ward at the blue buff. You can see even now Yigao actually the one to get that ward over the wall. And BLG using the fact they have push mid, push bot, will get the first Drake of the game. A little later than some of the ones we've seen, but still relatively fast at only 7 minutes in.
Overall, a quieter the game. Obviously, the pressure is pretty overwhelming for both these teams. For one, their year will be over. For the other, we'll have an opportunity to go up against Weibo in the semi-finals next week. And then, we talked about it in the draft, a player that over the last few games has been a little quiet, but you know that he can, I shouldn't say can, he is the monster of the top lane. Against the best top laners in the world, he's been able to find solo kills. He's a presence that will always be known on the Rift, and on this Rumble with the lead that he already has, he's looking to do that in this game, but Chovy gonna look to do the same. We're getting to a point in the matchup where the Orianna will start to be very scared of the Akali. The 100-0 isn't going to be ever present, but if she ever gets down to about the 60-70% HP margin, there's a real window for Chovy to force her, if not lethal, back to base, and it could open up a window. The Herald spawns, and it's BLG that's first to the objective.
There's still a ward there, but I don't think even with awareness, Gen G necessarily is going to look to contest that. Pre-first item on Chovy, plus the fact that Bin is as strong as he is.
Well, there is a window here where Gen G's bot lane could move. They have the wave pushed in bot, but looks like they're deciding against it. Peanut choosing to reset, wants to spend some of his money as Shun also makes his way back out onto the map.
You can see Delight moving up towards the mid lane, maybe seeing if Yigao overextends. Still only level 5, needs one of these minions to hit level 6, so can just leech away some of the mid lane XP. Shun in the area, though, makes it a little bit more tricky for Delight to find anything. Delight actually may have just been here to leech the XP so we can get back towards the bottom lane at level 6 before that wave crashes in.
FaZe able to dodge away, not going to be too scared. They also have, I'm pretty sure, Soul Shun there, so we'll be aware of where he is as Peanut. Now starting this up, we'll see. There is an opportunity here for BLG to try and punish towards the bot side of the map. Don't know if they've read the play yet because they don't have vision on Herald.
It's also really tricky to dive a level 6 Kai'Sa and a level 6
Oh yeah,
Rell.
don't get me wrong. I don't think that needs to be the play, but you want
There's
to
a
try
possibility,
something.
yeah. I agree with you. There's the Rift Tower picked up for Peanut. Neutral objectives traded early on here. Dragon for BLG. And the Herald going over to Gen G. Sense the tension in the cast, never mind the tension for the players.
I was also just kind of like looking across the minimap, looking for things to talk about, because it's a very like dead state, you know, where there aren't a huge amount of opportunities on either side. It's very difficult to gank bot lane, I think, on both sides, because what real threat do you have with a Senatom Kench? But at the same time, what threat does Gen G have into Senatom Kench? Mid lane, there are possibilities. I think if anywhere, I think Gen G could look to be more proactive around mid. At the very least, forcing the flash out from Yigao then gives Chovy more kill potential. Whereas BLG, I think if they wanted to play around anywhere, they're looking at top lane, and Shun is hovering around that area of the map, but Delight is there to cover. But this is what I mean by a dead state, is that like every potential play, I was like, oh, maybe they can make a play for top. What's happening? Someone is there to cover. Maybe mid, someone's there to cover. And both teams kind of like, when you're in this state, when you've got 5 games on stage, well 4 I should say, into your 5th, you're just ultra aware of what's going on the map.
Pull back onto Bin, there's the equalizer. Stun coming out, Magnet Storm used as well. Peanut can come in with the cease and desist, but Bin flashes away just in time to avoid that follow-up from the Vi.
Big win there with Ignite and Flash gone. Gen G have the opportunity to maybe set up a play. We'll see if BLG can find anything on the other end of the map, but I do agree with you. That's, I think, the one downside to the Senna Kench. It is very hard to try and make these aggressive plays, really punish on the other end of the map. Also looks like Elk is going for the lethality build. We've seen mostly the, we've seen both Stormrazor and I don't think we've seen any Kraken Slayers yet. Peanut maybe here on the return, but Shun full health. I don't think there's a lot of opportunity there.
I wonder what they'll do with this Herald. My instinct is that they'll drop it bot, but...
It's kind of expiring as
what
well,
they've
though.
been doing, yeah.
I feel like they don't have enough time to drop it bot when you look at the timer on the eye.
It's just for Doran.
I guess they just want to kill Bin and open up the top tower. He has no flash. Nope, he's based. All right, well, he's got to drop it somewhere. Where you gonna drop it?
Oh, it also, actually, the timer on the eye may be misleading because it's actually the timer on the Oracle's alteration.
Right, okay.
Yeah, so...
Our bad.
That one has gotten me a bunch of times.
Yeah.
That's on me.
But now I have no idea what the timer on the Herald is.
Well, we'll see where he places it. We'll assume that Peanut will know what he wants to do with it.
I would imagine so.
I don't know. You know, knowing Peanut, I'd say the chance is
50-50.
Yeah, absolutely. We've even seen it in this game, right?
TP. Whoa.
Ooh,
that's on a ward as well.
Contest.
So they know that Yagao has TP.
Oh, it's for the Dragon, okay.
They pretty much know it's down towards this bottom lane. The Dragon started up by BLG, investing all 5 members into this, and you can see Gen G accepting the fact that BLG invest the resources. We don't really want to have to react instantaneously to it, so instead we'll give it up. Get push in top lane, still going in. No TP available for BLG now, because of course Bin is running the Ignite.
I love it. This is great.
It's a good sign for the LCK.
Everyone's going to be so quick. Yeah. It promotes action, which we haven't gotten a whole lot of in this game number 5 thus far.
All right, here it comes. Peanut threatening the dive on top lane.
Delight's in the area as well. Could work his way up here. Do you place the Herald? Looks like they're not doing it yet. Peanut waits around the corner, so he's not spotted by the control ward.
He doesn't like this at all.
Should be suspicious. Delight now spotted on a ward, can jump the wall. Bin retreating, Rift Herald down. Looks like Gen G will be happy with the sacrifice of Bin not getting any of this CS or XP for the Rift Herald charging it.
It's a big win, though. Gen G should be able to get first turret off of this and make sure that Doran gets back from, or gets out of his deficit that was set up earlier with Bin getting the early kill. And there is no cross map. You saw everyone on BLG decided to recall the moment they saw the play. So it wasn't really an opportunity for them to look on the other end of the map.
So the gold is slightly in favor of Gen G,
yeah,
but by and large, it's dead even. Very similar to what we've seen a number of times throughout this series. The ebb and flow, the back and forth. We talk about tension, and again, it's important to understand how much responsibility is on the way to the shoulders of both these teams. The TP.
They didn't know Shun was here. They do now. Double TP invested. Bin, still no flash, does have the equalizer. Chovy dancing around, cease and desist available to Peanut. Doesn't use it because Bin is already done for. Chovy takes the kill. Meanwhile, the Magnet Storm onto Elk. He tries to flash away. Pays stepping forward, has the killer instinct on, is pushing in the side lane. No TP for him to join the fight. Yagao with the shockwave, but Pays takes him out. The killer instinct finds its mark. Doran locked up with the last embrace, but I don't think he is in too much danger.
And it is nothing happening until the map explodes. Double TP invested by Gen G, punishing Bin. And on the cross map, there isn't anything available. Yagao gets taken down as well. I think he tried to like flash and then take the Oriana with him, but instead just ends up throwing his flash into nothing. The only benefactor for BLG is on.
It's
Genj.
It's a situation where I love Gen G as the game has gone on. They've kind of realized, hang on a minute, we should just attack Bin.
Yeah.
No flash, no TP. BLG are pretty good at using Bin to collapse on sides with his TP, and he's used to being left on an island, but now that play style is leaving him exposed. Jun is in the area, but the double TP commit along with the collapse from Peanut means that Shun can really do nothing. He understands this, he's forced to back away, and it's Chovy that picks up a kill, but Gen G, they're not done yet. Look at this engage from Delight. Pei is on the backline, does get disengaged. I thought he was going to ulti in, he chooses not to overextend. Yagao goes for a last-minute play, throws away his flash, and now Chovy's in danger.
Chovy can dash away with the perfect execution, though, and that's Yagao's TP invested. On and Elk are in the mid lane. Rift Herald available to Shun as well, but Dorman's going to get a bot lane tier 1 for this.
At the very least, BLG are able to make sure that they get a topside turret. Doran will immediately answer back. And we'll see if Gen G is able to respond or if BLG is going to get another charge. And this You know, the only goal, obviously, the way that...
Yeah, match up on
exactly.
with the pace, basically.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But even then, like, it's still a gold lead for on, but that's not who you want to be in a good position in this game. And the most remarkable to me is the top side, right? Because Doran was getting dove early on, but BLG haven't been able to build upon it.
This is also just that shift from Gen G where they realize, wait, let's just actually keep attacking top. Let's commit the Herald top. Let's have Peanut constantly shadow. And remember, BLG even committed the Orianna TP bot lane. They brought the Rumble down, and that was a big window where Doran could get a bunch of plates back as well. So things looking up right now for Gen G.
And compositionally, Gen G have a traditional AD carry as well, which Senna is not. Elk sitting on the Umbral, and the completed warding item hasn't been farming. And all that gold sitting on has that locket. He has been the beneficiary of the early trades and of that play, but in all honesty, Gen G now 2,000 gold ahead, looking in prime position if they can continue this trend.
Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. It's actually BLG that are first to this objective. They make their way into the river and they start to clear out the vision. A bit of hesitation from Gen G's. They have 3 members hovering around that mid-tier 1. Peanut needs to be very careful walking through this fog of war. But keep your eyes on Chovy on the minimap. Look at how he's navigating through the jungle, and he's trying to look for a flank.
When it comes to defensive atomization, Hayes actually has a stopwatch available. Elk does have his Umbral Glaive, so they should be able to deny some vision here. Gen G looking for a multi-pronged engage, but
They're
I think
so
BLG,
afraid.
they know.
They're really worried.
The
they don't know where Akali is. And Chovy is just leveraging the fog of war. Bin is trying to spot him out. The pings are coming down.
Yagao.
Has he found him?
Chovy. Oh, Yagao with the sidestep was going back to the wave, but
still the Dragon though.
Gen G used the time to take the Drake, and BLG will have Prio down the mid lane, but how much can they get out of that? The tower's still standing for now, but not for much longer. It will be full FL. BLG get some small prize at the end.
Good counter punch there. Identifying that Doran's Meganar is almost about to time out, so Gen G don't really want to look as Chovy.
A tongue lash would stun him here. And Lock Spirit can't find it. Chovy with a good dash.
I mean, if On got the Devour there, that could have been Chovy's life, so he has to respect it. Flashes away. Peanut also now looking for something. He may just take the Raptors here. Is Yagao going to face check? Surely he has the ball. Yeah, okay. Yep. He's not going to run the risk. Wow. We talk about tension. No one yet to pull the trigger. We've only got 3 kills in this game.
This is great. This is
I was going to say,
the only downside
Cloud Soul, 3 kills. Just another day in the office for you.
Yeah, the only downside is normally in the LCK, you know, that you can talk about really whatever you feel like, but the gravitas of the situation is that it's 1 best of 1. One mistake here, one person gets caught, you know, you start the snowball in the other direction, can go very, very quickly. So not even I feel good about this. Because we just have to wait
yeah,
for action
we don't know
to
what's
happen.
going to happen, how this game will turn out. Doran moves off to a side lane. Chovy kind of freezing top, slow pushing rather, I should say, because that doesn't look like it's really frozen. Peanut gets spotted out by Yagao's ball. And I just want to mention, okay, very small thing. Chovy is running the DRX Akali skin.
Yeah.
And it's a bit poetic that it was in Game 5 last year in the semi-final that Chovy actually lost to DRX. I don't remember if it was Zeka's Akali. I think it was his Silas.
Yeah, I think it was his Silas.
But to channel that energy, you know, the Zeka energy, to have that carry performance, I kind of respect it from Chovy.
It's also Gen G, or sorry, Chovy specifically, like DRX 2020, which was Doran, Pioshik, Chovy, Deft, and they still meet up to this day, right? They still, I'm not kidding, they still have sleepovers with the whole gang because the team meant that much to them. For Chovy, repping the skin and again, prioritizing the Akali so highly. This is a player who has had the reputation of not making the impact.
I mean, I've heard the comment, is he the best player to have never won a World Championship, right? Like an international title still eludes Chovy. I think it's a pretty interesting discussion. Not that we're going to have it here, but it just goes to show like how high of a pedestal this man is put on. But in any case, the Baron is alive. Dragon now spawning in about 2 minutes' time. BLG, a lot of weight on their shoulders as well. The last time they met Gen G, they were able to defeat them 3-0, leading this series 2-0. having a slower game like this, no clear winner just yet, but you feel like the next fight, the next big 5v5 is ultimately what will decide the outcome of this game.
It's got to be right. And you see as well, both teams really staying together.
Oh my God, he's forcing the Baron. They have no vision.
It. They don't know.
They know.
Now they know that BLG are on their way across. Chovy pushing in the bot lane has the TP.
They're trying to get the
is here
TP.
as well, almost got the Mega Nard. Delight can jump in. BLG looks like they're second guessing themselves. Doran dashing forward. BLG pull off the Baron.
They just wanted the TP out from Chovy. Gen.G didn't take the bait. They knew that they weren't under any real pressure, and this is giving Chovy a window now to push in this tier 2.
And they're just going to start it.
Yeah, they go back to it, of course.
To bot.
Hayes is all the way down towards the blue
whoa,
as well.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is a massive mistake from Gen.G.
BLG won't do it too quickly. It's only Shun, Yagao, and Bin there
Doran
right now.
Mega.
Coming in as well.
But
Doran's
they don't
about
know.
to fall off Mega. Delight can step forward. The control ward in the Baron pit allows Gen.G vision of it. Elk still trying to do what he can. The equalizer down, Pays on as well.
Oh,
right. Storm hits on 3. Chovy dives onto the back line but misses. The Shuriken as Delight will fall first. Pays doing everything he can as Pina has to dash away. The Senna will hit him from long range. Now Doran forced away. It's a 2-for-1 so far in favor of BLG. Doran just able to scrape his way away.
Wow, what an intense exchange. It is BLG that get the kills, but the Baron does not fall.
Oh, and the read from BLG, right? Peanut just going towards the bot side, sees some juicy jungle camps, but they almost have to pay for it with a Baron. Mininar also there for Doran, so I think BLG definitely had the right idea, but that engage from Delight took away so much of the opportunity. If Chovy actually hits that Shuriken, maybe he gets to kill Delight. Not gonna be the case, and instead it's a 1-for-2 with no one getting the Baron.
I mean, that Rumble ultimate from Bin also just completely stopped the follow-up from Delight's engage. Frustration on the side of the BLG coaching staff. An incredibly tense situation.
Chovy going in, caught with the last embrace, but he goes into the Twilight Shroud. TP now invested by Gen.G. The Dragon up. Doran able to dash away. Shun going in with Cataclysm, but now Delight can really open up. Magnet Storm not quite off cooldown. Doran has a stopwatch, but all he can buy is the second equalizer now out. Doran falls. Chovy looking to hit him. He dashes back in, but the Abyssal Voyage brings him forward. And Chovy is shut out of the fight. BLG find 2.
And that might be it. That might be the moment that BLG have been looking for. They're going to run towards the Baron. Doran waits too long with the stopwatch. Wants to get his Maganar, ends up going down and then on. Knocks up Chovy. That's going to be Baron.
Doran holds his flash. Gen.G, they're uncoordinated and BLG pounce. Look at this, Chovy goes in. A quick TP from Yagao to get involved in the fight as quickly as possible. The TP response from Doran on flashes away. And then keep your eyes on Doran here. He gets engaged on my Shun. And then he can flash away at this point, but then the shockwave comes through. He's isolated from his team, and then look at this Rumble ult from Bin. Absolutely massive. Forces Gen.G to retreat, and then the knockup from On.
Chovy hits the Shuriken onto On. Sees him going forward with the Abyssal Voyage and tries to chase him down. I wonder if he didn't quite track who he'd hit the E on in that fight. Gets knocked up by On and is immediately in the middle of BLG, and now with a Red Bull Baron power play for the next 2 minutes, Gen.G's backs are against the ropes. The gold lead basically even as Chovy looks for a flank position, has the flash, has the perfect execution. No flash for On, nor Bin, nor Shun. But Chovy will be spotted on a control ward. Should be able to dash away from this one.
The arena is full of dread right now. The hometown favorites of Gen.G. Ultimate, Peanut.
Onto Shun, the Killer Instinct going forward as well. They can lock Shun up and they'll shut him out. The shutdown over to Pays.
And it's a sigh of relief in the arena. All of the fans feel like that the pressure from BLG just like that has been alleviated. An important pick for Gen.G to slow BLG down. A minute left still on the Baron, but I'm not sure they can get much off the back of it.
It's been a recurring theme as well. I think in this series, the Baron power plays every single time a team tries to push just a little bit too far forward. There have been counter plays. Both teams basically dead even after the Baron. It's 2 dragons to 2. Summoners about to be up for everyone as well. And BLG, they got the Nash, but it's not enough to break open the game.
Elk now sitting on 100 stacks on this center. A little bit slower than you'd like, but still scaling up to infinity. Delight looking for the flank position
and
here.
Look at the damage.
Flash Magnet Storm. It's a possibility. Decides against it. Peanut pushing mid on his lonesome. Shun trying to answer this top lane. Baron remains for 30 seconds. Delight spotted by Shun. Mid lane tower falls to Gen G, but BLG will get a tier 2 in the top lane in answer.
Baron's still here. BLG, they know where Peanut is. Chovy can TP though, but ideally he wants the back. Doesn't get to.
Now TPing in as well. Chovy gets in. Has to dash away, but Shun's still able to land the knock of the shockwave. Was waiting, couldn't quite find his mark, but the flames are spitting from Bin, and Chovy cataclysmed into an early grave, and now Gen G on the back foot. BLG, 5 members strong, will take the inhib. Will they look for more?
I mean, why wouldn't they? They have the Nexus in their eyes. BLG are looking to end it here.
Hayes, Doran, Delight, and Peanut. 4 members strong for Gen G trying to defend, but BLG as 5 push in. The first Nexus tower down. Delight can still engage. The shockwave finds 2, but the Magnet Storm from Delight onto the backline immediately locks up BLG for a second. The Gnar back from Doran as well. It's all on Hayes. He's trying to do everything he can. The cease and desist under the tower will shut out Bin. Hayes dancing and weaving his way around the fight. No minions left though. But BLG means they have to back away.
Gen G hold on to their Nexus. It takes everything that they have, but they're able to defend. BLG were so close, but they could not take down Paze. They could not take down that AD carry, and the game will continue.
And it's the ability of BLG to punish these type of mistakes that makes them so lethal. Chovy gets hit by the flag and drag. Bin toasts him up, and then without his flash, Chovy ends up, or rather after flashing, Chovy ends up getting taken down. And then BLG, they smell blood. And it's Doran, I think, with the Mega Gnar that actually extends the play for long enough.
He takes so much damage, he's forced to go back to base, get some health back. Delight gets a great engage here. The shockwave looks terrifying, but Delight buys so much time. And then a good ultimate from Doran. Bin actually gets tower aggro, then gets chain CC'd, giving Paze the opportunity. If he hadn't made that mistake, all 5 members would have stayed alive. But a sigh of relief.
Yep.
Incredible stress on the side of Gen G. A dragon is likely going to go in the favor of BLG. The gold is pretty much dead even, but it feels like that this series has been all about momentum. And right now, BLG are riding that towards the enemy's base.
See the win probability powered by AWS starting to swing in their favor. 1 Drake away from a Cloud Soul. They are 1 Nexus tower away from a Nexus. 1 moment away from a semi-final matchup with Weibo. For Gen G, they fought back this series once already. After game 2, they looked done and dusted, buried in the dirt. But game 3, game 4, they gave it their all, and now once more, it is 1 more moment away. Can they find that oh so elusive thing? The momentum, the swing.
I wanted a good game 5, and I feel like we're being given it. Gen G, they're on the back foot, but this game is still very winnable for them. A single good team fight is all they need. The Baron is alive, and here we go. The tango around the Purple Worm will begin once more. It's BLG first to the objective. The vision control is good. They're sweeping out what little vision Gen G have. Delight needs to be careful.
Awesome Grace going to hit him. He's going to try and jump away, but the chase is on. The equalizer coming out as well. Delight can look for the re-engage. Doran goes in with the Mega Gnar. Paze now dives onto the back line. Delight already down, but they killed off Elk as well. Shun tries to get in with the Cataclysm, and he'll get the shot down onto Paze. And now it's all on Chovy. He's dashing. He's dancing around the fight. The perfect execution for BLG may be too much. Chovy buys a second, but he just can't buy the win. BLG forced Gen G out of their own jungle.
And that's going to be the second Baron going over to BLG. And the momentum feels like it's... Oh no, are they not going to try? TPs are available.
They only have 1, remember, Bin. No TP on him. Doran dashes across the wall to safety.
He's trying to get the Mega. so he can contest the Baron. But without Elk, I guess they're too concerned. They don't want to take the gamble. But here we are, they'll start this one off. The TP comes through. Doran,
it's got to be gone.
He's going to be forced to base. There's no smite. Oh my goodness. What a crazy team fight. The moment I saw Elk drop, I thought, Paze can carry this whole fight. But then it was Yagao's Shockwave combined with Shun's ultimate that was enough to shut him down. Keep your eyes on this fight. Delight just tries to get a ward, and then he gets caught by the Senna.
And we've seen Bin being targeted this time around, it's Delight. But then with Doran getting a knock-up, feels like there might be an opportunity. They immediately blow up Elk, but look at the damage that Bin's able to do as well. And Shun sees his target. He's been so incredible on the Jarvan, even in the losses for BLG. And the moment the pace goes down, there's just not enough damage for Gen G, even with Chovy still alive.
The execution damage just not there for Chovy. A lot of summoners burn. And time still available for Gen G, but you have to feel like that there's not much left. BLG with the Baron. See the game-ending play in their eyes. An incredible journey for this team. The organization's first World Championship, but Bin looking to return to the finals.
And an organization that has defied expectations as the
TP
TP comes in behind. Chovy looking for something. Delay already caught out by Bin. He's going to have to dash away on going in with the Abyssal Voyage. Chovy looking for that flank position, but the Equalizer coming down, and once again doesn't quite get him into the wall. Elk gobbled up as On is going to spit him out, and the tower's already gone down. Dawning Shadow out as Peanut falls. Everyone on Gen G is so low. Elk's still full HP pretty much as he heals up with a piercing dark. And Gen G just cannot find the pick they're looking for.
That's going to be 2 inhibitors down now, and BLG, they might try and look for the end.
And everything invested by Gen G. No ult on Delight, not on Paze either. Yagao still has the Shockwave to send a shock through the crowd here in Busan. Paze low again, rooted up. The Shockwave just short. The stopwatch from Paze buys a second, but Shun still has the GA. Chovy trying to clear out the minions as the Gnar back from Doran once again.
GA.
But On just tanks for days. GA coming out from Shun, and now it's all on Chovy. It's all on Paze. And we were told Busan was the church of Chovy, but what's a god to 5 non-believers? BLG will face Weibo in semis.
It might have not gone in the same manner as it did at MSI, but it's BLG that walks away the victors. Nonetheless, they reverse the momentum. They don't let Gen G get the reverse sweep. They will be facing Weibo in the semifinals.
It has not been clean, it has not been easy, but BLG have consistently found a way. They were pushed to the brink in Swiss stage. They were pushed to the brink in this quarterfinal. And now it will be an all-LPL semi-final. LPL will be guaranteed a spot in the final of this year's World Championship as we say goodbye to Gen G.
And once again for Gen G, so close yet so far, falling at the final hurdle.
It's the third time in a row that Gen G is unable to cash in on their expectations as the first seed of the LCK. They almost brought it back, but almost not gonna get you anything.
Frustration on the side of the Gen G fans and the Gen G players. They wanted to change the narrative. They wanted to return to the semifinals. But BLG had a different story in mind.
BLG just Gen G's boogeyman. Did it at MSI, now have done it once again here for the LCK fans. Do still have T1, you still have KT in terms of representation for your region, but LPL are incredibly strong right now with both Weibo and BLG making it their way to that semi-final. I think it would take a brave man to look past JDG, at least on the other side of the bracket. We are just building time, waiting, in fact, for an on-stage interview.
I mean, you make a great point, though. Is this the year where the LPL completely dominates? Right.
First time they got 4 teams into quarterfinals, it could be the first time they get 4 teams into the semifinals as well.
I mean, that will be the first time in world history if we get 4 teams from the same region in the semifinals. Yeah. And LPL would clearly cement themselves as the strongest region. Of course, we will be seeing JDG versus KT tomorrow. But whew, what a series, gentlemen. Absolute pleasure. It was a lot of fun. Both teams showed us some incredible team fighting, some incredible plays. But it was BLG that ended up coming out on top. Sorry, buddy.
That's all right.
It's tough.
You know, Gen.G's struggles continue. At least this series was worthy of the quarterfinal. That's what I tell myself, which actually I learned from you guys. Right? That's tough. Oh, yeah. I think that for Gen.G, again, you know, from an LCK's perspective, it's not surprising, even though they were the clear favorites coming into the day, given what has happened. And I think in particular, Doran and Peanut are going to feel really rough about the performance that they have been putting in internationally, specifically over the last year and a half.
I mean, they're going to feel especially frustrated because the drafts in the first 2 games, like, so many question marks surrounding the availability of things like Desire, the amount of freedom that BLG was given. It did feel like that they just kind of ran the series, and it resulted in heartbreak for many of the Gen.G fans and the Gen.G players. We will, of course, see the organization next year. We'll see what they can do on the international stage, but many question marks and many frustrations on the side of Gen.G as BLG continue what has been an incredible year for the organization, especially when you look at so many of the players that last year, if you'd said that person's going to be in the semifinals Worlds next year, you'd be like, no, they're not.
and what I really appreciate about the way that BLG was able to win today is that it actually wasn't the Bin show. I think Bin had a couple of great moments, but like, to me, the combination of Shun and Elk,
truly incredible.
It really was. Let's send it down to the stage where we're ready with Bin for the Verizon post-game interview with translation provided by Wendy.
2023 월드 챔피언십 노가웃 스테이지 8강 두 번째 경기 젠지 대 BLG 대결. BLG가 승리하면서 4강에 진출했습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 꽁씨
So
빙빙.
congratulations.
네, 빈 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 네, 빈 선수 1, 2세트 모두 30분이 채 되기도 전에 젠지의 넥서스를 파괴했지만 3, 4세트는 쉽진 않았습니다. 오늘 승리의 원천이 뭐라고 생각하시나요?
So first of all, congratulations on qualifying to the semi. You were able to end up the game in both game 1 and 2 in 30 minutes, but a hard time for the game 3 and 4. So what's the key of winning the series? So maybe in the last few rounds we didn't give up because they're so close to the reverse sweep, but we just calmed down and travel fast, and after that we were able to get the win.
패승승승을 너무 하고 싶지 않아가지고 그래서 마지막으로 버텼습니다. 네, 마지막까지 게임에 집중해 주신 것 같습니다. 2세트 빈 선수가 개인 통산 처음으로 럼블을 선택을 했습니다. 어떤 과정에서 준비된 픽인지 궁금합니다.
And also, you have picked Rumble. It feels like this is your first time we can see a Rumble. So what's your thoughts during the ban pick phase? So I was a bit worried about my Rumble because I haven't played the champion on stage. So I'm worried whether I can play it or not, but I just give it like a try. And also in the 5th game, it feels like it's maybe a very hard situation for us, but we just have enough confidence in my Rumble, try to trust my Rumble and trust my teammates trust us.
그렇게 결정했습니다. 본인을 믿었기에도 멋진 럼블 플레이가 나왔던 것 같습니다. 마지막 세트답게 5세트는 치열했는데요. 언제 승리를 확신하셨을까요?
And also, we have played the game like for the full set, and definitely the very first back and forth game 5. So at which moment you thought like, okay, we can just get a win? The last moment after we have breaking the opponent's nexus. And now you qualify to the semifinals. You are going to face against another LPL team, WBG. So what's your thoughts towards the semifinal? So all the teams that be able to qualify to the semifinals, they definitely be super strong teams. And I hope like the two LPL teams, WBG and us, two of us, the two teams, we can really show you guys a very amazing series, amazing matches.
오늘도 어렵게 이겼는데 4강에서도 어렵게 이길 거라고 생각하지만 그래도 재미있는 경기로 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 네, 재미있는 경기 저희도 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다.
And also we are looking forward to the very interesting best of 5.
4강에서 만나게 됩니다. 4강을 향한 각오한 말씀 들어볼게요.
And now what the thoughts, what's the determination of the semi-final matches?
首先要打出一场精彩的比赛，其次是我们要赢下来。
First of all, to show you guys a very amazing series, and after that, got a win for the semi-finals.
이기도록 하겠습니다. 네, BLG의 또 경기력 응원해 보도록 하겠습니다. 4강 진출 축하드리고요. 지금까지 빈 선수와
And we're going
인터뷰
to support you guys as well. And congratulations again. That's the end of the Bin's interview.
Awesome to hear from Bin victorious in the end, even though it took a little bit longer than he thought it would, because he showed us a 3-0, and then they lost the 2 games after winning them. But in the end, it's so hard to stave off a reverse sweep. I think that's super impressive.
Yeah. I mean, it's weird to credit this BLG team for their mental, but I think here, like, it kind of reminds me of MSI, right? Where like they are constantly doubted. I doubted them. I can call myself out and own my losses because their play in the Swiss stage was really, really shaky. Back at MSI, their play in the play-in stage was shaky compared to what we would have wanted from them. And to come out here, I mean, the Bin Rumble was such a treat. Like, it was a surprise, but it was great. And I don't know, this BLG team is really something special. They are so fun to watch. Watching them go up against Weibo is going to be amazing.
I mean, I was kind of terrified the entire time for BLG. As you say, the Bin was kind of cool to see, like bringing out that Rumble. But then, like Elk bringing out the Senna was not something that I expected to see at all. I know, Kobe, you were looking up some of the stats for it. Like, I think that BLG, you could see, like, this was a team that was very scared in the early stages. They weren't going for early Rift Towers. They weren't trying to play for big advantages. They were taking this game incredibly slowly.
Yeah, when I saw Elk lock in Senna, I was like, that's not exactly what I expect from Elk. And he had only 2 wins out of 6, and neither of them were actually in LPL. They were both in Demacia Cup. But he played it extremely well all series long, in fact, from Elk. Masterful play from him. Man, this team, though, I was very worried for you, Gao. There were a lot of moments where we're getting some Chovy gaps starting to show up. Yeah. But this team solidified, and you could see how much it meant to them when they finally were able to complete this.
Absolutely, and they like fly under the radar, but when you look at their year, you know, it was an upstart moment, the fact that they made that run that they did in spring. Then they come to MSI, everyone underrates them, they 3-0 Gen.G, yeah, they lose to JDG in the finals, but whatever. Then they are able to continue developing, and I think, you know, we haven't seen them for a long time, and then we saw them in Swiss, and we got a little bit disappointed, but they keep building and they keep pushing. I
think for an organization such as BLG as well, it's massive. When you look back to 2020, this was an organization that was coming in at the peak. They looked great in 2019. 2020 went absolutely abysmally as they lost Meteor. And then it kind of felt like they were still struggling to get pieces, trying to find the successes, latch on to people like Uzi that they brought back to find that moment. But now they've actually found it with these pieces that I think a lot of people would have overlooked, not expecting to come together in a manner like this to take on, I mean, literally the world at this stage.
Yeah, and it was hard for us to decide who may be the player of the series. Spoiler alert, we're going to talk about it later, but first he's standing by with more Elk in the Verizon post-game interview. Oopsie.
Thank you so much, Sharks. BLG advances once again after once again defeating Gen.G, but this time in the World Championship and this time in a much closer series. Elk, thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on taking them down. What made it more difficult than last time?
首先，恭喜你们再一次在舞台上击败，在场 BO5中击败 Gen.G。那这一次是在世界赛的舞台上，可能和上一次 MSI 的交手相比，这次好像稍微艰难一点。你觉得为什么这次可能和上次相比会有一点难度呢？
首先是因为我觉得每个队伍都会就变得更厉害吧。然后我们这一次在世界舞台上，根基也是一名非常厉害的队伍，然后我觉得是一个夺冠热门吧。然后这一次和他们打满，其实我觉得两边 队伍在 BP 还有在游戏内容其实都打得非常的好，然后打得非常的焦灼，然后所以两边都是就打满了5局吧。
And definitely, I must say, like all teams, we just got some growth, and also we just become stronger in this tournament. And I believe for this World Championship, definitely G&G is a super strong opponent, and I believe G&G is one of the favorites for the tournaments as well. And also, I feels like maybe for today's game, both of us, we just give the very great ban pick phase, the draft, and also for the in-game contents, all great. So because of that, the game looks quite back and forth. And after that, we got the full set of Best of 5.
Bean was on stage just saying that before the last game, you guys were calm and collected, into the right mindset, and we saw the coach cameras there with your coach Tabe being really passionate, as he always is. I want you to tell me, what was he telling you? What kind of advice did he give you before going into this game 5?
其实刚才在舞台上采访斌哥也有提到说，可能你们在最后的几局开始之前，他们是有尽可能的让大家一起稳住心态，而且我们也看到，其实他比教练也在最后一局开始之前有给你们很好的一些建议，而且一直是一种非常热情的一种方式。所以说，能不能和我们分享一下，可能他比教练也和你们分享一些什么样的建议，然后能够让你们打起精神，好好赢下比赛呢？
其实，在第5局开始之前，因为我们已经被让到最2了嘛，然后。其实，在第5局决胜局，其实更多的是考验我们选手的就心态吧。然后他比还有我们后面的教练组，就是更多的是和我们说，让我们心态别受影响，然后好好去对战第5局吧。然后他也说，就是相信他们的 BP 吧，对。
So, because before the 5th game, the opponent's team, they were able to gather both game 3 and 4. So it feels like maybe coming into the last game, the mentality is the key, and also this the test for the team as well. So our coaching staff just told us you need to really keep a very calm mentality, a very good mindset, and also coming into best of 5 and coming into the last set, they also told us just trust our BP. And after that, yeah, that's all.
And you did, and took it in the end. But I think throughout the series, Elk, you are the best player. We elected you as the best player of the series. Tell me about the confidence that allowed you to play like this, because it all came down to 2v3s on the bot lane, a lot of dives that you guys executed perfectly. Tell me about your play today.
那其实他们可能觉得会把你选做这个 BO5当中最精彩的那一名选手，因为其实感觉你今天真的打出了自信，打出了风采，有很多的2v3，有很多的下路的越塔，有非常非常多的操作，一次次的击杀对手。所以说也想问一下你的这种自信，你怎么样去来评价自己今天的整体的这种表现呢？是什么能够给你如此大的自信，发挥出如此精彩的表现？
首先我觉得我们整个队伍其实5名选手，我觉得在今天的比赛都发挥得非常好吧。然后，而且我觉得我们5名选手一路能走到这里，然后我们的个人实力都是非常的顶尖的。然后我们在舞台上面其实也能相互兜底，所以说我觉得我打得好，不管是我们哪名选手打得好，都是整个团队的就是贡献吧，对。
And I must say, I like to give credits to all my other teammates as well, because we feels like all 5 of us, 5 players in BLG, all of us are really good players. We have the very good mechanics, and also we can carry the team together for the final victory. So I must say, whether or who can be the key player for the best of 5, I just feels like all the other teammates concentrate a lot to this victory as well. So I like to give the round of applause to all my teammates as well.
Definitely this amazing team play that's carrying you guys to the next round, semifinals against Weibo Gaming. What should we be looking forward to when it comes to BLG?
那其实你们的团队协作也把你们送上了半决赛的一个舞台，在半决赛要再次的面对上 WBG， 所以说你觉得可能来到半决赛，我们能从你们这里期待到什么呢？有什么想法？
首先我觉得能在半决赛遇到 LPL 的队伍是一件非常开心的事吧。然后在微博季，其实因为我们在联赛中也和他们交过很多手嘛，然后就在下一场半决赛，我觉得就我们两边队伍就希望发挥出很好的实力，然后展现出一场比较好看的比赛吧。
First of all, I'd like to say, like, facing against another LPL team, the semifinals, I'm super happy and excited about this part. And we have faced against each other a couple of times in LPL previously. So I want to say we will try our best to show you guys the very exciting best of 5.
The LPL looking like the strongest region we have so far in the World Championship. Wendy, thank you so much for the translation. Elk, Sheshe, thank you for the interview. And Shox, over to you in cooldown.
Thank you so much. That's 2 out of 4 so far. Where we look at BLG's reaction cam.
I have no doubt that, as Elk said, we will see a very exciting semifinal between them and Weibo. Yeah. Like you said though, you can tell how much.
Who had that on their bingo card?
Do you remember at MSI, Tabe running on stage too?
Yes.
He even ran onto the wrong side of the stage first.
I think he got fined.
Well, he didn't break the camera here, so no fine this time around.
He's good. He didn't. And also, he was name dropped, right? Or the coaching staff, rather, was name dropped. Just stay calm. You got this. Upper player of the series. I spoiled it already. But it was Alec. And it was a fierce discussion because we were talking about On as well.
Yeah,
and Shun.
And Bin.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
everybody but
everybody but Toothpaste. Sorry. I think the big difference maker here in this series, though, was Bin and, oh my gosh, Elk and On stepping up in bot lane plays like this, right? Like, to have this Xayah performance coming out of Elk, to have them be able to do that 2v3 outplay, they performed so consistently well, even in the games that they lost. Obviously, it was really difficult for Elk to play that game in the Ashe game, but even then, he performed really well. It was a great series from him, and something that I definitely was not expecting from this bot lane, given their performance at this tournament thus far.
And I think that's the reason why it was so hard to try and separate Elk and On, because it was a two-man performance in that bot lane the entire time, to step up against Pace, step up against the Light, and every time it felt like we were praising Elk, it was like On standing right there beside them. Even in that last game with the Senatam Kench, they had these big moments, and the healing that was coming through was absolutely insane.
I know it all along. Elk and Bin 2v8.
True.
They definitely had a lot of help, especially from Shun and On.
Yeah. Let's say goodbye also to Gen G. It's, I mean, it was such a crazy victory for BLG, but this is LCK's first seed, and this is unfortunately for Gen G, a story we've seen a few times, and I can see the blame on social media. It's already going, but you know, you lose as a team and you win as a team, unfortunately, and it wasn't enough. It's just so heartbreaking for them, but it comes down to this, right? They don't make it to those final hurdles at a World Championship, at an MSI. What was it today?
Yeah, I mean, this was an absolutely crushing defeat for them, right? Compared to expectations. Like, we were thinking it'd be them coming out of the bracket, it'd be JD Gaming coming out of the bracket, and then they would face each other in finals. Even though that rarely happens, to be the LCK 1 seed and fall out this early is, you know, it is a crushing loss, unfortunately.
Definitely in a game 5 where you're so close to getting that reverse sweep. Maybe a harbinger of what is to come with the LPL in the semifinals.
They already, you know, had all 4 here in quarterfinals, and now we're guaranteed one in finals already. With one side of the matchup. It's up to KT now and T1.
Oh, God.
Hey, guys, one of BLG or Weibo is going to be in the final of Worlds 2023.
You know, the funniest timeline is definitely another matchup of BLG and JDG.
I don't want that. I don't want to see that anymore.
I don't think that's funny.
What is it? Peishong is the center of the League of Legends universe. Where
I am
Night and Yuga are from.
sad for the pick'ems because there's 0 perfect pick'ems left because the 2 last ones picked Gen G and only 5.5% of everyone picked BLG to win today. And I think that's a good reminder. Were you one of them?
Yeah. Yes. Kobe was one of them.
I think Jat also.
Yeah, that's a good reminder of Worlds never goes the way you think it's going to go. Never.
No.
I mean, DRX proved that last year, right?
Yeah.
And now we're looking down the barrel of another one.
Why are we still not believing? It's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I think to say, though, that you expect a BLG to take this or even to have a BLG Weibo, I know, but it's like, out of the grand scheme of things, it feels incredible to see that BLG have actually managed to take what has been such a difficult couple of years and now coming into 2023 to really make it their own.
Man, and I always feel so much for the losing teams here. You know, yesterday, Energy, of course. Today, the Gen G guys. You talked about it so much, but Chovy and Pina especially took so long to just really get there, and you could see the pain on their faces. Your entire year is built into this, and then on one night,
it's all over, indeed. Don't forget to do your pick'ems. JDG versus KT. That is tomorrow. What should we pick, Emily?
Don't pick KT.
Should you get excited for
No.
Difficult.
Don't worry, I didn't pick them.
Watch this woman get her heart broken live
again
tomorrow.
Hey, I know maybe if you've gotten your heart broken or put together again, we can do it all again tomorrow because we have another LCK versus LPL battle. KT Roll Service up versus JDG, and it's going to be a banger. Hopefully it was today, so get some sleep or stay up. I don't care. Have fun. We'll see you tomorrow.
Only cleanse on Pays as well. On can look for that handshake. Delight standing in front. There's the ignite. Pays cleanses with a flash follow from Shun means the Pays. Time and the Nut Gods looking for something as they go forward. Bin has to flash away. Doran has a flash follow. Counter-Strike coming out and Bin is locked up and sent packing by Genji.
And Peanut is pathing this game has been immaculate.
Devour available for Delight. Pays dodges the Berserk for the hostile takeover. Already finds one. And Bin is done with this game. And Genji played to this tune in game one. The bailout coming out and on will be brought back. And now Delight is next on the menu and Elk can turn it around. Double buffs for him. It's going to be two, but a great flash from Delight. Got escape. Equalizer down and Dorman's burning. Bin trying to turn it around and Dorman will fall first and Peanut's buried next to his brother as BLG's strike are not enough to keep him alive as Elk flashes forward. Pays is about to meet his maker as Elk sends him into the dirt.
Very good job, Flash.
Delight here for the flat. No! Oh, the anti-synergy, it's all over the place. Oh, Genji were just not on the same page. They weren't even reading from the same hymnal. Chovy going in with the Soul Unbound, pulled back with the shockwave, but he can dash away. The Fate Seal blocked, though, with the Cataclysm. And Chovy will fall every time. And Elk still standing like he's ever been for BLG. Elk still survives, but Doran finally comes to life. A brief delay last year at Worlds. Peanut stepping forward here as the engage comes in from BLG and Peanut's locked up. Yagao pops Blossoms.
The wave clear. Oh!
Magnusaur flash engaged the equalizer down as one of the TP. Genji have pulled the trigger and they're looking to burst out Elk. Chovy dashing around and Elk will fall. It's hunting season. The perfect execution for BLG may be too much. Chovy buys a second, but he just can't buy the win. But on just tanks for days. GA coming out from Shun, and now it's all on Chovy. It's all on Pays. And we were told Busan was the church of Chovy, who was a god to 5 non-believers. BLG will face Weibo in semis.
What's your play, God? What's your play, God? They gotta crumble one by one. Then we go right into the sun like it's the day my kingdom come. Baby, unstoppable, phenomenal, awakening, the animal, unshakable, optimal, it's happening, can't control, feel it, feel it, feel it. Feel it.